didn't have a chance to fix it. Ugh, man. Some days I hate it. Oh, I bet you it's just... I hate it. Oh, there we go. All right, say something.
Test 1, 2.
Right,
Can the world hear me?
Yeah. All right, how's that? All right. Prodigium about to get gapped as usual. Damn, that's crazy. All right, yeah. So loud and clear. Too easy. Yeah, sorry. It always changes the default on me. I don't know why. It's so annoying. Need a new PC. Drop another $8,000. Easy money. All right. So
Easy money.
you just want to catch us up on the champ select that I've missed.
Yeah, so interesting bans coming through from both sides here. Corki and Zaya being taken off the table. Two pretty aggressive ADCs you can be playing. Zaya not so much the ADC, aggressive ADC, but when you put the nameplates on, it's easy to understand why they've gone that direction. And C4J having a bit of a clinic on Lilia in one of his games here this season, so not too surprised to see that taken off the table too. Satanic Badger has been putting in some good games on the Mundo, and I think there's a bit of scouting going on, seeing the Skana being banned away. Very strong champion, don't want to let that into the hands of Asuko, but what they have let over is just this combination of dive here onto the other side here. Vi, Galio, and Varus doing pretty good in lane. It's a very strong little skirmish comp Destiny have put together, and that's definitely playing to their strengths. We'll see if they can get around it. They've got a slippery Ari, but that Jinx is going to have a huge target on her back.
All right, so apparently Liam is loud. He's a bit too loud here. All right, hold on. Tweak it, and I'm too quiet, or am I good now? I just adjusted it a little bit.
Think, yeah, just turn me down,
Just
and should be all.
All right, tweak. All right, there we go. Should be good now. I've reduced him considerably.
Yep. Well, hopefully things are all sorted by the time we get into the game. The other cast is on the way, but yeah, right now we're flying through the champion stack. Seems like they're not letting the timer run out at all, just flying through it, going into the second round of bans already. Of course, C4J picking up that Wukong, that's no strange pick here. Very comfort picks coming out for the side of Fishing Esports so far with the Wukong and Ari, and you know, maybe a bit of a surprise there. And Jinx very early onto the draft looks like they're definitely going to try and exploit it with the dive and maybe pick something even aggressive to try to dominate in lane. Pretty much no enchanters coming via since they've really been liking those lately. There's one gets taken off the table there, but still plenty more to go here, so we'll see what Fishing end up picking fourth round here. Hovering the enchanters, we know it's coming here, but which one are they going to land themselves on?
I'd say it's probably, probably Milio, no? Or Seraphine. Been seeing a lot of them.
Yeah, I think
yeah, okay,
something
Seraphine.
just basically to help with the peel here. I don't think Emilio's got crazy cleanse potential. You know, the auto range definitely helps, but I think Seraphine's going to have some great counter engage. If you dive too hard on that Jinx, you got to get the encore sent through your whole team, and definitely some playmaking opportunity there for Vyasin to keep her ADC safe, but we'll see what is the response now. We've got Jinx, Seraphine, which is pretty range focused lane. If we see something like a Pyke, if Carrier was in this game, I'm sure he's absolutely frothing at the mouth of the lane potential here. We'll see what they end up going towards, but a Jax picked up by Satanic Badger, which I believe is the first time he's picking that champion up here, blind pick, saving it for the top lane here, and we'll see what Prodigium, the man who needs no introduction, is hovering that Blitzcrank. I'm expecting something like that to come through into the double range. Definitely thinking about it. Has so much kill potential with that Varus. Whether he'll lock it in though, we'll see.
All right, and it looks like Cadius. I'm just going to drag Cadius in. Hey, Cadius, you're in the casting desk.
Yep, he's just muted at the moment, so we'll let him sort out his audio, I suppose.
Yep.
Just jump in whenever you're ready, Jackson. But yeah, right now, no surprise in Kelthal's hovering this on as the last pick here. It's pretty safe into the Jax. Nice matchup to just cancel out any pressure. Definitely can deal with him in the side lanes. And nice little team fight ultimate that's going to help them out here. So really strong team fighting draft built off of the back of this Jinx on Fishing Esports right now. But you know, they've got tools on the other side. Jax, Vi, and Galio all want to be diving onto this, even if Blitzcrank is able to find the Miracle Hawk or the Varus able to find this Miracle ult. This comp could fall apart very quickly, but definitely pretty even draft coming out. Both sides definitely have some potential. It's going to be the onus, I feel like, is going to be on DST, whether they can find this Jinx, find the kills, and snowball this early lead to take down Fishing. Otherwise, I think they've got a really solid front to back here, where Jinx is just going to get the resets and go absolutely ballistic.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty much if the Jinx lives, they die. That's it. There's no other way around it. If they can't kill Jinx, like as the first pick, that team fight's not going to win. I think Jackson's ready to jump in.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Does my wait? Hang on one moment. Does my audio sound? Let me just make sure the microphone is set correctly.
Sounds alright on our end. See what chat says. Anyone in chat hear any issues?
Nice and good. But yeah, no, I'm excited. The only thing I need is a share from like either one of you, and I'm good to
that's
hop into the semi-finals.
I was about to stream, but then I realized it's telling me I can't stream into this server. I hope Nash.
You can't.
Yeah, cool.
What, you can't stream to
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna do it on my end to make the load a bit easier, but I just don't have the perms. So we'll tank the NTEC Esports PC. Hopefully, it's gonna be able to handle it.
Hopefully, it survives. Well, I mean, we're on delay right now. We're talking about the draft. How are you fellas feeling?
Yeah.
About this matchup. I mean, DST versus Fishing. This is a very. I mean, I think we all knew that this would probably be two of the teams that would end up in the final three.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely, like it's a repeat of last year. Honestly, if you're just using history as your little guideline here, we've got the number 2 and number 3 seeds respectively. Only I think last year it was flipped. I believe channel number 5 were coming in as the number 2 seed into the playoffs here, and Destiny were coming in a bit lower. But right now, roles reserved, Destiny coming in as the number 2 seed to prove they're here to take another grand finals for NT. The plot armor still surviving, and Fishing looking to make the upset here with a slightly adjusted roster. But yeah, I do think the team comps are both interesting. I'd say they're both even. They've got their strengths and weaknesses, but I think both teams, got the strengths that they're after. The Destiny got lots of early skirmishing potential, lots of rotate power, lots of dive, and Fishing just got a solid front to back, similar to what you would have last year. So, I don't know. You tell me, Jackson. What do you think so far?
Definitely, yeah. Just so we're clear, I'm assuming blue side is Destiny.
Yep.
Yeah, we can see the names. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I mean, as you said, yeah, Fishing definitely do have that front to back. The Jinx, I mean, that's either going to be Charybdis or it's going to be Dana. I'm not exactly sure.
It's Charybdis. Dana's in jungle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I know that is Dana's favorite 80 carry to pilot. But, I mean, if it's going to be Charybdis, I mean, yeah, Jinx, Seraphine down in the bot lane, certainly a good duo to have. In terms of that front to back, as you were saying, the Seraphine is going to scale into that mid to late game with the team fights extremely well. So it's just going to be a matter of time to see whether or not Destiny are able to get enough of a lead in the early game with this very aggressive sort of pick composition that they've gone for here with the Vi and the Galio and the Varus and the Blitzcrank, and stop, those late game ornaments on the Jinx plus the Seraphine shields. I think the 5v5 is going to become a little bit too much, a little bit too quickly. So we'll see if Destiny are able to sort of play the beat down here and get themselves enough of a lead to really take over in game 1.
Yep, and we have just had Alpha Arcasia jump through here, just as the game starts here. So yeah, we'll get Alpha Arcasia's thoughts on what the draft is so far, as he's able to view the stream. And...
Wait, can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Yeah.
My thoughts on the draft. What do we got here? Pretty standard Destiny comp, to be honest. Jax is a little bit new. Yeah, I think it's a pretty standard draft for both of these teams, actually.
Yeah, I did mention both teams basically got what they wanted here, but
yeah,
I guess what do you think? What do you think? Which team's going to come out with? Which team's stronger with their comfort pick at the end of the day? We've got to have a team come out on top here. Are you going to be able to make a prediction of this draft, or do you think it's just standstill 50-50?
Ooh, think it's going to come down to Prodigium's roams and hooks this game. Their pick potential on Destiny's side is quite strong, and the side laning with Jackson Galio looks pretty good. The team fighting from Fishing side looks insane as well. If the Jinx is able to get a reset in any of these fights, I can see her completely rolling over, steamrolling the fights. We'll
Yeah,
have to see
definitely.
how it plays out. I think Destiny's comp, if they have the macro to back it up, I think is better. To be honest.
Yeah, definitely is predicated on sort of getting those early leads. Kelta last though, definitely very interesting choice for the runes here. Airy Ornn, not entirely sure how I feel about that one. I will say that Ornn as a pick in general, Worlds just kind of came and went. And I think the lack of Ornn being picked in the tournament in general was a bit of a sadness for me because I feel like the champion performs really, really well into the Jax matchup, is able to neutralize him in lane fairly easily, and then he also ends up becoming a very strong 5v5 threat and is actually able to wall out the Jax in a lot of cases, and it's very hard for the Jax to get favorable trades in the early game because obviously he can use that Bellows Breath to counteract the Counter-Strike stun and trade into it really efficiently. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to have as easy of a time playing with Airy. I'm not sure what the Airy Ornn tech is, but maybe it's like secret OP. We'll have to wait and find out. But you are right in terms of all eyes going to be on Prodigium here. I would say one of the largest sort of player gaps in this 5v5 is going to be, Vyacinth, who is just kind of piloting the Enchanters, probably one of the more lower elo players on the Fishing lineup, who is playing against Prodigium, who has time and time again been the best support player in the NTEL. So whether or not we are able to see Prodigium really sort of make use of that and show that player skill and have a bit of agency in the early to mid game here on the Blitzcrank, finding those picks, it's going to be a big decider. But I mean, Blitzcrank in general, a lot of people do sort of consider him, very scary in that level 2, grabbing a hook in the early game and finding solo kills. But I would actually say his identity as a champion more in this sort of day and age does fall into sort of having a weaker early game compared to a lot of the other catch champions. His mana pool in the early game very low. He can only really throw out about 3 of those hooks before he goes so he doesn't want to be doing that too much to give up pressure. But he does scale incredibly well into the mid to late game, and it's those 25, 30-minute Baron teamfights and Dragon dances where just grabbing one single Blitzcrank hook on a key target and turning the fight into a 4v5 is where a lot of that champion's sort of broken game warping levels of strength comes about. So Prodigium, if there's a man on the Rift in this game that is going to be able to land those key skill shots, he's known for his Thresh, he's known for his Pike, he's certainly no stranger to finding those cues. So the rocket grab on Prodigium here as we look towards the 5v5, it's actually not that scary of a lane either for Fishing, outside of, getting hit by a Blitzcrank hook. That is going to be the big decider, but if nobody's getting hit by those skill shots, it's really hard for Varus to bully the Jinx. Jinx has such a long range and actually is one of the few champions that can sort of keep up with Varus's wave clear with the Fishbone's rockets as well.
Nash,
What's up?
probably have to increase the delay on the stream, bro.
Yeah.
Or maybe just stop streaming on Discord.
Why would you need to do that? There's already an inbuilt 3-minute delay.
There's a 3-minute. What?
Yeah,
the spectator delay.
Yeah, that's just
No,
normal
I'm saying for the stream itself. It's struggling to upload. It looks like.
Oh, is it?
That's probably because Discord. Is he just Is he
it's
on
100%
tab
fine
at
for
the
me.
moment?
It's definitely just you.
Wait, your stream is fine on Twitch.
No, yeah. It looks like the stream's lagging on Twitch for me as well.
All right.
People messaging me that.
On Twitch.
Liam, you
Yeah,
want to chuck up a stream
what
for
do you want
this then?
If you want to give Liam perms.
Yeah, I already did. I already did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Liam
Says I can't stream. Yeah, I can't stream into the server again. Let me rejoin or something.
Well, let's see if the
No,
stream goes good.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm still struggling on the perm department there.
Stream went
Just
good
look at
instantly, so it's
look
definitely
at the-
Discord.
Yeah. How
Look
about
at the perms of the channel and just make it so that everybody has perms to stream on the channel. It'll be like channel perms. if you right click.
Yeah. I'm having a look.
Yeah.
Ah, I see.
Leaving and
Which
rejoining does
channel
nothing, I
specific?
promise.
Yeah.
I got it
Try.
now, I got it
Yeah.
now.
There you go. That's-
Yeah, we're here, we're in. Holy
Alright,
huge,
teamwork.
massive.
Now we need to stream the game on Twitch.
Fire.
All right, sweet. We're sorted. I think we just need to stream it on Twitch,
Yeah,
and we're
oh,
good.
luckily,
Yeah,
very kind Destiny and Fishing have paused the game for us, so we've got time to work through our issues, talk about our feelings, because yeah, we've started off NTE Esports with the classic Destiny pause, I believe it is this time. Satanic Badger. Having a shesh.
I mean, as for the mid lane matchup here, I mean, Galio into the Ahri, I mean, this is just a classic matchup that we've seen as of late at the moment, right? We've got Faker versus Knight, game 5 in the mid lane happening right before our very eyes. But I mean, I won't lie, I'm not too hot on the Ahri. I feel like this is a pick that, I mean, I understand why maybe they've gone for it here if, you know, Charybdis and C4J not exactly having the utmost confidence in their ability to match Byron Bernstein in the 1v1 in the mid lane, because it is a pick that it's very, very hard to like do pour on, to feed on. You know, you've got that 3 dashes available on the ultimate, plus the flash, plus the TP. It's just so forgiving. But in terms of its ability to actually have impact positively in the game, I find it's, you know, you compare it to like a Galio in a 5v5 team fight, it just doesn't do as much. So I think that's going to be a big strong point here for Destiny in these early skirmishes, having the Galio that's going to be able to roam down compared to the Ahri, especially a first strike Ahri who isn't having a combat keystone. It's going to be a very, very big difference in terms of their early fighting power.
What the hell? That's inspiration on Ari. We've seen Grass, but I don't think I've ever seen First Strike. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting considering the champion doesn't scale all that well, you know? Like, you see First Strike usually on those very late game hyper carry 6-item sort of mages like the Syndra, etc. But Ari, not really known as like a 6-item hyperscaler per se. You know, she is a bit of a mid-game wonder champ.
The grass meta in the friggin' in Worlds didn't look very good. Electrocute definitely looked a lot better, hopefully. But
for sure.
She is an Ari main. I'm surprised that we're taking First Strike, so...
Yeah, I mean, maybe it ends up being really good. But I mean, the Grasp has been nerfed since the Worlds patch for ranged champions, so... you know, I can understand not wanting to opt towards that. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I will say though, big perhaps point of failure here is Ardmona does have barrier playing against a Seraphine Ahri, so it's going to be quite easy to actually catch this Varus out with such an immobile champion playing into so much like AoE CC come these early fights without having access to that cleanse. So potentially a little bit of a fumble there from Ardmona, but we'll see if it ends up being punished. But here we have C4J potentially going to be getting hooked.
Probably not, but yeah, especially with the lethal tempo, it's going to be very hard to play out these fights without that cleanse. We'll see what happens.
Minions has spawned.
Not much happening. We got an early ward in the bot side for Fishing. Not sure what that's going to do for them, but we do see
they are
out.
The ward. They're pinted here. Yasin.
Okay. Right, not much happening. Just a huge trade in the favor of Destiny.
I think I'm like well ahead of the stream. I'm not too sure. It's hard for me to line up the casters with the stream right now because I don't know what time. Nash, what time are you at on the clock?
Mine is a minute 47.
Oh, no, it's fine. It's like a second difference. It's fine.
Yeah, I can pause it for a second and
like
pause. But yeah, I'm just looking at the stream and it is still buffering, so I assume Nash is just working on that. But I assume the audience is just gonna have to deal with the podcast until that's sorted. But it looks okay now, so I think Nash has figured it more out. So yeah, so guys, back to the game. Feel free to commentate.
Yeah. Wait, Liam, you play by play? Who's play by play?
Yeah, who's play? That's what I was.
I can do play by play if you guys want. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a bit sick and like my mic's a bit stuck. So.
Yep, I'll jump in where needed, but you guys feel free to talk about the game so far. Lots of interesting early trades going on here.
The production is crazy here at Next to Esports, but we're We're 2 minutes into this game right now, and I gotta say, this game state right now looking really, really good for the side of Fishing. We've got a big crash happening here from Ardmona and Prodigium, but unfortunately, Aceco not actually moving down towards the bot side just yet to threaten any sort of dive on this crash. So it looks like Jinx is actually just going to be able to pick all that CS up for free, maybe play for a bounce of their own, and then get a reset, which is going to be really, really huge for them here to try and dodge that extended wave state.
Color casting number 2. Go.
Not much to comment on. There's another crash on the top side.
It's happening top side, but yeah. Aceco is also not there. So.
Pushing towards that, but it doesn't look like we're going to see much action from the junglers. Maybe Jay goes for a gank bot. I doubt it. Maybe we fight it with Scuttle. That's a possibility. We see Satanic Badger moving down for a gank in mid though.
Ooh, going in here. Oh, he's going to go wide on the taunt. It's going to be a bit of a waste, but meanwhile, I'll hook onto Charybdis. Ends up popping the healer.
Yeah, so guys, we got a bit of a scuffle in the river as well. Looks like they are trading blows, but it's going in the favor of Destiny on all sides. Looks like they did manage to sneak away with that Scuttle there, but unfortunately the spot lane is just looking abysmal for Charybdis. Really struggling. A big flash coming in mid lane here. Samurai Kimchi got get taken down. Beautiful first blood from Aceco, but C4J is trying to trade one back, but unfortunately doesn't have the range to take him, and now Prodigium with the roams is finding the monkey in the mid lane, and unfortunately that's 2 down for the side of Destiny in the early game, and this is exactly what Prodigium's known for.
Yeah, beautiful roam coming out of Prodigium, just using the repeated priority that Ardmona is getting with this Varus. It's why you lock this champion in. Varus, Caitlyn, you know, some of the champions that are known for just being able to absolutely be prio kings in that early game. Bit of a trade here on the top side, but as we said, you know, it's really hard for this Jax to move an Ornn so early into the game. He's just so difficult to deal with. Looks like he's going to be going for the Fimbulwinter on Ornn, which I'm personally a bit of a fan of, so that's good to see. But yeah, that did end up costing a little bit. Prodigium had to blow both summoner spells. Baron Bernstein also having his flash taken away. Samurai Kimchi going to be able to keep that flash as we move towards the level 6. So it's going to be very hard to get another sort of repeat kill on this mid lane again. But, you know, Charybdis, he's still sort of just farming away. I'm not going to lie. Like, my main kind of concern here in this draft, we look at the Jinx win condition. They haven't done anything to really put much pressure on Charybdis here on the Jinx. So if he's able to scale up and hit that 2-3 item power spike that Jinx is known for, as soon as he gets one reset in the fight, it's going to be so hard to deal with. But topside,
yeah, we got a topside gank, but Kalos is just going to drop that flash, and that was very much needed because Isuko is looking to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Might not have a big deficit in that bot lane. Jinx is still a threat, but Vi, her sister, is absolutely running away with the lead in the jungle here. It's definitely going to be difficult to take down. Not the sort of champion that can 1v9 games, but a Vi that has that early Sundered Sky is just going to be all that much harder to take down in these team fights, especially when you got low damage champions like Ari to supplement. It's going to be a bit of a problem. Do we think that Isuko is going to become a big factor in this game?
I mean, looking at Jay, he might be getting caught here. He's expecting Asuko to be going on these grubs right now, but Asuko's actually looking for the dragon. Oh, Jay gets away with the murder, stealing those raptors.
As he should do. We love it. We love a jungler that prioritizes dragon.
In the mid lane.
Ooh.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at stream, but we got another kill coming through in the mid lane there. Samurai Kimchi does find the kill. It was a bit of murder he got away with, as Ryan mentioned. He was on that Raptor camp in the middle of 3 champions, but they're able to find the play. Prodigium wasn't covering mid just yet, and they find Baron Bernstein, and he's probably just thinking he just got the rug pulled out from under him with all his champions around, but Fishing pull off the heist there, and that's very essential for them. Bit of a interesting hero's entrance there in the mid lane, but I think they're desperately trying to get towards those grubs, but I'm not sure they're going to make it in time.
Yeah, so this is actually really fine for Fishing's sort of game plan that they're going for here, that they're able to get a couple of grubs away here on C4J. Obviously, them taking the first dragon is to be expected. They have the higher sort of damage composition early. It's really going to be that 3rd, 4th dragon when Jinx starts to get some items online, and Ornn has, you know, access to the teleport, access to a bit of that frontline potential, and Vyacinth as well, getting a couple of the enchanter items online that we're really going to start to see Fishing be able to sort of punch back in this sort of early game. So the fact that they didn't just handshake both dragon and grubs, and they were able to, you know, time C4J taking those grubs away at a crucial time so that they don't give both objectives on the map needlessly, really, really intelligent here from the side of Fishing's jungler. But mid lane, it looks like Samurai Kimchi getting chased down a little bit. But as we said before, you know, Ari just so hard to sort of pinch down. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that was intelligent by Jay by any means. I think he assumed that Esuke was going for the grubs with zero vision. I mean, all you can do is assume.
Horn getting called here.
The top side doesn't result in anything because we're spectating mid for a trade. It's not going to really result in anything.
Yeah,
Oh,
camera just go for that, and we see a camera go bot lane, and we already see True just getting picked up there. No Vi ult needed, just the setup and the pressure from this Blitzcrank is all they need. But they're going to send it on Satanic Badger. They really want to get this kill back for the Wukong, and they're just about going to get it perfectly calculated. One tower shot was all they needed to get that kill back, but Jay knew his limits, and he got that one just in time, and that's some big gold. Definitely swung back in the favor of Fishing. Very well needed, but we talked about that win condition. It's getting shut down at the moment.
I mean, it looked unfortunate for Satanic Badger there. It looked like his Q got cancelled by the Wukong ult. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but we see Samurai Kimchi's ult getting burnt by the Asuko Q. He has ult, so that was very intelligent use of the ult by Samurai Kimchi on the Ari pick, avoiding the potential follow-up by the Vi. But
yes,
yeah.
Super scary though now if you are Samurai Kimchi, because now you're an Ari, you don't have the ultimate available, you've still got no flash for about 2 minutes, and that assault and battery on Asuko is a threat. So at any moment she can dash out of that bush into the mid lane, lock you down, and then the CC chain on top of that with Galio is going to be absolutely horrendous. So super, super scary if you are the mid lane Ari moving into these next few minutes. We'll have to see if Destiny are able to capitalize and really get the ball rolling. But you have to wonder if that's really where their priority should be, though, because shutting down Samurai Kimchi, I mean, sure, it might get you a kill here and there, but is it really going to be doing much in the way to shut down this Fishing team comp when, again, so much is going to be riding on Charybdis, who has gone, aside from that one death down in the bot lane, relatively uncontested, farming up on this Jinx. We say 83 CS to 75, not even a 10 CS deficit on such a strong early game focused draft on this bot side. You have to wonder if this Jinx is just going to be an absolute menace, but I will say, Jinx going for the lethality build.
Oh, hold that thought as we see Vyasin getting hooked in there. Unfortunately, has to drop the flash and the heal to get out of that, and that is going to be crucial with the objectives coming up. The Dragon on the horizon here. I'm sure they are going to be looking at her for that with the Viol, with the Galio CC. She's just going to be a sitting duck, has to play behind her team now, and yeah, that might be a huge repercussions later on, but right now it looks like they're actually fighting back in this Fishing bot lane, getting some priority back for the first time this game.
Yeah, this is actually...
it's going to prevent Daniel to roam up for this scrub fight that's impending. In 25 seconds, it's going to be spawning. We see Vi taking the scuttle, setting up for that. Ooh, Jay might be able to steal this one away.
Look at the item difference, though, on the junglers right now.
Wow. I mean, Jay and Kimchi absolutely stealing that away from Vi, who has the huge item advantage. Pretty unfortunate that Asuka had to give that one up, but we do see him starting those grubs by himself while Satanic Badger does back. He has TP. We do have TP on Samurai Kimchi as well, but he is getting shoved down the tower. And Jay looks like he's in a position to contest this. But we're looking at bot side for some reason.
Yeah, I think there'll be a fight bot. The guys are walking down here. The hero's entrance has been dropped, but here we go. Directed camera wants to take us to the grub fight where C4J has gone in 2v1 with the item advantage. He's trying his darndest, and they find the kill onto Asuko. Samurai Kimchi comes through, and they pick up the double bar. Unfortunately, on the bot side, Vyasin was found there. Unfortunately, the Super Mega Death Rocket isn't going to clip Ardmona to trade some damage back. I'm not sure it would have killed, but certainly would have relieved a lot of pressure. But right now, it was just a cross map. Destiny winning out in the bot side with that kill on Vyasin, and Fishing Esports coming out with that victory in the top side, double kill, and I believe they're going to pick up 2 grubs off the back of it. So this team picking up 4 grubs versus such an early game skirmish comp, especially with the item difference factored in. Fishing are playing pretty well.
Yeah, I gotta say they're doing absolutely wondrous here, but Charybdis did have to go cleanse flash to get out of there with his life. And against such a composition like this with so much catch potential, so much CC, it's really, really scary going to be playing this Jinx in the next few minutes. But Aceco tries to get the Q with the flash from the bush, ends up going a little bit wide. Samurai Kimchi going to be blowing a flash of their own. So that is indeed going to be the second dragon, as we predicted, going to the side of Destiny. Charybdis walking up a little bit too close here with no sums.
Yeah, I believe he's going to go down here. Nothing for him. His team not even on the horizon there. He might have not even spotted that pink ward that he was sitting on there. Prodigium sees blood and he just beelines for him in the river. Find the pick onto Charybdis, and he's finding it really hard to get online versus this heavy pick composition. There's just every champion he's walking into has a way to pick this Jinx, and like you mentioned, when he's got no summoners, he's just a sitting duck.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice little
Picking it
turn. I mean,
there, unfortunately.
we see Fishing just not on the same page there. Looked like Charybdis wanted to contest that dragon, but no one was in position to contest it yet. Charybdis getting caught off a little bit too early. Again, with the sums down, it's way too scary for him to be walking up there. And he didn't see he just risk blind there and moved up and died for it, basically.
Yeah, well,
he's probably going to calm down a lot in this with these objectives being down. I mean, I say that, but this game has been very, very chaotic. A lot of action happening in the first 15 minutes, and we'll have to see watch what happens with Charybdis being down so much CS and 2 deaths. Only down 400 gold though, not too bad. But yeah, I guess if anyone else wants to comment.
yeah, I was gonna ask Jackson, what does he prefer right now? The game state, you know, was pretty much even in gold, but you've got 2 dragons on the side of Destiny. But you know, you might have that late game front to back composition on the side of Fishing Esports. Who do you think's actually winning out in the current game state at 40 minutes?
Look, I would normally say trust in the Jinx to hit 2 items. Once you hit that IE Rinan's power spike, it is so scary to play against in the 5v5s. But Charybdis actually going like for this like lethality Jinx collector build, so I don't even think the scaling is there. Like Jinx is not actually going to be that much of a 5v5 threat come to items. Tried to go for this early game lethality build to get a little bit of an extra lane advantage, but it's going to come at the cost of really delaying those big power spike items that Jinx is known for. So I don't actually know. I think based on purely the itemization routes that we've seen come out from these teams, I actually think Destiny is in a really big favorable spot because Jinx is not going to be able to come online to deal with the 3rd Drake, maybe even the 4th, based on how the game is going. 0-2, not the best start to the game. And so I think it might just be sold for Destiny, and if you're not able to actually contest any of the dragons before the 4th, it's going to be so hard to come back. But meanwhile, bit of a team fight happening here.
Oh, they're sending it fully onto Ardmona here. They're sending the whole kitchen sink with the Ari ult and the Wukong, but they're not able to find him. He's kiting out with his life, just barrier in his pocket, and he bought so much time for his team to come back with the trade. They do trade 1 for 1. Kel'Thuz's is flashing the wall to try back up his jungler, and they're looking to find Byron now left all on his lonesome. Prodigium wanted none of that, and Vyasith on the rotate. Satanic Badger might have something to say about it, but it looks like they're just cutting their losses here. And did Ardmona, was he in that fight? Why is Jinx now banging on this turret? It should have been a victory, I feel, for Destiny in the mid lane, but right now, Charybdis just got alone time and took down an entire turret in that bot lane using those 4 grubs.
Yeah, super huge for Charybdis, looking at a nice 200 gold lead here over the enemy ADC. Very nicely positioned. Both summoner spells about to come up for this next fight. All eyes are going to be on Charybdis as we move towards this 3rd Drake and stopping the current onslaught of Destiny. And I got to say right now, C4J doing an absolutely wonderful job of maintaining the team in terms of agency over this early to mid game when they have drafted for such a late game dominant 5v5 sort of comp, which I mean, I know that's the sort of composition that you yourself, Bladexa, are quite fond of going for on Jupies. You've said it yourself a bunch of times. You know, if you draft for scaling, the onus is on your opponent to shut you down before you're able to come online. And if you're the better team, you know, why not just take that responsibility, take that kind of gamble that, you know, you're not going to lose the early game, you're going to come online and you're going to have that sort of period of inevitability. And I guess that's what Fishing have tried to go for here, and C4J has really been the driving factor stopping Destiny from just running away with the game in these early to mid fights.
Yeah, Kel'Thuz has also shown up exactly where he needs to be, and Samurai Kimchi having a good game himself. Hold that thought, C4J does get hooked here, but I don't think they were searching for him as the trade back comes through. Charybdis having the confidence with his team around now, knows that if they play these 5v5s out, it's nowhere near as easy to pick up this Jinx, because like you mentioned, C4J in a monster spot is going to be running rampant himself, and you know, Ardmona himself might be getting dived on. His team probably playing full dive here. Who's going to protect this Varus to get the damage off? It's just going to be a bit of a battle of attrition, and right now with the gold in Fishing's pockets, who knows who's going to come out on top. But yeah, I think they have at least that dragon win condition sitting in their pockets, but being down golden, are they going to be able to secure it? What do you think Destiny need to do to come back and swing this gold lead back in their favor, Ryan?
I mean,
well,
things
we're
are going
seeing-
well.
We see the TP advantage in the top lane. I think that, well, Kel'Thas is backing. I think that Destiny could just sack this dragon and go for the top lane push and maybe even pressure mid. I think that giving up this dragon might be a good idea, but we see Jax recalling, probably going to TP back into this fight. Don't completely agree with this, but we'll have to see what the 5v5 looks like, because I think that's what we're about to see here with the vision line. Oh, there's the hook.
Beautiful rocket grab there, but unfortunately there's no one there. There's no coordination, unfortunately, there. It's just going to be a bit of a jump scare. Maybe thinking he could get the flash out of Charybdis, but he holds his nervous symbol. Here we go with the Rift Herald coming in, looking like Silent out here, but unfortunately ults go wide, and it's going to be much ado with nothing for both teams. Ultimates and skill shots flying left, right, and center, but right now we are still in the neutral. Prodigium sends another hook by Samurai Kimchi. They're going to look to CC him down. They find the hold, but it's just trades back and forth. It's absolutely crazy here. Charybdis untouched in the backline, but the dive champions are wreaking havoc on the backline here. Vyacinth going down. C4J soon to follow. Admona keeping alive during all the chaos, and Kel'Thas isn't going to find that one. Triple kill for Admona there, and Charybdis running for the hills as his entire team has fallen down around him. Him soon to follow Prodigium.
Look at this build! Dude, he's going for another lethality item against this
Yeah,
bomb.
that's what I wanted to comment on that. That's absolutely ridiculous. The build I've seen typically from Jinxes is the corrupt that item into IE. Like the crit and the lethality isn't actually that bad. It gives you a lot of damage on your ult and W, mainly your ult. But I haven't ever seen the second item lethality. That's a bit strange.
I think the Collector can have its place, absolutely. It does give you a little bit more early fighting potential, so if you're going for an early game comp, it allows Jinx to participate a little bit earlier than she otherwise would have. But
here?
the double lethality item.
We're pulling a heist with the double teleport. C4J and the whole squadron has shown up. It's just Charybdis not here, but Asuko's going in for the steal. Can he do it? No! Vyacinth ends up securing that one. Asuko trying to get out of harm's way, and he does so. Jumping over that wall with the Q. C4J now finds himself alone on enemy front lines, but he's able to get out with that newly buffed Wukong W, potentially saving him with that cooldown decrease. But yeah, what an absolute steal from Fishing to deny the third dragon in a win con. It's going to buy them a bit of breathing room, but now I think Destiny are completely comfortable with what's happened, because they're well and truly in the driving seat after picking up that teamfight victory.
They certainly are, but look at Jinx's damage, dude. This is so pathetic. Like, I have to know what happened for him to think that this build is good, because I don't know if you watched the dragon fight, but he was just pumping autos into the Galio left, right, and center. He probably autoed Galio 20 times and didn't even do 1,000 damage to him, because he just does not have any sort of percent armor pen. He has no LDR completed. He has no Infinity Edge completed. Very little attack speed, no attack speed coming out in this build. So the DPS just isn't there to shred through this front line, and it's a very heavy frontline comp that Destiny has gone for melee champions. You would think it's an absolute dream scenario to pick up a Runaan's Hurricane and start pumping out those splash damage autos on the heavy engage, but unfortunately not. And meanwhile, Admona, Blade of the Ruin King, Guinsoo's Rageblade, absolutely beautiful itemization here on the Varus. This is exactly what you want to see, and such a strong 2-item spike. It's going to be so hard for Fishing Esports to match the damage that they're going to have in the 5v5s, and that should be their biggest strength with this draft.
Yeah, we see the Baron started by the Destiny, but we see Byron also in the bot lane trying to pressure that bot side. I think Destiny just trading their health for no reason, but we don't see any punishment by Fishing on Destiny's side. And it looks like that bot tower is just going to go down for free. We see top lane, nothing really happening. Mid lane is getting reset. Byron seems to be very scared of the absolute nothing that's happening in the bot side, probably due to the lack of vision on Destiny's side. It's unfortunate to see, which, I mean, Prodigium's usually pretty good at getting vision secured, but I must have missed when Vyacinth and C4J must have cleared that out.
They certainly are. Meanwhile, Fimbulwinter completed here on the Ornn, certainly going to be a big power spike. He's also just hit level 13, which means those ornaments are going to start coming in. One more level, he'll be able to pop one onto Charybdis or Vyacinth, I would imagine. Probably Charybdis. I know that the Enchanter ornaments used to be very good back when they, like, you know, made Moonstone heal for more than normally would, etc. on the passive, but it's just a straight stat increase now, so you're probably best putting that onto your AD carry in most scenarios. But I don't know whether the Ornn scaling is going to be able to match up, because
I mean, it looks like Destiny's posturing for a mid fight here. Also, with the top pressure, they've given up, conceded bot pressure entirely.
counter initiation though.
Yeah, we've got a big fight coming out here. They've also flying through. Grand Entrance has come down, but it looks like they're running it back. Fishing Esports. C4J finding on Mona. He doesn't have flash or Barrett to get away. He's going to go down, and Samurai Kimchi finds the shutdown. They're looking to trade kills back. Kelthalis coming in with the horn, knocking up Satanic Badger. He's desperately trying to get one back. Finally takes down C4J there, but the Charybdis is left untouched. Lethality build or not, if you don't take down this Jinx and she gets these resets, she's absolutely going to run away with this team fight. And Fishing pick up a huge win, basically uninitiated there in the mid lane. We just fought for not even a tier 1 tower. They're just looking to buy space on the map, but Fishing swing right back, get a huge team fight win, and now Gold swing all the way in the way of Fishing Esports, and we're back to an even game.
Yeah, I think that was a huge blunder on Satanic Badger's part. He has the TP advantage, and he does not pull the trigger on that TP until very, very late into the fight. We've already seen 2 people die on Destiny's side.
Yeah, C4J and Aceco really the 2 driving forces of that team fight. We saw Aceco try to go in a little bit prematurely, ended up collapsing onto C4J's clone alongside the Prodigium hook, baited so many engage spells with that excellent usage of the Wukong clone, and then immediately pulled the trigger with the Cyclone, finding that counter initiation onto Aceco, not allowing him to leave back to his team. And then after that, it was just a simple case of bringing one person down, giving Jinx the reset, and then popping the rest of Destiny in quick succession after those cooldowns were blown. And unfortunately, that is just going to be the case when you have such a cooldown reliant draft like the side of Destiny. If you pull the trigger and you don't find success, you're just going to get counter initiated on, and while you're waiting for those cooldowns, you really can't fight back. So they have to be very intelligent with where they look for these engages.
Yeah, this macro decision by Destiny is quite interesting right now. We're seeing this Baron get started by Asuko. Oh no, Asuko Ardmona. Yeah, it's getting started, and they're going to trade Dragon for Baron here, or they're going to try at least. I think they're going to get away with it. I think that the comp is fast enough at killing Baron that they should be able to steal this in time.
Yeah, I would say this is still relatively fine for Fishing, trading the Dragon away for the Baron. It's not really at a stage of the game, and they don't have a comp that's going to allow them to, you know, take inhibitors and take much in the way of objectives away from Fishing if they just wait out the buff. And obviously, you know, tying the Dragons up to denying Soul Point, it's going to be very, very good, as ultimately, you know, we are seeing LDR or Mortal Reminder, whichever he elects to build, finally getting built up on Charybdis here. So he will start to deal some damage to this front line, which is wonderful to see. So certainly the scaling is in their favor, you know, buying themselves time, taking Destiny a little bit further away from Soul Point is certainly going to be points in their favor here.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see what Destiny does with this Baron. Hopefully the macro is on point. We are seeing the bot lane getting pushed in. They completely forfeiting top lane. Unfortunately, Kelthalis is a bit scared with the lack of vision, but we do see like 4 of their characters. We see Hook.
Humongous hook there. They're using the vision perfectly, and they find out Charybdis, who's holding that flash there, really playing a dangerous game with Prodigium, and unfortunately he does not come out the winner, and this is going to be spelling disaster for them. They're trying to hold the best they can using the on hold, corner of the fall guards used just onto Prodigium, but the siege isn't going to stop anytime soon. All Destiny members pretty healthy on par from Prodigium, and I think they've got their eyes on that bottom second tier right now.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That looks like a good bot tier 2 secure by Destiny here. I don't see how Fishing are able to contest this at all with Charybdis still dead for 5 more seconds. We see
dude! How does he do it? He just lands every single one.
We see the ultimates being dropped right back to try and trade anything here, try and punish Prodigium for these hex slashes, but Destiny peel back here, and it's just rinse and repeat, look for more hooks, but unfortunately I think they've taken too much damage. They call it there for the siege. They're still probably going to have a little bit more time on their Baron once they reset, but that's a successful heist there from Destiny. Another 4K build now. The gold lead swinging like a pendulum in this game between these 2 teams, but I'd say in terms of Baron power plays, it's not the worst for Fishing. You know, they've certainly got that team fight prowess they can lean in on later on in this game, especially now that Jinx has that 3rd item completed. You know, who knows?
The back of Jinx getting hooked there, like that was pretty bad by Charybdis to get hooked. He, like you said, he had the flash, he had the ability to dodge out on that ability, and he is just holding it for the next Worlds, maybe?
Yeah, definitely an ego check, thinking that he could just dodge out of that. I will say, Yasin here, I really need to see this Seraphine start to perform a little more in these 5v5s. Seraphine Ultimate, such a hugely important spell, and I think we've seen about 3 or 4 large fights in a row where Yacinth has basically altered Casper the Ghost. It has hit absolutely no one. I think that last one tagged Aceco pretty inconsequentially, but that was, I think, the best that it's done. I think the other 3 have quite literally hit 0 players on the enemy team, so I really need to see Yacinth lock in and land an ultimate here.
We're seeing another pick here. Unfortunately, Samurai Kimchi going to get taken down, and now Kalthala's in no man's land, teleporting into 3 champions. Can they bring this fight back? They're trying to front to back, but Byron to the Burnside's tanking them all for the longest amount of time. Yacinth flashes out of the hook, but here we go. Jinx getting excited, trying to bring the fight back on. Mona is getting caught out by C4J, and we see their battle of attrition here. It's just not working out in Destiny's favor. Jinx free hitting, C4J frontlining along with Kalthalis, and they bring the fight back from the jaws of defeat. Samurai Kimchi going down at the side just isn't big enough for them to win out in that fight. When Jinx is able to free hit like that, they got to use this dive comp to find these key players, and unfortunately they don't do that. And now they're finding themselves losing out on a lot more gold there with Dragon on the horizon. It's just such a back and forth battle between these 2 teams, and neither one of them have knocked each other out yet.
I'm not sure if it's the fact that they're not finding these picks. They're finding these picks. I think they're just blowing all of their ults just on the one person when there's still 4 champions left to kill in the team. We need to be holding our ults. That Galio ult hit nobody. I'm assuming the Admona used ult on the Ahri that was dead to rights there. I think that we need to be playing these fights a little bit slower on Destiny's side and holding our ultimates to pick up these key targets, like you said with Jinx.
Yeah, Seraphine almost has that Moonstone Renewer completed as well, and as we start to move into these more late game team fights in the 30+ minute mark, hang on, Prodigium looking for a hook, it's going to go wide.
Yeah, they're trying to find him now, but unfortunately that Blitzcrank is a little bit too slippery with that Trailblazer in his pocket there. But he's off on the horizon, he's looking for more picks here. He might be able to find it onto C4J, but that's a very tanky monkey. He might be going in now. Admona getting caught out, and that's a beautiful pick on all the 3 members. Joe just getting excited at the start of the fight, and Destiny running for the hills. Fishing Esports completely running train on the back of Yasin's huge ultimate here, and Lethality Jinx has scaled, ladies and gentlemen. She's absolutely dropping people, dealing damage now, and Fishing don't care about that dragon anymore. They're looking for Destiny's base.
We see the difference that a good Seraphine ultimate can make, as it is just going to be Fishing coming up huge in game 1. They might be able to even close this out. We've got death timers on 3 members left. Aceco and Satanic Badger don't have the wave clear on these champions. They need to go forward and sacrifice themselves for the wave, but the CC, it's looking too much.
Oh, they're trying their best to take down these towers, but that tower's holding true. Jareb just gets caught out. Satanic Badger with a huge pick to take him down. Satanic Badger using that item there to keep himself alive. I forgot the item here. Sundered Sky absolutely keeping him alive there, but unfortunately, Aceco looking for the counter engage. Do they have the damage with Kalthalis showing up now? Looks like he's going to be the sacrificial lamb offered up to Destiny to keep the rest of the team safe. If that isn't a team player, I don't know what is, but again, Fishing Esports probably coming out a little bit ahead, but they give a little bit back, and now that's going to be the Dragon probably in Destiny's pocket, maybe even Baron.
No, it's definitely not in their favor. They hold the push on the Nexus. They find the key picks, and this is going to be a free Baron, probably a free Baron and a free Dragon going over to the side of Destiny. It's going to put them up to Soul Point. It's going to buy them time. They're pretty much going to be able to wait out most of the inhibitor time. But meanwhile,
is going for the 1v3. He's trying his darnest to use that Sundered Sky healing. Like I said, there's no anti-heal, and he's absolutely 1v3. He's jumping on the Fiancin. Almost grabs him down there, but what a hero play from the man in the top lane here. Debut game on Jax, and he's absolutely popping off on the pick right now. They're desperately trying to get this dragon away before Destiny show up, but it's such a close battle here. AC goes there for the smite fight. He doesn't win it, but C4J, is he going to drop for the sins of this team here? Unfortunately, going down there, and that's just a huge pickup for them to get that third dragon, but again,
pings have been Destiny
for the Baron. Like, I would love to see Aceco hold his fight, knowing that Jax is in a 1v3. You should be looking at Jax there, knowing that that fight is very, very close, and you should be holding your smite for that steal there. It's unfortunate that he wasted it on the Baron there. And I'll pass it over to UKDS.
Yeah, absolutely huge team fight for the side of Fishing once again. Unfortunately, it is going to be Fishing who are able to steal the Dragon away. They've moved up to Dragon Soul Point, only one more, and it will be absolute disaster for the side of Team Destiny. This is one thing about Baron buff that is sort of misunderstood. Baron is very, very good, but if you're not able to really take things and build a lead out of it, handing over Dragon and giving your enemy team one step closer to Soul is not a good trade in the majority of cases. So Fishing somehow turning a terrible scenario where they lose 2 players on that inhibitor push overstay into going 1-for-1 on the objectives.
I don't know if you caught that, but Jinx's items
Does look like Seeker's Arm Guard is purchased. I mean, it makes a little bit of sense here. You look at the catch potential on the side of the enemy team. There is the hook from the Blitzcrank. There's the Galio engage. They're getting hit by the Chains of Corruption from Varus. Having Seeker's Arm Guard in potentially what is a one last team fight scenario to buy her a little bit of time could be clutch, but obviously that is going to be built into the GA. It looks like Kelperasto pulling the trigger.
Just burning flash there. It doesn't look like there's going to be much resulting from this. I mean, Destiny still have the Baron. They can't 5-man push this, I don't think. This should be allowed by Fishing Esports. Destiny are going to be pushing in the top lane. The side pressure is just really good. I think we just don't die here, and we are looking very good. We see the flashback. Oh!
This isn't enough with the Encore coming across. There's the Seeker's Arm Guard coming through clutch here. They're absolutely trying to win out in this front to back 4v5. Looks like they're doing their best. Satanic Badger nowhere to be seen with this TP, and he's coming in now. Unfortunately, no timing there, but the rocket comes through, finds the reset, and now Ardmona in a very bad place here, getting caught out by all the Fishing Esports members. They're absolutely converging. Byron trying to do his best here, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Satanic Badger up on this Jax again. Can he take him down? He finds another double kill. Finds another teamfight victory from the jaws of defeat. Satanic Badger on this Jax has been having such a clinical performance here in this late game. Very quiet in the early game, but now that he's got items in his pocket, he's really turning up when it matters.
I'm telling you, it's this dude. This Jinx build on the squishy targets is kind of performing. You look at Jinx's damage onto the low armored targets like the ADC, like the Galio, who's pretty much full magic resistance. He only has the Zhonya's Hourglass for a little bit of armor. You know, the damage is quite impressive. Jax gets so much armor from his ultimate. When he's jumping on your face, Jinx just doesn't have the damage to deal with him. He's just getting melted. But we see, you know, Fishing, as we get closer to these late game team fights, that front to back is scary. It was just a little bit of a misstep. Charybdis getting hooked right at the start of the team fight, having to blow the Seeker's Arm Guard. And then again, they just misposition that front to back as the team fight sort of wrapped around to the top side of Red Buff, and they were able to start picking down the Fishing members in a little one at a time fashion.
Here we go.
Yasin, I don't know, all eyes are on this Seraphine here to really enable this front to back, but Prodigium looking for potentially a bit of a pick.
They've found C4J here in the jungle, and a huge hook onto Vyacinth again. Prodigium with the God Hand has been finding people left, right, and center. Calls the Forge Guard onto 3 to try and get the jungle out of harm's way, and it looks like it'll do just that, but Vyacinth getting sent back to the Fountain, and Destiny buying all the space they need to pick up this 3rd dragon. We might be seeing 7 dragons in this game, ladies and gentlemen. It's going the full distance between these two teams in just the first game of the series, and if there's something I've come to learn in this series, it is that gold doesn't mean anything. It's just the abilities and the players and their playmaking is what matters here, and Fishing are by no means out, but they've got to find something to get back into it. But Prodigium has just been landing them all, baby.
God.
Prodigium does not miss. If there's a player on this map that you can rely to land those key skill shots, I said it in Champ Select and I'll say it again, it's Prodigium as he finds another.
They're absolutely coming in onto this Nexus here with all their champions, trying to siege it all down, but the Encore's down onto 4, but there's no damage to be found. We see how crucial this Jinx is for the composition. C4J, without the Cyclone, can't do much. Kel'Thas about to get his ult back. Maybe they can get some kills on the exit. They're absolutely looking for Ardmona here. With no fire, they might find him. The barrier tries to buy some time, but they're going to pick him up. C4J going to trade his life off with that one, though. And they avoid the Nexus blowing up, but again, Destiny probably the winners at the end of it all.
Yeah, they're going to be able to rotate down here and grab Dragon, deny Soul away from the side of Fishing Esports. I wonder if they'll try and contest it, but no smite available with C4J, still dead for another 35 seconds. It's going to be perhaps a little bit of a freebie as Jinx even lending a bit of a leash with the Super Mega Death Rocket there. But I gotta say, we are just seeing the weakness of this composition after that Jinx goes down. It's pretty much all of the DPS on the side of the Fishing composition. If Jinx gets picked by those Blitz hooks, it's just left, right, good night for Destiny. They are just going to be able to run over the top of the Fishing team composition. Ari, Wukong, Ornn, Seraphine, these are not high damage champions. They are purely playing the front to back and enabling Jinx to pump out the DPS. We need to see Charybdis not getting hooked by Prodigium, but he's just finding her time and time again like an absolute maestro on this Blitzcrank hook. But I gotta say, if there's someone in the Northern Territory that is just known for these catch champions, it is certainly Prodigium. He is usually pulling bans left, right, and center on things like his Thresh and his Pike, so it really comes as no surprise.
Oh, what a chaotic last 5 minutes as we see that Vincent just scraping by the Blitzcrank hook there. It's very, 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 very tense right now as we're seeing the pick comp from Destiny absolutely paying in dividends. And we see Kel'Thas getting hooked here. Is this going to result in anything, though?
He's a bit too tanky to actually bait Ace-Go.
Going in to the composition, Ace-Go gets charmed up by the Encore, and they're sending all the tools to try and take down this fight. Can they do it? It's going to be so important for them to find this kill after they've invested so much. They're trying, but unfortunately the hook finally misses. They're trying to find the kill, but they don't have the DPS. Satanic Badger looking to do what he can to win out this team fight, and Byron finally finishes that one off. Who can kill the Jax now with the Jinx dead? They're running for their heals. They know he's so important for the composition, but Destiny winning out on another team fight there. If you look at the players dead though, maybe you'd consider that might be a Fishing win. It's just equal trade both sides there, but
it's not though, because Jinx, as we said, so much of this Fishing team comp, and with her down, there's nothing really threatening the side of Destiny from just being able to march down this tier 1 and take this inhibitor. C4J posturing a little bit forward, but I'm not really sure that he can actually pull the trigger without that Jinx to follow up behind him.
Yeah, especially with his ult being down, I don't think that's ever going to be a fight. I'm surprised Destiny are backing off here in favor to do nothing. Instead of just taking this inhib while the Jinx is down. This is a huge macro mistake by Destiny here. Not taking advantage of the Jinx being dead for another 20 seconds. And we're going to see another reset. It's going to calm down a little bit, hopefully, as we see the vision game being played by Fishing and Destiny.
Yeah, they definitely are. We do see Infinity Edge here on Charybdis finally at 5th item. Hopefully we see a Runan's Hurricane come in last in place of this broken Seeker's Arm Guard. I would absolutely love to see that. It certainly favors the comp, but I mean, Charybdis, just all eyes need to be on this Jinx because he's just getting caught out in every single fight. And unfortunately, when you have a draft like this, you can't afford to get caught out. I understand Charybdis not used to playing 80 carries that don't have a 2-second invulnerability on a button, but unfortunately, if you are playing Jinx, you are just vulnerable if people dive on top of you like that. So you can't put yourselves in positions to do so. But C4J looks like they found Satanic Badger hiding in one of the bushes, but he might be able to leap out here. Yeah, he's too tanky.
He can delay the fight for as long as he needs. I'm surprised that Gallia didn't pull the ult trigger on the ult there and look for a fight. We see the hook. It's just going to scrape by Kel'Thas' Ornn there. We got Dragon in how long? 1 minute 20.
1 minute 23.
So we should just be looking for a siege and then going for this reset and then going for the Dragon, I hope, from Destiny's side. But it's looking quite bleak on the side of Fishing. They're going to have to, like you said, like Charybdis needs to survive in these fights. And
yeah, he is pretty much the entire team right now. It looks like he has finished that 6th item. It is just Zhonya's. He's not even buying another DPS item. He's just going full Zhonya's Hourglass 6th. I think that this is extremely troll. I think it's extremely troll.
Seriously.
200 IQ Charybdis knows that you can't deal damage if you're dead. He's just fully respecting that he's just getting caught out in these fights, and I assume, yeah, he's just really prioritizing his safety because it looks like the team are just committing to this dive playstyle. It's not really peel front to back. C4J's getting in, trying to assassinate Ardmona, and that's just been the tale of this game. It's just which team, you know, wins out on this battle of attrition so far. But I think right now,
counter to that is why not build Guardian Angel that scales with all of your abilities and your main ability, which is an auto attack. I don't understand the Zhonya's.
I think the thing is that if Vi pops the assault and battery, right, you can pop the Zhonya's before she flips you to not get CC'd, so you can actually dodge it. Whereas if you have GA, yeah, you might get the revive, but it's after you get, you know, bursted 100-0, the enemy team might surround you, and then after that, you know, you might just revive and die straight away. But
they look to be picking up Prodigium here. I think they have the damage. This Blitzcrank is not tanky this late into the game. 42 minutes, we're going in for the long haul, but unfortunately, speaking of not tanky, neither are your structures with this Jackson. Getting some alone time. Kelthalis is getting torn, a new one from the Zax. That has reached 6 items at this point in the game. Absolutely destroyed him, and now your Nexus is exposed versus Jax. I don't think Ari's going to be able to handle it, but that's still at the Dragon. Tonius comes in there, Encore goes wide, and there's no Cyclone on this Wukong. I believe this is just all but over for the side of Fishing Esports. Jax still having a great time in the Nexus, and I think we've finally come to a point where it's just going to be lights out for Fishing.
Yeah, this game looks like it's going to be over. We're going to be going to game 2. Don't see how Ari is able to clear this wave. We're going to just see this slowly get taken. And
yeah, I mean, it is just a draft and an itemization gap in the end. Like we said, you know, Ari is such a vegan champion in these mid to late game team fights. And I mean, the Jinx, as we said, you know, like I feel like the real big win condition here for the side of Fishing is just going for that Jinx super hyper carry sort of 2-3 item build, but instead of going for, you know, the Infinity Edge, the Runans, the LDR, and just popping off at 3 items, we see this like lethality build ended up not doing much in the way of damage until she ended up getting that LDR 4th. But by then, Jax is so strong. This champion scales into like 4 or 5 items so incredibly that it's just so hard for Fishing to deal with him, and he just ran over absolutely everybody. And I gotta say, Prodigium, absolute maestro on this Blitzcrank pick, time and time again, finding those rocket grabs when he needed them, and really, really putting Destiny on the map.
Yeah, just thinking about it further, I mean, Destiny's side is, like I said at the start, the split push was quite a huge threat here, and thinking about it more, like, Fishing do not have an answer to this Jax in the side lane. Kelthalis is on. I mean, it can sort of wave clear against it, but I mean, that's all it can do. It's just going to keep getting shoved. It's going to lose 100% of the priority. And we saw that time and time again with these fights where Jax could have pressured a lot more than he did, instead opting in for the reset and then walking towards these Dragon and Baron fights. But I think we should maybe talk about MVP, SVP now.
I mean, MVP, I feel like it's definitely like a Satanic Badger or a Prodigium angle, but honestly, I feel like the only reason Satanic Badger was able to get to the 4-item spike and start making Jax look extremely OP is because Prodigium just absolutely allowed them to get that late into the game by repeatedly stealing those team fights away with some insanely well-placed rocket grabs.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely, yeah. He definitely pulled out way more value than a Blitzcrank should be getting in the late game. We see even how squishy he was. He got picked off in that last fight, but that was the only time he really went down there. Really playing super brave, going into the front lining on this Blitzcrank, finding these amazing hooks to start off the fight, and it just made it so much easier for his team to execute, knowing that they blow off Zhonya's at the start of the fight, knowing they blow a flash, knowing the team has to drop all these ults just to heal instead of having that steady front to back where they can find an engage of their own. Prodigium certainly had a great impact, and while Satanic Badger definitely has a place in my heart for those huge pop-off moments, big 1v3 plays, I think Prodigium's going to be the one to take it away for MVP in this game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As for the SVP, I gotta say C4J had some absolutely incredible counter initiations on the Wukong, and as well actually played the mid game and the early game very, very well, making sure that despite drafting that sort of more scaling team composition, he was able to, you know, trade the grubs away for the Dragon time and time again, and even resulted in, you know, getting a few very clutch counter initiations in the mid lane to stop Fishing from having any sort of real big early deficit, more so than what they should otherwise kind of possess.
What do you think, Ryan? Who do you think gets your SVP vote this game?
Ooh, SVP. Honestly, not sure. I think you Jinx is just getting hooked on repeat. I don't think you can give it to him. But I mean, I feel like he's the only one that really had a chance to win the game. Like he was the win con. And he did his job for the most part until he built Zhonya's, and then his item advantage kind of just disappeared.
Yeah, I feel like going the
not sure.
vegan lethality build plus Zhonya 6th, like you're playing Jinx into 4 melee champions and Runan's Hurricane is not a purchase. I feel like that just like disqualifies you from SVP by itself. Meanwhile, C4J absolutely like I feel like he just played super well, and you have to consider, right? It's a Wukong and it's a late game Jinx who has like 6 items, and the Wukong's damage is comparable. Like he's only like 5,000 damage down, if that, right? He just played really well, I feel. And you think about every single team fight success that they had. Yes, Charybdis was kind of the one right clicking, but the real like win factor was that Charybdis just found a really insane Cyclone angle, whether it be onto Prodigium, whether it be a counter initiation onto Aceco. And as well, again, the macro in the early game was just super well played. He didn't give anything up that he shouldn't have given up otherwise. So I mean, for that reason, like I would give it to C4J.
Yeah, I agree. I think C4J, especially in the early game, getting that early kind of lead with the objectives, as we were saying before, just getting those 4 grubs, securing that early dragon, I think it was, and yeah, just the early game presence by C4J, I think deserves the SVP for this one.
Yeah, fair.
Yep, can agree with that. And with that, I believe we're having a small break before the next game. We'll jump into the lobby just to see where we're at. Oh, someone needs to jump to the spectator for me. But yeah, that is quite the game one to be kicking us off here. We've got more of that tonight. I'm not sure if our voice is going to last, but we'll see how we go, because that one went pretty much the distance, going up to 40 minutes there just on our game one. So much gold swings. I can't imagine what that gold graph looks like on the overview there. But yeah, what do we have any thoughts on what the adaptation is going to be for game 2 for fishing to try and win this one back?
Yeah, I can't really comment on it because I missed the bans and picks. I'd hope to see maybe that Jax get banned. What were the top lane pick ban? Were there any top lane bans from the side of fishing, or what were their bans focused on? What did we see in the first pick ban phase?
First 3 bans were Mundo, Skana, plus one more champion. Can't remember off the top of my head there. But yeah, there was the Mundo taken away from Satanic Badger.
Yeah,
so
fair enough. And they just
I think
that Jax pick kind of slipped under the rug, I guess. And I think I hope to see it getting banned this round. I think if we can focus our bans on the top side.
Completely fair, because that was Satanic Badger's debut Jax game this season. I think we haven't seen it from him in the past, but he definitely came up in a big way for his team in that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can even ban out Daniel's Shampoo on Prodigium. Sorry, so I don't even think it's worthwhile banning any supports, even if the Blitzcrank was very pivotal that game. I think we need to just focus on that top side. I think the Skana ban's fair. I think that champion is quite strong, but yeah, I think definitely we need to add Jax to the ban list. Adaptations. I hope that Destiny kind of calm down a little bit. Maybe take their time with these team fights a bit more. Not blow all their ults on these with this pick comp as fast as they were with Ardmona. I swear Ardmona's ult was going off at the very start of every single fight, no matter what. Even if it was a pulled in Wukong clone, he was always ulting at the very first moment he could. I think if he held his ult a little bit longer, or maybe looked to start the fights with his ultimate, I think Destiny will find more success with their pick comps. We'll have to see what they draft next game, but I think this pick comp is working brilliantly for them. Fishing esports. I mean, James needs to stop troll building. Opportunity second on Jinx is we didn't see it do much at all. I think Collector first is fine. The crit, the lethality, the damage, it's all really good. It works really well with the ult early, and it transitions into the IE second pretty well as well, with the 50% crits available with the IE. We'll have to see if he picks up that Jinx again. What were the bans on fishing? Oh, not fishing, on Destiny's side.
Saw a Zaya ban get thrown out there along with a Corki ban, and I believe they took away. one more champion. My memory's failing me. I think it was Lilia getting taken away from C4J there. So those were their first three
yeah.
bans. But
makes
I think the
sense.
most interesting part about that first draft was Destiny did select blue side there, and now we're seeing the opposite. So we're seeing actual um, Fishing Esports are
Live
opting in for blue
adaptation.
side this game. So we're going to see a pretty different draft, I imagine, with maybe a first champion being contested, and maybe that's part of their strategy. But it's quite opposite to the playoffs that were just played on the other side of the bracket there, with Alt F4 and Jupies really opting in for counter picks on the red side here. Is there any thoughts you have, Jackson, on the red side versus blue side in the current meta?
I'm not sure if Jackson's there, is he?
He's a bathroom break. What do you
so.
think, Ryan?
On the red side, blue side priority. I think that it comes down to priority picks and how many you have lined up. I've seen Ardmona practicing a lot of Corki, so I'm surprised that they opted in for the Varus. I think the Varus is a lot easier to play, and I respect that Ardmona is kind of putting aside his ego, even though he's been practicing a lot of the Corki, but understanding that the Corki pick is a little bit more difficult than a Varus pick. But the blue side, red side priority is interesting to see that Fishing are prioritizing that blue side. I would think that Chabdis would want this counter pick on the last pick, or C4J even having that counter pick on the last pick. But I guess that they are happy to blind their champions, and they mustn't have much answers or strong picks that they can kind of lean onto as a crutch for these counters. So I'm disappointed a little bit by Fishing. I think the problem there is that lack of gameplay and lack of picks to choose from. So I think that's might be why they're prioritizing that blue side.
Yeah, I think let them cook there for a moment. If they've got blue side here, I'm sure they've got a plan in mind. Don't want to give too much away in the draft if Destiny is listening in. I definitely think they've got some ideas with the previous draft in mind. But yeah, we'll see how they change it up, because it was a really close game in that game one. Just one or two tweaks to the recipe could certainly be all they need for success, because they were certainly going toe to toe with Destiny in that game one. There wasn't the cleanness of hands. Charitas definitely not playing up to his usual standard, catching some hooks that he would normally be evading. I think that's just attributed to such a difficult bot lane he found himself in that was getting permanent priority. They don't really have much threat to that Blitzcrank walking up to him. If they do manage to find a draft where that Blitzcrank has to be afraid, or just take the Blitzcrank off the table altogether, we could be seeing a completely different game, because Prodigium got the MVP. He was a huge factor in that game, but what else do they have in their pockets if if they've drafted around that next time?
Sorry, I wasn't listening. What did you say?
No, that's all good. I was saying, if they've taken blue side, they're changing the thing up. I think,
Yeah.
they recognize just as much as we did how much the Blitzcrank and Prodigium had a good impact in that game, how much the winning lane. I think that was the biggest draft gap there, was that the bot lane was pretty winning. They've got a very strong early game bot lane in comparison to that Jinx Seraphine on the other side, and maybe Chariot just wants to go toe to toe, pick something stronger, and really square up to this Destiny bot lane rather than giving them the complete champion advantage here. Might be seeing something in that regard in the draft.
Nash, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready whenever.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're just waiting on Prodigium's trolls, as he
Yes,
says
he's
himself.
mentioned in the chat, but like you said,
Funny guy.
I think the Blitzcrank pick, especially in the early game, we did see it roam a lot in the mid lane. We also saw Jax. I remember now that early gank in the mid lane. Unfortunately, didn't work out, but it was a very nice idea by Satanic Badger to go for that play and try to make a play in the mid lane. It was unfortunate that Galio, I think, missed the EW, but we could have also seen some early potential there. But it does seem like Fishing is struggling in this early macro, and I think it might be limited by the hands, like you mentioned, and the players not being able to execute on these early game macro. Like and we saw even with Charybdis and Viasynth opting in to stay in that bot lane and not rotate up at all for the grubs at all. And we saw Blitzcrank securing those early grubs as well, with Vi being able to take the dragon and then move towards those grubs and steal away one, while Jay could have potentially taken them all. I think we are getting into games. So exciting times. We get to see the adaptations that Destiny and Fishing might pull out here. Like you said, there was a lot of focus on the bot side by Destiny, and there was a lot of focus on the top side by Fishing. And we definitely see that Jax ban straight away. I suspect we're going to see a Mundo and a Skarner. And for the bot side, I'm assuming that, not for the bot side, for the Destiny, I'm assuming that we're going to see those ADCs banned away as well.
Yeah, so red side going to be coming through here for Destiny. I'm a little bit of a red side enjoyer myself, I'm not going to lie. I do feel like having that last pick, R5 counter pick, is quite nice in a lot of cases. And then also just in terms of the sort of positioning of the two, you kind of are able to dance around Dragon and retreat into your jungle a little bit easier. So, but you know, different teams like different things, and I think we'll see here. It looks like Fishing really going to value the blue side pick one going into this draft.
I think they're positioning to take the Skarner away. I think they're going to ban Mundo here. I'm wondering if Destiny are going to match that idea and ban Skarner away, or if they're going to go for a Corki ban.
Oh, no, they're just going to ban
it. They decided to ban the Skarner and maybe take the Mundo away and put that into the top lane, potentially. It was either Skarner or Mundo being left up here. I wonder if the Destiny side are worried about the Mundo. I don't think they should be. I think Satanic Badger quite familiar with that champ, and he's able to kind of work his way around it. I'm assuming that we're going to see a Corki. No, are we seeing the Corki being left up?
Really bad to first pick if your top laner has any kind of a champ pool. There's so many things that just shut it down so heavily, but it looks like Tristana actually getting hovered here. I mean, this is a nice little flex pick. I do believe Charybdis can pilot it, but it is a champion that you would usually consider going mid lane. It can actually go top lane as well, depending on this matchup. So certainly is a strong B1 pick here, but I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't be surprised if this is just going to go to Charybdis and no one else on the team can play Tristana, but you know, I'm welcome to be wrong.
We've seen Samurai Kimchi being able to pilot, or not being able to, but they are quite familiar with the champion, and they have played it a lot throughout this season, and with the Ari pick as well. But yeah, I agree that Charybdis can also pilot this champion just fine, but I'd like to see him on maybe the Corki, with a lot more early game prowess, and with his positioning, I think that he can probably pilot this champion to a victory, especially during the early game. But with these strong pick champions, Ashe and Vi, it's very scary for Fishing side.
Yeah,
one thing really known for.
If I could just mentioning here, just Tristana being picked up kind of does open the way for Byron's champion pool. He does love his assassins. He does love some of the more unorthodox picks. Like he's picked Nasus mid in the past, which can do excellent into these ADC mids himself. So I'm wondering if Destiny are going to reach into that pocket at all, because Byron has been a bit more, sensible recently, going on to those more traditional champions like Galio. But I'm sure he's got that dog in him still, and I want to see it picked up.
Full scaling here. So this does tell you a couple of things about the Fishing team comp. Obviously, we have Tristana and Sivir locked in, so this is going to be your mid lane and your ADC given away. So Tristana is no longer a flex pick. So we know that they need to lock in an AP jungle and an AP top, ideally both. If not, if you're having some kind of an AD top lane and you need to have like a very strong solo AP jungler, of which there's only a couple that really come to mind, which are Karthus and Fiddlesticks. So you can basically infer that I believe C4J doesn't play like any Fiddlesticks at all. I think I might have heard of him playing Karthus once or twice in the past. So if Destiny are really head smart here, they'll probably ban that one away just to deny the ability. So they are actually going to ban Amumu away, which makes no sense at all.
I think it makes sense. We've seen Jay's Amumu in the past, and it feels that hole that you mentioned with the AP champions. Of course, it doesn't offer as much AP damage as you're probably.
It doesn't really. It's not an AP damage threat per se, but
it's pretty good. It's especially with the Leandries, I think it's quite strong. It is very squishy though, and we are seeing it just banned away. I don't think Jay has much of a champion in the AP role. We're also seeing the Mordekaiser, which Kelthalis has been playing a lot of.
Yeah, that's a smart
So
ban.
huge AP bans from well, not so much the Amumi, but the Kelthalis targeted ban on Mordekaiser definitely makes a lot of sense.
It's a really good ban here for their comp because Mordekaiser, if he sees Vi ulting, he can just press R on her and it completely shuts down her ult. It's also really scary into Mundo if you're able to get the ult on him because he does so much % health damage based on how he can build sometimes. He can actually just melt the Mundo in the 1v1. And then when he steals the HP and comes out of the ultimate, he's basically a walking tank and he's really, really difficult to deal with. Also can run down Ashe because she's pretty immobile if he gets an ultimate on top of her. So it makes a lot of sense to ban that one away. I'm curious what they opt to end up going for here. Malphite's actually going to get locked in here, which, I mean, you said it before. He's known for some unorthodox picks. This could still be, I don't know, maybe something crazy like a Malphite support, but I would expect this to be, again, Byron Bernstein on the Malphite mid, trying to counteract the Tristana. Pretty smart.
I think this Gwen pick makes a lot of sense. I don't think it's going to be a tank Malphite. I think they do need AP, like you were mentioning before, with fishing side lacking the AP. Gwen being a fantastic pick here with this huge scaling. Of course, it is a little bit, oh, well, not a little bit, it is very weak early. I'm assuming that Jay is going to take that into the jungle, but we do see Zach. I think that's going to be Kelthalis's Zach top. He is very known for picking that Zach top. I think Zach top into Mundo is probably a fine matchup. I think Zach is pretty happy just sustaining in that lane and just farming the entire time.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really good pick, yeah, because you rush the Leandries and then you're able to just do so much % health damage with the W here. And Gwen going jungle makes a lot of sense because you have Lulu on your team, and obviously Gwen, a champion that's enabled very heavily when she has enchanters by her side to give her that extra stats and allow her to snip through the rest of the team comp. But I really, really like this here from Prodigium if he does lock it in. Okay, he ends up going for the Nico.
Yeah,
the Sona would be great. Obviously, a really, really good champion when you're looking at such a hyperscaling team comp. It just allows you to pick the Sona into the Lulu. You know that they don't really have any kill pressure on you. You're just going to be able to scale out of the lane, but instead decides to go for a little bit more engage with the Nico and go for a little bit more of an agency position.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. If the team on if Destiny's side was able to support the Sona and be able to scale with it very nicely, but I think that going for a more with a champion with more agency on it, like the Nico, having the huge engage tool on the ult, having that very mind gamey play style with the passive and the W, and the very good pick potential with the E. Going through minions and rooting for like 3 seconds, something ridiculous like that. It looks really good on the side of Destiny. We can talk about like which draft we like better. I guess we'll throw it over to Liam first, maybe.
Yeah, I wanted a bit more discussion, honestly, on the Sivir pick. We haven't seen this champion and played all season, I don't think so. I'm pretty intrigued as to why it's been picked up here. We saw it in response to the Vi Ashe in particular, but I think Vi completely ignores the spell shield part of the kit just by the way the smite interaction works. As you're running at them with your ultimate, you know, leave it to last second and then drop a smite. You're going to smite that spell shield right off the Sivir, right before the ult lands. There's basically no interaction there if Aceco knows what he's doing and piloting that. So already Sivir being picked up there, and it's not known for being the strongest champion at the moment. I believe it recently just received some light buffs, but I think her main issues are just the itemization. She takes so long to come online, and especially when you're going to be going into hyper tanks like Mundo and Malphite, she doesn't offer as much damage as you'd be hoping. So yeah, I think I don't know if the Civ is going to be really what they need here. Destiny going with their tried and true full dive composition, looking comfortable as ever, playing into double ADCs here. They've got some X factors like the Gwen picked up here, but I think Destiny have got their complete comfort, and then we're straying a bit now with C4J being on that AP carry, and Charybdis playing, you know, a bit more of a weaker champion, not really the hyper carry that we know him on. So just by putting nameplates on, I'd be leaning more towards Destiny's side here, but I'd be interested to see what you guys think of just the champions themselves.
Yeah, so the Sivir's really interesting. I feel like Sivir, ever since she received her rework some years ago, she kind of got changed from, you know, Ricochet used to be 3 auto attacks, but now it's sort of a however many auto attacks you're able to pump out in the Ricochet duration is how many you do. So she requires a lot more uptime now, whereas before you used to be able to run in, do 3 auto attacks, run away. the problem with Sivir being reworked into being a high uptime champion is she's 500 range. She's so low range that it's really hard to maintain that sort of uptime. You know, when you're having high auto attack uptime in a team fight as Ashe or as Caitlyn, it's easy because you're hitting people from the like most of the screen away. Sivir has to be like relatively quite close and in a lot of champions' danger thresholds. So to have her sit there and just pump out auto attacks is not always feasible. So she's had a lot of struggle finding her footing in the meta because of that, just because her kit is a little bit counterintuitive in that regard. But I do think that the reason Charybdis went for it is, again, we had this Prodigium R5 lock-in where he picked last and he didn't really know what Prodigium was going to play. And I think he has PTSD getting hooked 20 times in the last game. He just didn't want to have that happen no matter what. So by locking in Sivir, you know that you're probably not going to get flash hooked over a wall at any point in the game, regardless of what Prodigium locks in. But I mean, we'll see if he's able to actually make the pick work. I do think that Destiny have gone for kind of the draft philosophy here that Sivir has one spell shield. As long if we throw enough CC spells at the Sivir, eventually one will hit. They've got the Assault and Battery, they've got the Unstoppable Force, they've got the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and they've got the huge Nico ultimate. So Charybdis is going to have a really hard time avoiding every single one of those abilities in the team fights with just one spell shield, especially since he hasn't gone for cleanse or anything like that. I imagine Vyasin probably going to look to pick up an early Mikhail's Crucible to help him out in that regard. But I mean, it's not just all Sivir though. If we look at the rest of the composition, you were saying, you know, Zach going to have a really chill time playing Into the Mundo. He rushes that Leandri's Torment and sits there and just pumps out the burn damage with the percent health damage on his W. And Gwen, super good in this comp. Lulu is just going to enable Gwen so much. The W is going to make it so hard for Nico and Ashe to do anything, and she's super good at shredding through those sort of immobile health stacking champions like the Mundo, like the Vi, like the Malphite. And, you know, that team comp is going to want to dive into the Gwen in a lot of respects. So she loves it when that happens, and she has an enchanter behind her. So all eyes for me are going to be on fishing as we move into these mid to late game team fights. I would say I'm a big liker
sure.
of their draft.
I can see the potential on fishing side with the Gwen, with the Sivir. I think James has surrendered a lot of agency onto his team's shoulders, especially on that Lulu. A lot of his playmaking is going to be centered around Lulu being able to push the button on the Mikhail properly, like you mentioned with the Mikhails. And with the barrier, flash, it's going to come down to Charybdis being able to position in these fights. And with her short range, like you said, it's going to be very, very difficult for James to be able to, or Charybdis to be able to get value out of this pick, I think, especially with so many tools on Destiny's side to kill him instantly, especially if this is going to be an AP Malphite, like a full damage Vi and a Nico that's probably going to be popping you instantly as well, as we see huge trades in this bot lane. I would lean towards Destiny's side, but I do see the potential on Christian's side. I think it's just a lot harder to reach that potential.
Yeah, I completely agree. I will say, you know, Charybdis, he's just counterpicked himself here, so this early game, it's going to be a little bit rough. You know, the Ashe was picked R2 in that first lock-in phase, and we did see a B1 Tristana, so Charybdis did have just full counterpick on whoever he wanted to pick here, and he did pick, again, 500 range Sivir into one of the longest range ADCs in the game. He was also a bit of a poke threat with the volley on the W, so he's just going to be getting chunked down here. Once he gets a little bit of levels and he's able to start, you know, abusing that really strong Sivir wave clear to just keep perma resetting every time there's like a cannon wave. Hopefully he should be all
bit of spectator bug there, it looked a bit weird, but yeah. Tristana at the end of the day with that rocket jump is going to get out of harm's way, but yeah, looking at this bot lane right now, used potions, and it feels like the poke is just never going to stop coming out of this Nico. It's going to be really rough for them to survive this early lane, but I think once Sivir gets to that first item, the Essence Reaver, she gets the infinite mana and she just completely deletes the waves, so it's going to be rough early, but you know, it's again, onus is on Destiny to make something happen into this early game, because I think, you know, Tristana's very safe in the early game mid. Gwen's basically just going to be power farming, I imagine. They're not going to be looking to take much fight, so Destiny, the ball is in their court. Are they going to make plays in this early game, or you know, are they just going to give Fishing time to scale up for the comp that they want?
I don't know, only time will tell, but I mean, Aceco, level 6, it's going to be a big timer for them. Level 6 on the Vi, level 6 on the Malphite, plus the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Nico ult in the bot side. It's definitely all signs are going to be green for Go once they have those ultimates available. But in the meantime,
Some really Robert going on in the bot side jungle. He's going to get picked. He's going to be cycled by Gwen here. I wonder if Sarah Kimchi is going to be able to get on this.
Malphite's going to reset.
His flash.
Yeah, the flash was dropped there, but we've got a fight in the bot lane here. Charybdis is dropped down very low by that ignite, and Ardmona with the lethal temper is going to put so much damage back on the Garson, dancing around that tower range beautifully there. But looks like C4J wants to try punish here. He's coming in hot on the Gwen, but he realizes with Aceco in the area it's not to be here. Very smart call coming out. No big risks being taken in this early game, but like we mentioned, this early game for this bot lane is just so abysmal.
This could be a dive, yeah, for sure. There's TP available on Samurai Kimchi and Kalthalas. We'll see if they opt to blow the teleports to cover it, but it's going to be really bad if they have to sack this wave. But it looks like they're actually looking to pressure them off a bit.
I'm surprised. I think that was a 3 dive there.
They
Yeah,
save
for
it
sure.
off.
It feels like a huge blunder.
Yeah, Aceco being down the flash does make it a bit risky. I don't think any of the other bot laners did want to tank that up. You know, normally you want that melee to be taking things out, but again, this is semi-final scenario. Why throw the game on a big dive? You're really checking for hands. I'm sure easier opportunities are going to present themselves, and we'll see whether they can just win this battle of attrition, because they're absolutely chilling in this bot lane right now. They're a bit low on mana, but they just can keep this bot lane hostage for as long as it wants. It feels like they just really want to recall, reset, get their mana back, get their health back, but it's going to be really rough to do that against this Destiny bot lane. But Samurai Kimchi, they're getting ulted in the mid lane. He doesn't find the Rocket John until then, but very nice flash over the wall is going to keep him safe. C4J now going in though is in a very bad spot himself. That Gwen is not level 6. She's not very threatening at this very time and place, but very nice sidestep on the Vault Breaker there. They're looking to trade back on the Aceco, really checking his hands, but unfortunately not going to find it. That was a good attempt there with the Buster shot coming out of Tristana, but unfortunately no kills being traded either side, and I think you're pretty happy for the side of Fishing Esports there, because it was looking really scary at the beginning.
Yeah, it looks like Kel'Thuzad is actually going for, I believe, Heartsteel here, first item, instead of the Liandry's Torment. I actually quite like that, because again, you're pretty much just stacking for free in the top side against Mundo, so Zach, who already kind of has health scalings in his kit, this is going to be real scary for the rest of the team when he starts joining those team fights, stacking HP with Grasp, stacking HP with Heartsteel. You're going to have a several thousand more health than he probably should have, Zach popping into team fights. And then I'm sure he'll pick up a Liandry's eventually at some point in his build, just because it's such a good item on the champion. But I mean, when he starts getting a few items here on this Zach after scaling up that Heartsteel, it's going to be really scary.
I'm not sure if we're going to see a Heartsteel on the Zac. I feel like that could also build into the war modes on the Zac champion. It's quite good. It allows you to use all your health and in the top lane, and then just back off for a few seconds, heal up all your health back, and return to the lane. I do agree that the Heartsteel would be very nice to see, and getting a lot of stacking and a lot of value out of that item. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we also see a Warmogs being pitched by him. We are seeing was that Destiny taking the dragon? Yes, we did. With their early priority, with their early bot lane pressure and strength, we're now seeing Asuko and Prodigium moving towards this grub, kicking Jay off of them. We do see Jay take one of them away, unfortunately for the side of Fishing, but we're seeing close pops. Do the E come in by the Zac?
Just some poking and prodding there from Satanic Badger, looking to pressure for a kill, but with Kel'Thuzad on the side there and his team nowhere to be found, not going to find one for himself. And Jay did manage to get one grub away from Destiny there, but it is definitely all Destiny coming up on these early objectives. Ooh, very scary scenario there if he got found out by that Malphite or that Nico. That was surely going to be an unstoppable force dropped onto his head with no flash available. But yeah, they're just weathering the storm, as we can see. I think Ardmona was denied a little bit. We're seeing a small CS lead built up by Charybdis because of that, but I think you're pretty happy with that all in all as Destiny. They're definitely picking up some small incremental advantages in this early game, and hopefully it's going to balloon into something bigger for them later.
Yeah, that'd be really great to see. I will say Yasin not going for the Michaelis first, so that is going to be something to note as we move towards these first sort of team fights. The Amp Tome picked up, so probably going to be going over towards the Helia or the Moonstone or something of that regard, one of the Vanderglass Mirror items. But in the mid Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Byron Bernstein, he's got the Bramble vest locked in here for himself, and I think, a bit of early armor on the Malphite. He's sort of just unmovable now for this Tristana.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed to see that he's actually going into like a tankier build, but I think it's gonna maybe suffer on Destiny's side for the damage. Seeing as he's going to go for the Bramble, I think that going full AP would have been the play here and send it on Charybdis and look to kill him like we did in the first game. I think that would have been the play.
I mean, it does make a little bit of sense, right? Like your main threat on the enemy team in terms of DPS is going to be the Tristana and the Sivir, just very AD threats. But what it does do is it means that your real threats of damage on the side of Destiny are all AD. You've only got AP coming out of Prodigium here, so Zach is just going to be able to go for a very armor-heavy sort of build and just be such a frontline threat. He really does not have to worry about magic resist at all. He's going to be able to pick up the tabbies, pick up things like the Randuin's Omen, very oppressive into things like Ash, as every single auto attack is very crits, you're always getting the damage reduction. He's going to be a real big threat in the front line as we move on later, but Asko is going to get a little bit cheeky. It is going to be C4J able to smite that one away nicely for himself, so nothing getting traded away at all. But meanwhile, if he's outside...
The big movement bot lane, Charybdis does find the spell shield onto the Nico ultimate. Unfortunately, Unstoppable Force was right there behind it. Hardmona trying to find the slows with the flash over the wall, but they just can't find the Sivir with that move speed from her ultimate, dropping everything to stay alive, but that they do. Charybdis looking to trade some damage back, but Ash, with that range advantage, with that lethal tempo stack, is holding her own in Charybdis' face there, and that's another small victory. It's surely going to push them off of this bot side here. They're posturing for a dive. Samurai Kimchi getting work done in the meantime, but right now Charybdis left in no man's land. Abandoned ship, and Charybdis is going down here. First blood going over to Byron Bernstein, but looks like they're trading some gold over in the mid lane. Azuko getting a bit frisky too with Seifujo in the wings, but I don't think they're going to find the damage. Look to see a bit of damage check there, but unfortunately Gwen doesn't do too much early on in this game. But yeah, as this game, finally takes off a little bit, we're seeing Destiny build those advantages, but I just want to pick your guys' brain a bit about Tristana's item choice in the early game here.
Looks terrible to me. I don't know about Katie.
Look what's happening on this fishing lineup. I'm so like...
Yeah, I don't know. It's me. I'm not sure. I thought the whole point of Tristana is the Bork, but with it being nerfed, I guess it's kind of bad. But I think it's still fine to go like crack and play all Bork on that champion. And just use your attack speed steroid on the Q and to get value out of that. And the E damage is enough on its own. I don't think you need lethality to buff that up any more than it already does. I don't understand it at all. I'm just trying to...
No, it's really good. He's gonna be able to jump on like Armona maybe and do a lot of damage when the bomb explodes. It's really good.
You see a Yuntal being picked up first by Ash though.
It's a new item.
Yeah, new Yuntal. It's kind of good. It's low key kind of good now. I'm not gonna lie. Like I think it synergizes really well with sort of how she wants to play. Where those first few auto attacks, she wants to get to 4 autos as soon as possible to pop the Q. The burst of attack speed really helps. Gives a lot of AD, gives a lot of crit once it's scaled up. I just think it works all around really nice. I think you're going to be able to curve into probably like an Infinity Edge second or something of that regard, and then finish off with like a Mortal Reminder and LDR. Probably a Mortal Reminder. You're playing against Gwen Zach and just pump out a lot of damage at 3 items. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm quite a big fan of the new Yuntal.
Yeah, I'd like to see it in action. I haven't actually read the patches, so I don't know what was changed exactly. But I do know that as you see an ult come out, and a nice buffer by Tristana there with the W to get her to safety, while we are taking the Dragon on the side of Destiny for free, basically. No contesting, with the Gwen taking the top side jungle as a trade, potentially looking for the top lane.
Very interestingly, we're also seeing Vi go for the Eclipse instead of the Divine Thunderer. How do we feel about this one? Very burst-oriented sort of build.
I can understand with the shields, the Vi passive also providing a shield, the green jungle item also providing a shield, the Eclipse also providing a shield. Lots of shielding on that item, but I think that the Thunder is just too good to pass up on Vi specifically. I don't think she has the tankiness to back it up, especially when she's ulting in into potentially 5 people, 4 people, 3 people. We are seeing a dive in the mid lane. Nice flash view by Asuko, picking that one up nicely. No reaction by Samurai Kimchi. Barely, I mean, there's barely any time to react to that. Nice flash view by Asuko.
Yeah, still had the vault, was it assault and the cease and desist. I'm getting all my names mixed up here. Available. It was just so easy for them. Byron didn't have the unstoppable force, but just this comp is basically playing itself. It can't be. You can't really kill this Malphite at all. You know, all eyes are basically on Gwen, who has been power farming her damnedest here. Has a small lead built up in the jungle, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Prodigium finds a big two-man ult. They're starting off the fight with Asuko in the wings. Still has that ultimate, as we mentioned, and they're looking onto Jarabus, but they don't have the damage sitting on the tower here. It looks like Destiny are just going to take that TP and run from the hills, and that's probably more than they deserve.
Yeah, really nice response there from Samurai Kimchi, able to stop the dive from going any further, but hang on. Down into Charybdis, he's dropping low, one more auto will do the trick. Only a few seconds, and now Yasin looking like they are going to follow C4J, doing all they can, but unfortunately, this Malphite's a bit too tanky.
Yeah, I don't know. James is paying a little bit, paying way too much disrespect to the side of Destiny there. Like I said, his champion doesn't provide him a lot of agency. He can't be making these plays where he's playing aggressive, going to these trades, and relying on his healers to do all the work for him to keep him alive in these fights. Like he's not that far ahead. Like I mean, the item advantage might be there. I didn't see the Ashe, what she had bought beforehand. I'm assuming that she had the cloak and the 2 daggers after that.
That is the thing about Sivu. She is like a hyper carry sort of champion, right? Like you are playing for the 2-3 item spike. You're not playing to make big plays at one item. You need to have items in your kit, because like you look at the way that Ricochet works and Ricochet scales, you don't deal damage until you have a sizable amount of auto attack damage getting pumped out in those AoE team fights. You know, your sort of early contribution for your team is not going to be big damage. It's going to be that thrill of the hunt ultimate, providing everyone with a little bit of, you know, you're basically giving ghost to the rest of your team, as you see Tristana fail to even break through the Malphite passive shield with her combo. Very cool. It's okay, she'll have collective finish soon, and then she'll be like really OP probably.
Yeah, like you were mentioning before, I think that the tank Malphite does kind of make a lot more sense now. I think that with the AD threats not being able to match the Malphite at all, we are taking a hit on the AP side, or the magic damage side of Destiny. But I mean, it doesn't really matter if the...
Seeing a big fight here, right now Calzala's coming in with the let's bounce, but unfortunately he's going to be taken straight to the fountain. There was a counter engage from Prodigium. Byron keeping in for good measure, but they had it under wraps. Destiny playing as 5, absolutely dismantling Fishing in this early game, and it's just looking all Destiny here. We just haven't seen a single swing back opposed to that game 1 from Fishing Esports on the second game draft, and this is going to put them in a terrible position if they go down 0-2 here. Are they going to be able to find anything to get back into this game?
I mean, I definitely think they can, right? Like, their main carries are farming up. Samurai Kimchi going to be able to grab this bot lane tier 1 tower that's going to be 300 gold in his pocket. And I mean, it's only going to be a matter of time before Charybdis starts to scale up as well. I mean, you know, as long as Charybdis doesn't start building collector opportunity, I think we will see a Sivir be a pretty sizable 2-3 item threat here in this game. And I mean, Tristana, maybe a bit of a questionable first item, but, you know, I'm sure items 2 and 3 will be a little bit more sensible going against, you know, something like the Malphite and the Mundo here. But in the meantime, though, I mean, this is what we predicted on draft, right? Destiny are going to have the early game agency advantage. They've got such strong fighting power early. Really, at this stage, like, all eyes are on C4J. He's sort of the only person that is able to really do something with this comp. He just needs to link up with Yasin and try and make some plays with the Gwen plus Enchanted combo that is actually quite strong to play with. But, you know, at the moment, I don't know. I think they've just given away a little bit too much of an early gold lead to really punch back here. I think they just have to stay back, wait, try to play around this 4th dragon timing, and just farm up as much as they can in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of pathway Fishing Esports has into the winning condition of this game. Like, we see 3 dragons and taken by Destiny. We see the all gold on the side. There's a big ult on the top side. I don't think it's going to result in anything. But I mean, you've seen James time and time again losing all of his HP in these like trades for no reason.
Oh, but C4J is coming in on the side here, looking for the needlework onto Ardmona. He doesn't have flash yet. This might be finally a kill back in the side of Fishing Esports, but they're trading right back onto the side of top. They're trying so hard to get Prodigium, but they just don't find him. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of it all, and they need more than that to call back here. They need towers, they need shutdowns, and unfortunately, Destiny are just answering them so well. They got a small pickup onto the Gwen, which I believe is probably the best member they can have pick up at this point, because I think it's just going to be too long before Civ is online. I think if someone's going to bring this game back, it needs to be back off a huge Gwen play. But oh, we're seeing Asuko maybe go in, but it was a debate all along. He's getting chased down now by the Gwen and the Lulu, but they're getting out again with that flash, with that Q, is able to get out of harm's way, and we're just seeing Ziva without her tools available just isn't much of a threat here. Normally other ADCs are able to pick up. Imagine if that's Ashe, just one auto there, that's all you need to take down Asuko with that slow. But Siva isn't really offering too much in this early game. She really needs that 3-4 items like you guys are mentioning it. We've got 3 more minutes before Dragon Soul's on the table. Are they going to be able to be ready for this fight at all?
I mean, the first thing that Fishing need to do is swap their top lane and mid lane over. Tristana is struggling to match this Mundo, but Zach, like we said, he's.
Is she gonna match the Malphite? It's just doomed. Their side lanes are doomed.
Yeah, oh, that's true as well. Like, I don't know. We see James again playing way too aggressive. This is Byron in the win somehow.
Oh, Malphite passive. It's looking really rough.
Zero damage from the side of Fishing into this Malphite. It's just looking so incredibly doomed.
Oh, big cancel there onto the elastic slingshot, and they're gonna find a pick before the dragon. If that wasn't enough, oh wait, Dragon's 2 minutes though. I'm getting ahead of myself. Everyone was flushed there, but it feels like it, you know, like Destiny have been picking up these dragons so early on into the game. It's about to spawn in another 2 minutes, and they've just got complete control of the map. They've got complete control of the side lanes, and they're finding picks left, right, and center. Oh, they're seeing out of Byron there. I think he was anticipating the rocket jump, but that is a bit of an awkward moment as it wasn't pressed there. Byron's gonna whiff out on it. Coming out. But again, Destiny are not under any pressure whatsoever. They don't have to hit these hands checks whatsoever, even when it's as easy as a Malphite ult. The game's completely in their hands, and that unstoppable force is going to be back and ready for that dragon fight here. C4J struggling to fight for his jungle, for his top lane, but the team's on the way. Can they kill this Mundo with ultimate? Can they chase him down? They're really going to try here, but it's just Mundo, and he's going where he pleases.
Being able to slow him down. He's just gonna walk out for free there. Jay again just trying to get his jungle under control with no towers, no tier 1 towers on the side of Fishing. There's like zero priority in these lanes.
I do really hope that we see C4J opt for probably like Leandre's here. I know that it's probably more common to go for the Rift Maker, but he's playing against Mundo Malphite Vi. Like, it's probably a really good angle to get a little bit of percent health damage, but I don't know, we'll see. Maybe he values the healing, because he doesn't need the healing as much, right? Because Yacinth is going to be able to buff him up.
That's true as well. I don't think the true damage is enough for Gwen there, and the Q with the percent health damage on it as well. The ult, like, yeah, I think the passive is enough to make up for the lack of Leandre's. I think that the healing, the extra healing might be better. I can see the case mate, but seeing a kick in the mid lane.
I'm right. Kimchi. Maybe ulted the wrong person there.
Probably actually, but it doesn't matter. Ardmona absolutely sniping him with that ultimate, with the pressure of Asuko on top of him. Jay again. Survival farm.
Yeah, absolutely trying to farm. But they're just getting nothing. Australia's popped in the mid lane to try to chase down Prodigium, but a proto belt in exchange there. They're getting absolutely nothing. They're completely wresting all control of the jungle, and what threat do they have on the other side, especially now that Gwen's popped her ult. She doesn't present much threat herself. What are they going to stop them with? There's absolutely no CC outside of the Zac, and if they keep him in check here with their great vision, then there's absolutely nothing to stop these champions just running amok in this jungle. We see just the complete weakness of this draft if it falls behind, and it's just completely unplayable. They've got to give Dragon Soul and chase this Mundo, but this Mundo is probably being chilling in the middle of 4 champions with a Cloud Soul about to be popped. Oh, big Gunsoul forced to 4 people. The tanks are trying to take a 2v5 here. If they can't win this, then they have no shot at this game. Fishing need to make something happen now, but we see Mundo has just completely walked out. Prodigium has walked in and slammed the door shut on Fishing Esports here, taking them down. Almost a clean ace. Kel'Thuz's limping away from the fight, but this has just been an absolute clinic from Destiny, and it's just going to be a matter of time before they clean up the Nexus.
Yeah, this is I mean, probably just FF at this point, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's kind of GG.
Yeah, I think it's all on Fishing's side. Keep the mental high. I mean, forfeit this game basically. Like, this game was pretty much doomed. Like Liam said, the 2v5 with the tanks. We can't even kill a single tank there without big 2 ADCs and a Gwen and a Lulu.
Yeah, it's just like
There's no
ADC has a lost whisper item. What are they gonna do? Like, they can't do any damage.
Oh my goodness.
Both of them have 2 items, and neither of them involve armor pen. It's like,
Yes.
what do you want them? Like, Tristana is penning 10 of Malphite's 500 armor with that collector.
Mundo is also just gone for 0 armor build, and he's still being able to tank both of these ADCs with 0 armor build. Like, it just looks so rough on the side of Fishing. Yeah, I think you just have to keep momentum strong, understand that this game is very doomed, not get too tilted on this game, and try to look for a just stop thinking about the next game basically. Maybe Destiny Pro, but I mean the lead is just so far ahead for Destiny here. Even though the gold might not be too far, but I mean, we're seeing Asuko just kill top off in the side lane.
Trying to get out, but unfortunately will not be the case here. That's why he picks up that kill onto Kel'Thuz, just trying to pick up some farm, and we've seen that time and time again from the side of Fishing. They're just trying to farm their lanes for the peak potential that Destiny have built in all these comps, but it's just too much now. They're trying to walk up and get anything happening in the mid lane, but unfortunately their bullets are quite fat, and they're absolutely showing it off here in the mid lane, beating them 3v4 clean, no contest here with these champions. And Satanic Badger absolutely having the time of his life with these structures. Asuko having the time of his life down in the bot lane. Like we said, it's just curtains here. A matter of time before Destiny clean up, but yeah, they're showing incredibly strong form. They're not throwing at all. I mean, it's very hard to do with the current champions they've got here, but it's just such a statement to make in Game 2 after that Game 1 was so close. This is probably the last thing anyone was expecting for Game 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely.
What were you guys' predictions for these games, for the series?
We didn't actually drop any predictions, but I was expecting 3-1. I was thinking Fishing are definitely going to get a game. You know, Destiny mis-execute on some hands. They're probably going to have, like, the playmaking Prodigium's going to be roaming. They're going to have better map control in general and macro. But I was expecting, you know, some hand checks to go wrong. The late game doesn't go in their favor. Get outscaled, but so, like, they're playing so clean today. We saw just an absolute clinic. You couldn't really point out to any mistake there in that game, apart from a small scuffle in the mid lane where Ardmona does drop the only death on his team. But honestly, who else were they ever going to kill on this team composition? Destiny had a game plan and they executed amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. I mean, like, I hate to hop on items, but like Collector to Malphite, it's just doomed from the beginning. Like, what are we doing? You know, you have to sit there and wonder, you know, if Tristana had a Blade of the Ruined King in like any of these fights, would it have gone differently? You know, Blade of the Ruined King has been nerfed time and time again. It's not as commonly picked up, but I think when you have a Mundo via Malphite frontline running at you, it's probably the use case where, yeah, that item's still probably decent, even if it has been nerfed. So hopefully we could see them change it around. But again, I mean, Charybdis, again, counter-picking himself. You have to understand this is kind of one of their more high-value players on this lineup. Charybdis is going to be responsible for running it down in Game 3 and trying to, like, take over the game and look to put Fishing on the map, getting close to that maybe 3-1 or even a 3-2 prediction either way. For the side of Fishing, but when you have him on Sivir into the Ashe matchup, Ashe is just gonna bully you. You can't ego check Ardmona. This isn't a bad team. Ardmona is a solid AD carry player who will perform on the Ashe. This is arguably his most famous pick. He's been an Intel player for years, and Ashe Senna have always been his two champions that he falls back to time and time again. You have to know that this is a champion that he can pull out. When you're picking Sivir into it, you're just counterpicking yourself. You're picking a 500 range AD carry into like a 625 range AD carry with a poke ability that like covers half the lane. He's going to push you under tower. You're going to get poked out. If you have no sort of sustain, no sort of like counter pick potential because you have a Lulu, you're going to lose lane, and then your main player is just going to be behind. So going into game 4, or game 3 rather, I really want to see this bot lane put Charybdis on something with a little bit more agency, a little bit more ability to not necessarily not scale and just put all your cards in lane, but something that can play lane, go even, and then like scale out of it. You can't put him on something that's just going to get bullied like Jinx or like Sivir, where he's pretty much spent the first 15 to 20 minutes of the game under his tower getting absolutely rammed by Ardmona Prodigium.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Corki pick didn't get selected by Charybdis. I think this pick is really, really strong. It's strong early, it's strong mid, it's strong late. It has insane damage. The only weakness is the short range, but I mean, James doesn't have a problem with picking short range champions. It seems he's more than keen to pick the Sivir, but I mean, I just don't understand it. And also with the W on Corki, it gives you a little bit of mobility as well. So I really want to see the Corki pick, or like at least ban from Destiny's side. I guess we'll move into SVPs and MVPs. For the SVP, I think
I mean, it's going to be
SVP.
C4J again, right? The Gwen was kind of the only thing that did anything that game.
Rough. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think Jay's probably again picking up the SVP here. I again with Charybdis on this low agency pick on Sivir, he relies heavily on this Lulu, like I've been repeating, and I mean, there's not much he can do in these fights other than like get ulted by Vi, get ulted by Nico, get ulted by Malphite, get ran down by Mundo. Like, I mean, yeah, the Gwen was I think is the one that deserves this SVP. What about MVP?
I mean, MVP, it could honestly go like a fair few ways, but I think Byron Bernstein on the Malphite just absolute like. I mean, it's not hard to play Malphite into Collector Tristana by any means. I do think he certainly had a free low lane, but nah, he was absolutely everywhere on the map. Even if you are playing Malphite into Tristana, it's not necessarily, even if you can't get moved out of the lane, you're pretty much able to just stay against the Tristana forever as long as you don't run out of mana. He was able to really consistently get priority, look around the map, make plays bot side, make plays in those team fights. He was able to 2v4 at one point with Satanic Badger on the Mundo. I think he just played absolutely phenomenally. 17k damage, tying it up with Ashe on the Malphite pick. I think he played real solid, but I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Liam?
Yeah, I think honestly, like, you can go any way on Destiny and not be wrong here, but I think just factoring in all that's happening here, I think Ardmona's playing a really good game today. Like, I think a lot of these early game skirmishes, he was spacing really well. He was doing really well in the laning phase. He did drop the only death on his team, but like there was plenty to return here. He's playing probably the most difficult matchup on his team. He's playing against a challenger player, and he is definitely stepping up to the plate for his team and playing amazing. He's being enabled by his team, by Prodigion, by Asuko, but certainly when the moments have counted, he is delivering today. And you might be able to compare in previous seasons where he might have slipped off, but right now he's playing so well. If he keeps this form throughout the playoffs, then certainly he's going to be a player to watch. And earlier this season, he was a big pop-off player as well, so Ardmona on form spells so much success for the side of Destiny. He is basically their insurance if all things go wrong with Dr. Mondo Malphite. If the early game goes terrible into the Gwen, Ardmona is there. But right now, he's playing on fire. The rest of the team are playing on fire, and that's why it just looks so dominant. I'd be looking more towards Ardmona for this game for some great arrows and just great laning.
And Ardmona with those ults, I don't think I saw a missed ult by Ardmona. Maybe I missed it, but I mean, all of those ults
was a sniper on those for sure.
Very, very pivotal in these picks, bot lane and mid lane. And again, that early aggression on the Ash, we love to see it, especially with the backup of that Nico damage. It was insane. Just completely shutting down James again for the second time in a row. We saw it in for the first game as well, with the Blitzcrank more having that priority in that matchup. But Ardmona there the entire time backing up his support. And I 100% agree. I think Ardmona this game definitely deserves MVP.
Yeah, I can totally agree. I mean, sure, we can give that one away to Ardmona. I think that's pretty fair. Honestly, Ardmona, a player that's really surprised me because I think going into this sort of, semifinals, grand finals, Ardmona in previous seasons, he's been very contingent on the center pick to really perform. And I that champ is really, really bad, I think, at the moment, low key. Like, so I was
Ash.
wondering how he's yeah, exactly. Oh no, Senna. I think Senna is like
Senna,
really not
okay.
great at the moment, and it's kind of considered, I guess, like one of his prime champions. So it makes a lot of sense for Senna for Ardmona to maybe not be someone that we had the most sort of like hope for when it came to pulling up and performing, but he's just been popping off on other picks. He's like, you know what? Even if Senna's not necessarily in meta, I don't need the Senna. I can play the Ashe. I can play the Varus, and I can still play at this semi-final level, and I can take it to the enemy team and be a valuable player. And I think that's really saying something for, I guess, sort of his growth. You think back like many, many years ago, he was sort of out of the Destiny roster, not one of the more prolific players that would often have games on his back. He was put onto the center duty so he could still have impact and support those like really star players like DST Guard and like Aceco, etc. But he's actually like, I think he showed a lot of growth and he's proving himself to be one of the best ADCs in the league.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I think these utility picks on the ADC are very, very useful, and even with his damage dealing on Varus is very, very good as well. Unfortunately, can't say the same thing about James Chapters. It's a shame that we're not seeing him pop off in these fights. We've seen a lot of his Lucian. There's a lot of agency on that champion, and it's very easy for VSM to back that up as well. I'm surprised that we're seeing more of these hyper carry with the Jinx, with the Sivir, and I really like to see him push through and stay mentally strong and pop off in these next few games. Hopefully it's not a 3-0 and we don't go to bed early and cry and be sad, but we'll see what happens, I suppose. With blue side being picked up for fishing again, they're opting in for that blue side.
Yeah, I will say, I really do hope Charybdis is able to keep that mental together. I know in the past, being a player myself that's played on the team with him, when the set starts to go down and things start looking poorly, he is a player that just mutes up in Discord and like doesn't talk even in draft and just sort of like sticks to himself and tries to keep it together, listen to some music. So I mean, hopefully he isn't like that. Hopefully the mental's still strong. Hopefully he's still going to talk to the team. The team morale is high, because I think the fastest way that this is going to become a 3-0 and not be much of a series is, if there's no one talking, if they're not trying to like formulate a plan and they're not trying to keep the spirits high and really look to punch back in this game 3, because I think it's totally doable after how close that game 1 was.
100%, and I think we just need to stay mentally strong. The game is not over yet. The series is not over yet. We can come back. Just breathe. It's all good. We see the Mundo ban. I like it. I want to see the Jax. Okay, I want to see the Jax, and we're leaving up the Skarner again. I hope so that Jay can pick it away with the blue side priority. We're not really seeing much of that blue side priority pick getting much use. What did we see first? We saw Tristana. I mean, Byron doesn't really play that champ. I mean, I guess Ardmona kind of plays that champ, but I mean, he has a lot of champions that are also quite strong, like the Ashe, like the Varus. And we see Vi. We're leaving Skarner up, we're leaving Jax up, and I wonder what we're going to pick.
Yeah, so I think that Jax is actually not as huge of an issue as you might be making out. Like, again, it scaled super, super hard last game, but that was, again, at like a 4-item Jax. We saw the Ornn in the early to mid game actually did a really good job, and it looks like Fishing might actually pick it away here, but we did see the Ornn was actually able to neutralize it quite heavily. This champion is one that does have some matchups that are a little bit tricky. We saw, in Game 5 of World's Grand Finals, Zeus actually picking up the Gragas to go even toe-to-toe with it. So we'll see whether or not, the top laner of Destiny is able to have enough of a champion pool to pick out a Jax counter here. But certainly, if he's allowed to have his way and scale up, he is a menace. So, there we go. Speaking of the devil, he's going to get locked in. So this is going to be a really hard one for Kel'Thuzad in the laning phase. But again, if he's able to scale up, Jax with items is always Jax with items.
I would hold your horses there, though, because I know C4J is known for his unorthodox picks. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest to see Jax taken into the jungle here, and this might be playing directly into the hands of Fishing Esports. C4J could easily pick up that Jax, and Kel'Thuzad could go into a much more favorable matchup into that Gragas here, and it could just be tank wars. But honestly, with all those champions locked in, I have no idea what's happening.
What's going on? Yeah, I'm not sure entirely either. I really want to see a Skarner picked up, but we're not going to see it. I'm not sure what is going on with the priority picks here. This is very confusing. But Mumu is a very interesting lineup already. Varus Renata is very, very, very strong. Happy to see that. Like Gragas, it could go anywhere. It could go mid, it could go top, it could go jungle. it's a very
it's gonna be so hard to engage into this comp. You're picking Jax, Maokai, and Mumu. All of these champions want to dive in, and now you have to do that into Gragas, Varus, Renata. Some of the best disengaged champions in the game. So, I don't know, we'll have to see. But there's your Corki getting banned away, Arcasia. So we're not going to be able to see that one going into Game 3. Very unfortunate. But with, we see Xayah, Jinx, and Corki taken off the board. So really, what does Charybdis have left? Surely we don't see him pick the Sivir again into the Varus. It's going to be the Ashe situation all over again.
He was rank 3 Syndra in Oath. Like, why are we not seeing these AP picks as well? The AP picks in the bot lane have been very, very strong. The Ziggs, the Syndra, the Hui, they're all very good in the bot lane role as well. I'm surprised we're not also seeing him lean towards those picks. And it provides a lot of agency with these control mages of being able to provide a lot of playmaking ability and pick ability with their skills. See the Kayn being picked up, which is very interesting. Again, Tristana, Ziggs being hovered.
A Kayn pick? I've been summoned.
It's super good here. Super good. But you've got the 3 melee champions locked in, right? So Kayn, no matter what, is going to be able to pick up a very, very fast red form here. And, Rast, when he comes online, is going to be so monstrous into this comp here, playing into, 3 champions that want to run into him. But it looks like Seraphine's going to get locked in here, and I do wonder if this is going to be a Seraphine support or if it is going to be Charybdis on the Seraphine ADC.
Okay. We're locking him into
Definitely
an AD pick here.
Would not recommend putting Charybdis on Seraphine ADC, and it looks like they're not going to do that. They're going to go for an ADC pick here and put the Seraphine onto Hyacinth, which makes a lot of sense.
No, I'd be very surprised to see one of these other champs taken into mid lane. Surely that's a Seraphine mid here, and we're probably going to see the Maokai or Mumu taken into that support role. I don't think it makes sense any other way. Like, Jax mid, Maokai mid, Mumu mid doesn't really make much sense. Like, it could be played, but I think, just in terms of champions here, Seraphine's going to be your best mid main, your best bet. So just wait for things out. She's definitely
some heavy cooking Mumu mid technology, which I'm hoping they swap.
I'm hoping so too. I don't know. Like, putting Samurai on the Jax duty in the mid, it's pretty wild.
What is going on? It looks like they're trying to dodge the Gragas counterpick for the Jax by putting it onto the mid lane.
And hey,
it's very interesting.
End of the day, not the worst matchup of all time for Jax in the mid lane into Galio, but just being that much shorter lane, he's not going to be able to find as much all-ins onto the Galio as you would like, and he's just going to be sitting duck for these Galio setups here for Kayn to just drive by mid lane. Probably not going to kill a Jax early game, but he's just going to be picking up orbs left, right, and center with all the setup his team has for him. He's got a very strong early game team around him to ensure he gets to that red Kayn, and once he does, he's going to be an absolute menace.
Yeah, so what I do like here is that Charybdis is actually on Caitlyn this game, which Kate, obviously a champion that is going to be able to neutralize that lane, go quite even with the Varus, and then look to scale up at that, 1 sort of 2 item power spike. She sort of dips off in the mid game, Caitlyn, very weird sort of strength curve where she's really, really strong early game and then, sort of falls off around like 2-3 items. But then, once she gets like 4 or 5 items, she becomes like really, really good again. Whereas Varus, much more of a, I guess, sort of like linear sort of scaling compared to a lot of things, as most, sort of on-hit champions sort of do. But yeah, this is very interesting. I mean, the Seraphine support, the Amumu jungle, the Maokai top, I'm not going to lie, this is giving me a little bit of nostalgia, looking like a CN5 comp from back in the day, one that I know Charybdis has certainly gone the lengths on and performed against Destiny on in the past. So we'll see if he's able to actually get that one going and get that one moving. It's going to be really exciting to see. But certainly for me, my eyes are going to be on this Kayn. I'm not going to lie. Again, like 3 melee champions topside. This is going to be a very, very fast rust. And I mean, like, look at this comp. It's so scary for the enemy team to have to deal with Kayn running in and shredding them all with percent HP, landing those knockups.
Yeah, just before we dive into more analysis, I just want to give Nash some time to go through the sponsors that have brought us here to the playoffs here. So if Nash could cut over and do those sponsors, that'd be fantastic.
Damn.
If he's available.
Just as I was about to say it, let's just say it as well. He caught me to it. All right, well, let me just cut this over really quickly. Of course, got to start with our major sponsors. Make sure I can see them. We got ourselves Tangled Ventures, The Array, Pulse Ice Coffee, and of course, Big Man himself, Next Tier Studios. Couldn't have this season without all these lovely people supporting us. And let's not forget our minor sponsors, Transition, and we have ourselves McDonald's Viger Group, Urban Tactics, Pathfinders NT, and Joyce Main Darwin. Thank you, everybody, for sponsoring us for this long season. I know everybody's very keen on seeing the, what do we want? Exciting ending to this, possibly. Thank you.
The sponsors sponsoring us the entire way through.
Oh.
Very, very big thanks to them. So we talk about these comps. I mean, this top side looks insanely strong for Destiny. It's going to play towards their game plan that they seem to be having every single game, focusing on the early dragons, early grubs as well. And yeah, we'll see what happens as we are diving into the game. Loading screen, rather, not so much the game. But Liam, do you have any comments or thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting draft. Like, Jax mid is one to keep an eye on. Samurai Kimchi doing a debut of his Jax mid here. We'll see what he's cooking up and see what it can bring to the table. Kel'Thas rocking that area again, it seems, in the top lane for that Maokai. But I do want to see Charybdis finally. I think this is definitely a playable lane for him. Caitlyn is going to have some agency into this game. If he's able to have a successful laning phase, really get to that late game Caitlyn fairness, you start popping headshots for 700, 900 damage apiece here, it's going to be very hard for them to deal with. The dive comp certainly isn't strong. It's more focused towards disengage, and while that's pretty good into the composition Fishing have drafted, I think, they can just play the fights out a lot more dynamically. They can go for that pick on the front line, quickly assassinate them with the Caitlyn damage, and then play it a lot slower again from there. And they don't have super strong engage to get on top of this Caitlyn Seraphine.
I will say, Prodigium is just such a boon for the side of Destiny in these drafts. I really feel bad for Charybdis, such a talented ADC player, but this is the second season that he's pretty much been paired with a support that can only play enchanters, and it makes it really, really hard, because sometimes you want to draft to have a little bit of a tank support, you want to play something that has a little bit more fighting prowess in the 2v2, and you're just not able to. You pretty much never see Yasin not playing an enchanter in any of the Intel seasons that they've played in. Whereas Prodigium, we've seen him play the Lulu, we've seen him play the Renata Glass, but we also know he can play the Blitzcrank, he can play the Alistair, he can play the Leona, he can play the Pike, he can play these engaged supports as well at the same sort of level, and it just allows them to really pick in the support role exactly what they need. We saw in the last game, they even saved R5 for his Nico, which ended up being a massive, massive player in those team fights for Destiny to steal away such a convincing win. So I really do wonder if, in the end, this Seraphine pick, because the Seraphine, you're right, it probably should be mid this game. You should have a Jax top, you should have a Maokai in the jungle, and then you should put the Seraphine mid. But that would mean that you have to have Yacinth piloting a Mumu, and I just don't think it's a champion that they're comfortable on. And in the end, that is going to result in we have to see these weird lane swaps and a little bit of unorthodox picks, like things like the Maokai mid here for Kel'Thas. But I don't know whether or not that's going to be something that really makes a difference in this game. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I really like the Caitlyn pick here. It gives them a lot more agency, a lot more opportunities to make those picks, maybe challenge Destiny's hands a bit more. But I'm very worried about the mental on fishing side. I really want to see a competitive game 3 here. I want to see them stay strong, not give up, and continue fighting like they did in the first game, where we saw that really close game of lots of fights, lots of things happening, lots of hands happening. And I want to see good shot calling from the fishing side, and I really want to see it. With the Caitlyn pick, I think it favors a little bit more slow in the late game, at the very least. I would lean towards Destiny again, unfortunately, but I can see again the potential on the fishing side to hands gap them in these fights. We'll have to see how this one plays out as we get a fairly standard clear from both junglers. Mumu pathing towards that top side against this very strong top side team that is pathing bot side, which is very interesting. I would really like to see Destiny path towards this top side and like you said, go for this early grasp and fight for these fight for the early scuttles and just fight. Scrap. I think they just win out.
I think a small victory for the side of fishing that has to be stated is they did actually manage to swap around these players here. Jax is into the Galio top here. They did something sneaky, I think, on Destiny's side to try and get that matchup that they did want into the Jax, but unfortunately it is going to be evaded. Kel'Thuz's making his mid lane debut with Satanic Badger. They're finding themselves a little bit uncomfortable in that lane in the center of the map, but I think both of these players are going to survive just fine. And, you know, we might have an opportunity for Samurai Kimchi to abuse that Galio in a much longer lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because obviously Galio, he usually likes to go for that very early Holodanians because it helps his wave clear so much. But playing into the Jax, you know, this is a champion that does a lot of physical damage for the most part in the early game. So if you're itemizing for heavy early MR, but hang on, bit of a gank going on into Kel'Thuz.
Yeah, and they're going to find the bandit shots, and the flash auto will come through to finish off that Gragas there in the mid lane. C4J's angling for the bandit shots here. Asuko has the flash, he's going to hold it, and it might cost him his life. No, he's able to fit that one in before Kel'Thuz hits him with the Bramble Smash, and Fishing Esports coming up early in this game 1 here, or game 3, sorry. Losing my numbers with the first kill going on the board, but yeah, finally we're seeing a first blood come through for the side of Fishing.
I want to comment on Asuko playing that gank terribly, tanking those 2 tower shots, not allowing him to go for that 1v2 that I'm pretty sure he would have won and got a lot of souls out of, orbs out of rather. And it's very unfortunate that we had to burn Flash as well to survive underneath our tower against this Malachi. And we see a huge trade in the bot lane.
Yeah, this is exactly what we like to see on the Caitlyn. Able to actually have a little bit of agency. The trap not quite able to find its mark. I think if he had landed that trap, we could have very much seen a bit of a solo bolo coming down on the bot side, but alas, it was not meant to be. But yeah, beautiful play in the mid side. I've got to say, C4J with those bandit tosses, absolutely precision. In the end, it was just Kel'Thuz being a little bit short on mana to not be able to pull the trigger on the twisting advance to follow up. So Asuko was able to, you know, not have the CC layered on top of him, and he was able to flash away and survive. But, you know, that's just unfortunate, I suppose. Kel'Thuz, you know, mana dropping a little bit low from that fight prior, but I'm really interested to see how this sort of early game unfolds now. We do see Fishing for, I think, the first time in this series actually is the one with the early game lead. So how far they're able to take it, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, we see that the ping's coming out from the Mumu, pinging missing on the dragon, pinging on the way to the grub. We see the Gragas getting that vision maybe on the, I'd like to really see that vision. No, we're just ganking top. Okay. The Ardmona and Prodigium are not in a position to contest these grubs. I really want to see Destiny back off and just let these grubs go. We can't contest this. Maybe we go in for a steal on one of them. We are seeing some shenanigans going underway. We cannot contest this, I don't believe, for Destiny, but we are going to anyways. Okay, no.
I think they're just enjoying the cinema, you know. There's a nice display of 3 champions taking on Void Grubs. Nice 3v3 in the river there, and then 3 spectators. Nothing out of the ordinary here on the Summoner's Rift, but yeah, we're seeing a very good early game coming out of Fishing. They pick up 3 Grubs now, not even cross-mapping anything on the other side here, and Charybdis finally having a bit of success in this bot lane. We see him building up a nice little lead in the bot side here. A small advantage, but it's not one he's had all series basically versus Destiny, and it looks like they've finally found something they're a lot more comfortable with. It's just now, can Fishing translate this into a big win and start their comeback?
It's looking very hopeful on Fishing, and I'm really excited to see how this game plays out. We see some shenanigans going on the mid lane. Nice WQ by Kel'Thas, getting that damage on the HP, but not resulting in anything. We see a giant E there. From
Well, the chain of corruption has come out. Admona did hit level 6, but unfortunately the flash comes through. Charybdis looking to turn it around now, and there's going to be so much damage down on Admona. If he didn't have barrier, he would have surely dropped, and now he's left in a terrible position in the bot side. C4J getting the curse of the sad mummy is now probably going to be looking, but unfortunately now Byron's gone too far mid lane. He's turned his attention onto this Galio that has his flash available, but is he able to outplay anything? Doesn't quite look like it. He's trying to burn the flash with the Nimbus Cloak, but the ace in the hole comes through. Charybdis getting one on the board. Finally, this team is coming alive in the early game, and right now they've got a stranglehold over Destiny.
Yeah, Halfbound Axe picked up for the Caitlyn. I'm trying to wrap my head around what that is going to actually even build into, and I'm not even sure.
Is that maybe new static, new Yuntel? I have no idea.
Is it new Yuntel? It could be.
Wait,
Static?
Stack build into that? Oh, you can tell me.
I have no idea what those new items build into now.
I'm going to look up what the builds into. Hang on.
Okay, alright. Yeah, no, it's very good to see Fishing not giving up, fighting for these objectives early. Destiny kind of making some macro mistakes there, going for the top grubs when it's completely out of their control.
It's
I would really like to see that cross map pattern, and we can see that maybe they're getting a little bit too overconfident and maybe dropping the ball on these macro plays a little bit as they are feeling themselves in this 2-0 situation, while Fishing staying strong, not giving up, keeping it strong, and it's good to see Charybdis being able to make plays with this. In the pick, we see the giant ultimate ganked by Asuko and Byron Bernstein, and we see another interesting.
Big encore comes through. They do clip Admona and Prodigium, and now they're in no man's land. Prodigium does drop the flash to get out, and a nice chain of corruption is going to keep C4J in place so they don't get the turnaround there. Even burns a flash onto the Mumu. Very nicely played for the side of Destiny. Did have to drop some summons and some ultimates, but that is a beautiful situation you want there. No kills lost on the bot side, and they got a kill, denying tons of CS on that Jackson on the top side. Destiny finally swinging back into this game and showing signs of life.
Yeah, super good to see. It was, again, a little bit of a micro misplay from Yacinth. Super clutch ultimate. Was able to find both members of the DST bot lane, but the thing with Seraphine ultimate is you have to land the ult and then you follow up with the E to land that follow-up stun and that follow-up root and layer the CC, but unfortunately landed the ult and then ended up just dealing Casper the Ghost, so the CC chain wasn't quite there and they were able to just walk out, so bit of a blunder there, but in the end I do think it was not so bad. They were able to force out both flashes from the side of the Destiny bot lane, but mid lane, bit of a scuffle.
Goes on Sad Mummy, goes on to Asuko, and the bandit shot soon to follow. They find him before he's able to drop the ult. He didn't even have it. They're taking just really Rambo plays here to try and get Kane his orbs, but he's not finding these kills, and the gold lead is slipping away from them. Kane, you do often sacrifice a bit of your early game agency to get that red form and really come online, but right now he's sacrificing a lot to do it. C4J is really running away with this jungle lead, almost at that line injuries, and Kel'Thas having a really solid mid lane game on this Maokai too. It's going to be really hard for them to take down these champions unless Red Kane comes online very soon, because Admona's probably going to be in a very difficult position trying to hit this Jax, hit this Maokai, constantly weaving in and out of fights. They've got a really nice teamfight composition, and while Jax is definitely not your orthodox mid laner, I guess he was top laner this game, they're definitely making it work, and Fishing Esports have definitely got a good composition coming into these team fights.
Yeah, it's a shame that we're not seeing the Kane pop off as we were hoping, but like we said, we saw the top side draft. It was very strong on Destiny's side. They just executed this early game, giving away 6 grubs and a dragon against this. I mean, we shouldn't be giving up these objectives. It was all off of that terrible macro play from Destiny, just spectating the grubs being taken right in front of them. And it's a shame that we're seeing this turn out the way it is for Destiny's side. But it's very, very good for fishing. All the fishing fans are going crazy in the stadium right now, cheering on Travis and cheering on Jay. Absolutely putting on a masterclass in this early game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's also very exciting to see sort of a little bit more early game agency coming out from the side of fishing. I don't know, it's really good. I hope that if this series continues and goes the distance, I hope we see Charybdis really sticking to these sorts of Caitlyn style ADCs.
Although that item component built into it was Kraken Slayer with the lethal tempo, it kind of makes sense. I think lethal tempo got a buff with it in this patch.
That Lord is getting caught out. They're dropping the kitchen sink to try and take her down, but she's just too tanky with Health coming in with the teleport. They decide to call the play off, and Bjartens lives to see another day. They're trying to call these plays before the dragon spawn, but now that it hasn't worked out, are they going to be able to fight this dragon without those key cooldowns of the Varus ult and the Renata ult?
Yeah, I don't see a way they can do it with the Kayn not transformed yet. We probably just have to give this up. We've lost the Argentina ult, we've lost the Renata ult, and it's going to look a little bit, it's going to look very rough if we do decide to contest this. We do have the Galio ult and the Byron, the Gragas ult up. There is potential there, but I don't think they're strong enough. Their champions are just too weak, as we see Satanic Badger getting caught, flashing into the Maokai ult, getting cursed with Sad Money, getting Moo bandage toss. It's just a in the mid lane of the game. We see Isuko get away with murder here. I mean, Travis and Pearson just walking up way too far. You see 2 kills.
Oh, that was so close. The piercing arrow almost came through and took Travis' head off, but he manages to sidestep and flash out of safety. C4J, on the other hand, has no flash to get himself out, and that's a huge shutdown and a couple of kills going over to Asuko, which is definitely worrying for the side of Fishing Esports, because this Red Kayn, we've talked about how he's going to be so strong into the potential frontline of Fishing Esports, and now coming in with that shutdown with those additional kills, this Kayn could be a real monster.
Absolutely, I think that the Red Kayn is going to be such a difficult person to deal with as we move into the mid sort of stages of this game. There's just not enough damage at the moment to bring him down again. You look at Fishing's comp, I do think one of the big glaring weaknesses is your sort of mid and bot side around these Dragon team fights in the early parts of the game. It's going to be a Maokai, an Amumu, and a Seraphine for the most part outside of that Caitlyn. Not very high damage champions, but meanwhile, a bit of a topside scuffle here, but both parties probably going to be able to walk out relatively unscathed. So until the Jax is able to actually scale up and start participating in these 5v5s, you know, if Caitlyn's low like Charybdis was and is sort of forced out of the fight, they can't really stand toe-to-toe in terms of the damage that a lot of these champs are going to be able to pump out on the side of Destiny.
Yeah, Travis and Viasant getting caught out, spelling disaster for the side of Fishing. Asuko with a lovely position to punish that overextension by them, reading the first tower, first blood tower. It's very nicely played by Asuko, and very, very nice read to punish that very, very greedy play by Travis and Viasant. We see the Rift Herald getting taken away by the side of Fishing. We have to sit and watch and wonder where they're going to drop that one. Hopefully in the mid and top, and get the value out of the 2 crashes. As we'll probably see the game slow down and kind of pending that Dragon and Baron spawn for both teams.
Yeah, so Triforce has actually been finished on the Jax, and this is going to be the stage of the game that Galio is just not able to match him anymore in the side lane. So we see instead they've sent Satanic Badger up there to match him on the Galio, which obviously is a tried and true sort of Jax counter pick. So Satanic Badger is still going to have his work cut out for him in the side lane, but diligently scaling up. And now that he does have that Triforce, once he starts moving towards the Sundered Sky, he's going to bit of an engage.
Pick.
Yeah, they're trying to pick up Yasinth again. The flash has been dropped, but she's still in no man's land. They're dropping the whole Destiny squad, all 5 members here to catch her out in the mid lane, but they definitely wanted more for that. But that's all they're going to get for the time being. Kel'Thas rotating up to make sure nothing else happens towards this mid tower. They might try and force it down, but it might be rough for them to try and continue without these ults. C4J still has some ultimates available to them. They could try and play this out, but it looks like they're just going to take the one pick. Just weather the storm here, find picks here and there for Destiny, and they're clawing their way back into this game, trying to claw this gold lead back, and definitely punishing Fishing, overstepping, trying to use the 6 scrubs to their advantage to knock over these towers, but it's just a matter of time. If they're able to knock over this tower with that Herald, it's definitely going down here. I think Fishing Esports are definitely going to pick up a bit of a lead with the 6 scrubs and the Herald. They're going to extend their lead a bit more, and it's on Destiny to see if they can find some additional plays to get back, because these one pick here and there is doing a great job for them, but they're still down so much, and trading flashes there. C4J, Kel'Thas now going in there, good look at CC, Chain Suko, they're trying to do it with everything they have. C4J hasn't dropped the curse of the Sad Mummy, looking for the angle, 4-man drop there, but Charabdis is just too hard to follow up on for Charabdis. He's up on the side, but he doesn't have any target, then you're going to pick him up now. Asuko finds another shot down into this game, and they're just going to run for the hills to try and get out. Samurai Kimchi has finally shown up here, but this is not enough here. He's trying to do his best to find the kill. Triple kill for the side of Asuko. Finally shut down. Prodigium now showing up. It's going to spell the end for Samurai Kimchi, unless he can pull a miracle out of his pocket here, but there are no miracles for the side of Fishing Esports today, and that's going to be a crucial teamfight victory. Just as I was criticizing, they need to do something more to come back into this game. They deliver.
My
Super
thoughts are,
unlucky.
my question is, where was Samurai Kimchi during that entire fight? We see Charabdis walking up to 5 people, expecting some sort of follow-up from his team. But, I mean, Samurai Kimchi is nowhere to be seen. If that Jax was there, that would have been huge for that team fight. Having that frontline to play behind Jay, having that huge ultimate onto 4 people, having no follow-up because of Samurai Kimchi's absence. It's just, that's the question. Where was Samurai Kimchi during that fight?
I think something even more egregious though was the fact that Kane popped off so hard in that fight. When he should have died off the bat, he had Curse of the Sad Mummy. Amumu was standing right next to him. They could have chain CC'd that Kane to death. He's a key player for these team fights, which they could have taken out. I would have taken a 1-man ult onto the Kane over a 4-man ult, because no one was there to follow up, and we could attribute that to stuff like Samurai Kimchi not being there, but Asuko committed a war crime and he got away with it, and it's paying off big. This Kane now sitting off on 2 items is a real headache for the side of Fishing Esports if they don't turn their attention to them, and I think they got to start focusing on that in the upcoming team fights.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. There's a lot of things that barely happened to make that team fight a success in some capacity on the side of Fishing. Satanic Badger almost got away with his life, but it was the last few ticks of the Leandry's burn from C4J that ended up finishing him off, so certainly could have been a lot worse for Fishing than it was. But again, I mean, it just comes down to Yasin. This was something that happened bot lane earlier. Did not land the skill shots to layer the CC to enable Asuko to die when you were talking about it, Bladexa, and it really ended up costing them a lot more than it should have.
Dragon's getting caught a little bit here. You're having to use the ult to try and disengage. Skelly also pulling up the ult and the TP from Samurai Kimchi. The question has been answered. There is Samurai Kimchi. Byron having to flash out, but I think the Dragon is doing it, more or less for Destiny's side. So overall, 1 for Dragon.
Look at mid parity here.
Oh, true as well. We're probably going to lose top mid tier 2, and look at top tier 2 as well. Oh my goodness. Macro from the Destiny side. Kind of struggling with the wave positions, but we're seeing Kel'Thas getting kind of picked off here.
They're trying to claw something back. C4J has found the 3-man, but the team is not here on the horizon though. They've arrived just in time, and Ardmoon is going to be taken down, not bailed out today, and Charabdis is running cleanup crew, but Asuko left by himself as Samurai Kimchi. It is going to be enough, just barely, but that could have spelled out disaster too if he was able to pick out a kill onto Jax. Charabdis probably would have picked him up in time, but again, we see the Kane. He had just about 10% HP versus 2 champions, and he's almost able to pick one up on the way out here, but we're seeing the strength of Fishing Esports come into play here. The team fights are really solid when they're finding these bigger Mumu ults. Destiny are getting caught slipping here and there. Finally, Ardmoon drops his first death, and Yeah, they're just trying to find things back, but they're just not quite in position. They've really got to coordinate their plays well to punish Fishing Esports when they've got a lead like this, especially with Charybdis sitting on 2.4k now, recalling. He's going to pick up probably his Infinity Edge and a Zeal. He's going to be an absolute monster coming into these late game fights.
Things are going to go from bad to worse for Destiny. You said it yourself, Bloodxa. Looking at the Fishing lineup right now, Infinity Edge almost completed on the side of Caitlyn. Fimbulwinter around the corner from being picked up on the Maokai. Top side, we see that Sundered Sky very, very close to being picked up on Samurai Kimchi's Jax. It is about to be a 2-item kingdom on the side of Fishing, but C4J, he has money on the game, so he's trying to make sure that it's not too easy for the side of Fishing to take this next one back. But yeah, Fishing certainly powers here, but they're going to be trying to take away this Baron 4v5 while they've got the pick advantage, and I'm not sure if Fishing are in a position to really contest.
Yeah, Charybdis is so far away. They're doing it so quickly with this Varus damage and the Kane damage. It's going to be really difficult coming into ultimates like this Renata, but they're going to try it. Encore hits onto 2. The twisting advance is going to land, and they're finding a pick onto Artmona, which feels almost illegal. They've committed highway robbery here, and Kel'Thas surviving so long on this Maokai. Byron Burnside doing all he can, but this Caitlyn is absolutely devastating with the damage right now, and they're going to pick off 2 on the way out. Satanic Badger is going to find a nice flash body slam to take him out, and Charybdis does the ear of the wall. He's going to have to drop flash. Absolute disaster there for him. They're looking to finish him off now. He's in a terrible spot. C4J on the horizon. Is he able to show up in time to save him? But it's to the side lobby, and they find 2. Double kill for Jay, but unfortunately, the Charybdis does finally go down. He sidesteps on the Asuko's W, and it looks like that's going to be curtains for him. Bandage toss about to be up by Grump, the hero he needed, and he drops the flash to get out of there. But what a turnaround for the side of Fishing Esports. Samurai Kimchi didn't have the teleport the whole time, and he gets rewarded for this tier 2 bot lane. After everything is said and done, Fishing Esports come out ahead in that Baron play.
Charybdis absolutely popping off, showing why he is one of the best AD carries in the tournament and a high elo player in his own right. The movement on the Caitlyn, absolutely insane. He's got the LDR completed now after that last team fight in the face of 2 tanks on the enemy team. It's going to be monstrous, the damage coming out of this Caitlyn. Jax as well, picking up that tier 2 on the bot side, like you mentioned, Bloodxa, and that is going to be Sundered Sky on his item slot completed. Huge. It is going to be damage all around the board now. 2 items are go, 3 items on the ADC. Fishing in a sizable position. 5,000 gold ahead. They find themselves in the driving seat to take down Destiny's Nexus for arguably the first time all series.
Yes, it's very good. Very well played by the side of Fishing. Getting away with that initial illegal play, getting Artmona, punishing Destiny's greed on that Baron there, as we see the vision game being played by Destiny and Fishing. Hopefully nothing crazy happens while we're talking, but we should see this next dragon fight kind of set the pace for the next like 5 minutes of this game, whether it's going to be a stop for Fishing in this next fight. Whether if they stomp it, then they're probably just going to continue on, and we see Prodigium getting caught.
Prodigium getting hit up by the bandage toss. The cleanse is there, tries to get the bailout, but unfortunately too much damage coming through from the side of Charybdis. This 3-item Caitlyn, absolutely monstrous. We talked about, you know, Charybdis maybe making some itemization blunders in the first couple of games, you know, with the Collector Tristana on the mid lane. First game, we saw the lethality jigs, but this game, I gotta say, Kraken Slayer, i.e. LDR, absolutely chef's kiss. He is just shredding through these frontline champions that have been locked in here for the side of Destiny, and it really, really shows the difference that having such strong items on your strongest player really makes. And, you know, you talk about strong items on a strong champion, Samurai Kimchi, looking at a 3-item Jax almost at 25 minutes. That is certainly not something to be trifled with. As Satanic Badger, you know, locked in this Gragas as an answer to the Jax, but it is only an answer in lane. Jax does have that scaling inevitability, and we're starting to see it as he's starting to kind of beat the Gragas' head in the side lane.
Yeah, the vision line on Destiny's side is really good. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more focus being put from Fishing onto this vision on Baron with as the next objective they should be taking. Samurai Kimchi is getting caught somehow in the bot lane. potentially going to die here. You're going to have to burn Flash, maybe Q out. Okay,
This has to be a Baron call, no? But unfortunately, Kel'Thuz's recalls.
We need to be making these Baron calls with Samurai Kimchi having to burn so much, and we see the TP from Kel'Thuz. Don't 100% agree with that, but again, Fishing needs to be putting their eyes, setting their eyes on this Baron and getting this vision down to start pressuring that Baron threat.
Yeah, I like what Destiny are doing. They're at least doing something here. They're not waiting for the end to come. They're seeing if there's any cracks in the armor. They caught Samurai Kimchi slipping a little bit in the bot lane there, but unfortunately nothing else is going to happen off of it, and they've lost all their vision around Baron. They've got a very sneaky one in the mid, but C4J looks to see if he's found out Asuka, but it seems not quite there. He really needs to wait for this Caitlyn to be in range because he's a majority of this damage. Kel'Thuz now finding himself in a bad situation, but we see now the roles have reversed. The tanks on the side of Fishing are just so hard to punish, and Ardmona really needs to be there. Asuka needs to be there to punish these champions with the CC chain, otherwise they're just going to walk out of harm's way, just like we've seen there. And all of a sudden, Fishing Esports absolute wrestling, all control of the red side jungle here, seeing if they can find any picks, and they're just not pulling the trigger yet. They're seeing angle onto Charitas, no flash up here, and they're sending the whole kitchen sing, and they found all these ultimates, but unfortunately the front to back is just beautiful. The peel and the dive onto Destiny's backline is just going off chops. Charitas cutting out in the meantime in the backline here, but Fishing Esports frontline is just winning out. Unfortunately, Charitas eventually does go down, but C4J looks like he's going to clean house here. Actually, Samurai Kimchi is going down slowly but surely to Asuka, who has not been focused down. It's a messy fight on both sides, but it's Destiny that comes ahead at the end of it all. Charitas just got flash up. If he had flash up for that fight when it began, I think the story would be different, but unfortunately not to be here. Asuka is going to drop that flash to find the kill onto that Amumu, which is huge for this upcoming Baron. They might be able to rush it on Ardmona's spawn unless they can pull another Miracle Steal out on this Baron fight.
Oh, so much to comment on it. Like you said, it was a very messy fight. DST hitting that 4-man ulti. Mumu following up with the 3-man ulti. Jax being on the backline that entire time. Meanwhile, Galio and Gragas were on Charybdis the entire time as well. It was all over the place. Battle sport on both sides of the backlines, getting dove by the front lines, and Destiny coming up on top. Charybdis, we didn't really see what happened with Charybdis there. It was unfortunate that he died. Like you said, with the flash being down, maybe with flash up, that fight was very different there. And again, Fishing just need to put their eyes on this Baron, get this vision down, contest this vision, get rid of Destiny's vision, and threaten the Baron. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, again, all eyes are going to be on Asko. Absolutely huge here. 12 kills on the Kane. Baron Bernstein looking to try and do a little bit of tank slapping up on the top side as Destiny rotates around, but in the end, not going to be able to find much of anything, and it is going to be full resets for the side of Fishing. We'll see if Destiny realize that they've all reset. They do have the vision. They saw C4J hit the recall. We'll wonder if they hit the worm, but looks like they're not going to pull the trigger just yet. Seraphine picking the Ocean Drake, going to be up in a minute. Looks like the Fishing Esports objective here is going to be wanting to chase after Soul Point. Certainly makes sense with their composition. They've got such tanky frontline. Ocean Soul
caught sleeping.
Combo.
He got caught sleeping, walking onto the Snapchat there, and doesn't end up eating a delicious cupcake and ends up losing 70% of his health, and that's going to give them free reign to push through on this mid lane. But unfortunately, Justin gets caught out a little bit, but here's the huge on-goal in return there. Baron Bernstein is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Big Granada ult to try and peel off the team, but it's going to amount to absolutely nothing there. And with that pick, they're staying straight at the Baron here for the side of Fishing Esports. Asuka is still alive. Can they zone this Kane out from the pit, or can they pull another engage? Because they've used some big tools already. They still have a Mumu's ult in the pocket here, but this Kane could pull a Miracle Steal, but looks like they're not opting for anything. They just want to go towards that Soul win condition.
Yeah, I actually wonder if this is a blunder here.
Straight into that dragon. I don't think that Destiny have the damage to take this dragon in time. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to tank it in time, but no. Destiny are being able to just capture that dragon, stealing away the Soul Point, and Fishing have their eyes on mid lane.
Certainly, I mean, if you're going to go for the Baron here, you would hope that you have plans to try and end the game in the next couple of minutes, because in 5 minutes time, Destiny are going to be able to swing at that Ocean Soul, and it's going to be way more difficult to deal with this Rast when he's able to, you know, pop the ultimate, heal up with Ocean Soul while he's in that intangibility and pop out with way more HP. It's super oppressive to deal with. And obviously Ocean Soul, something that Fishing would have wanted to go for themselves. They've got the tanky comp, they've got the Seraphine to try and stall out those team fights and make them go longer. So we'll have to wait and see if going for the Baron here ends up being a blunder instead of opting to try and go down and take that Dragon away, because I don't think Destiny were really in a position to punch back with a Baron of their own if Fishing decided to go for Dragon, but if they're going to go for Baron, it certainly does buy Destiny enough time to steal away the Dragon and put them onto Soul Point. So hopefully this isn't going to be Fishing's demise in the next 5 minutes, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, speaking of Ocean Soul, on the table, we see the itemization from Fishing Esports looking beautiful, having 3 Grievous Wounds items on the side. Meanwhile, Destiny kind of lacking the Grievous Wounds to cut through that one Ocean Dragon that might not be offering that much healing. But it's good to see Grievous Wounds not being stepped on. But we see Samurai Kimchi getting caught.
Yeah, they're sending 4 members down mid to try and chase him here, but they are going to lose out on the top side as a result. They've killed him pretty swiftly, but the towers are going down on the top side. Twisting Advance has been dropped onto Satanic Badger, but he evades that as well. And now they got to be careful of the pinch themselves. They're down a member, down this Jax. This late in the game is going to be very worrying. Asuko wrapping around on the side. I'd keep your eyes on Charybdis and Asuko, because these 2 champions are surely set to collide in this position. They're playing a strong front to back. They're escorting each other out, but Asuko might pull a trigger at any moment. Byron Bernstein also looking for his angle in. It's an absolute stare down as they walk each other towards the Nexus spot. Who's going to pull the first trigger? Byron finally going in. D4J response. He's playing front to back, healing back. Are they going to go back to the Nexus? No, they're chasing them now. Satanic Badger goes in with a huge body slam. Charybdis is out of harm's way though. Can they win out on this fight? Mona gets caught out, and now Abel's looking to take him down, but Asuko comes through. He's getting kited out by Charybdis though. He hasn't even dropped the flash. He's dropping so much damage back onto the side of Fishing Esports, and he's running in a clinic. Destiny running for their heels now. They couldn't take him down, and now Samurai Kimchi comes back for his revenge in a big way. Mona, nothing left to escape. He is surely going to get picked up by the side of Fishing Esports, and now Nexus wide open for the taking for the side of Fishing, looking to finish this one off.
Charybdis punches back huge. Finally pulls off the ADC performance that we've all been expecting from him, as Fishing are sure to take this to a game 4. We've got 2 members of Destiny left alive, but I don't think they have what it takes on these champions to hold off the 5-man push coming through from the side of Fishing Esports as Kel'Thas respawns in just a moment with that TP available. They're going to be able to take it down, and Charybdis, all eyes were on him in that team fight, absolutely left to free hit on this Caitlyn, and he was just pumping DPS.
Yeah, lovely played team fight by Charybdis. So it was looking a little bit trolled using that ult in the face of of Kane there. I was a bit worried for him, but he was able to manage to walk away from the Kane unscathed and pump out that DPS, like you said, pushing the lethal tempo Kraken to the limit. And we saw a very, very, very well played team fight by Charybdis, minus the ult in Kane's space. Very well played by the side of Fishing there. Destiny, very nice engage on that startup, cutting off C4J there, but Ardmona wasn't in a position to capitalize on that pick. Unfortunately, leaving himself in that 1v1 with Charybdis, and Fishing just coming up on top in that team fight, in that final team fight, ending the game.
Yeah, super awesome to see. It is wonderful to see Fishing Esports really start to capitalize themselves on this style that they seem to be a lot more comfortable on, putting Charybdis on a champ that is actually able to have a lot of agency in lane, scale up into those mid-game team fights, and really have an impact. You know, dropping a 50k damage nuke on the Caitlyn. You can see he was an absolute monstrous powerhouse here. And I think another factor of that is, again, Prodigium. He was on the Renata Glasskeer. We saw him on Playmakers in the first 2 games, the Blitzcrank and then the Nico. And he was such a big X factor in those mid to late game team fights, being able to find those rocket grabs, being able to find those huge Nico lockdowns. But, you know, forced onto the Renata Glass, I just feel like he didn't have the same level of I want to say, like, agency to really make an impact in this game, especially when it came to those early sort of roams and early teamfight participation. So we'll have to wait and see if maybe Prodigium will go back on something that is a little bit more tried and true, or whether or not, Charybdis being on something like this Caitlyn really was the deal breaker.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Renata was the problem. I think that early game macro where we just spectated grubs getting taken right in front of our faces was the big like shift in momentum that fishing needed to continue to push their lead with a 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 gold lead and continue to push their lead and secure their win conditions of securing every single early game objectives. 2 dragons and 6 grubs on the side of fishing, where Destiny had opportunities to trade objectives when they simply didn't. I think Destiny might have been a little bit too overconfident with this 2-0 lead and just blundering the early game macro. We should move on to SVP, MVP. Liam, do you want to lead?
Yeah, I'll kick us off talking about SVP, and I think if you look at the statistics here, it's pretty easy to go towards Asuko on that Kane there. Definitely had some issues there in the early game, but once he came online, he was carrying the team in a big way. He was basically all that was keeping them afloat in this game here, picking up those kills and being an absolute monster on this Kane. Yeah, definitely was a big factor in their team fights where they seem to be falling apart everywhere else, but I don't know, do you guys have any other thoughts on SVP? I think you can maybe look towards Ardmona having an okay game, but I think, yeah, just the moment Charybdis gets a good laning phase, it's hard to see Ardmona come online the way he was in the other games.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to disagree against Asko. He made a really key blunder in that final team fight, which arguably is the reason that it didn't exactly go in their favor, where, Rust's W is a really key spell in his kit, and he just, I think, tried to QW or like flash W, and he didn't have it because he ended up just Wing like 10 meters away from anybody and hit Casper the Ghost. And then he didn't have that cooldown available for, a sizable amount of the team fight. And it ended up costing him a little bit. He wasn't able to use that huge 13 kill lead quite as effectively as he otherwise would have. But I mean, that's one blunder right at the end of the game, and it was already looking quite hard for Destiny, and he played the rest of it absolutely phenomenally. So I do agree it's pretty hard to argue against Asko not taking that one away.
Yeah, I can agree with Asuko as well. For MVP, I mean, it's hard to give it to anyone but Charybdis in this game. The Amumu securing those objectives, really, really nice to see the early game macro from the side of fishing. I think that's more on the side of Destiny's blunder, but it's good to see nonetheless. But yeah, I think Charybdis's Caitlyn this game showing how to pull off the lethal tempo Kraken build is hard to argue against, I think.
Yeah, I want to give
sure.
definitely an honorable mention to Jay, though, for that early game. Not only was he getting those objectives, he was just straight up killing a lot of people in the early game on this Amumu, not even known for his early game aggression or anything, but C4J definitely having a clinic in this early game, getting his team the kills they need. A little bit off the back of, a weaker jungler on the enemy side, but, he's punishing accordingly. This is exactly what his team needed to pull that early game lead, and we see this team is just so much more comfortable if he's able to do that, if they're able to win their lanes and translate this winning lanes into these objectives. They look so much more comfortable than these other comps that they're pulling off, and I'm hoping to see him keep that form as well as Charybdis for the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to point out C4J as well. Definitely an honorable mention there. It was certainly Charybdis that was kind of the star highlight player when it comes to the damage graphs and the pop-offs in those team fights, and he played absolutely phenomenally. But C4J also played extremely well. You think about the moment that really propelled Charybdis into a position where he could take over the game and carry. It was kind of around that Baron team fight where Charybdis was about to go down. He was in a 1v3 situation, and then it was the R flash coming through from C4J, looking up all 3 members, followed up by the bandage tosses just to buy Charybdis time to take down 2 of them. And it was Asko who barely got away with his life. It was almost all 3. And then after that moment, Charybdis was able to finish the Infinity Edge. He was able to buy the last Whisper, and then it was just too much damage from that point forward. He was just a monster to be reckoned with, and it was all off the back of C4J. So I would say it was a team effort all around between the two of them, hand in hand, but I do agree with you. Charybdis certainly took that lead and ran with it.
Yeah, with all that said, I think that's MVPs and SVPs sorted. Charybdis taking MVP and SVP going over to Asuko here. And, We've got a series on our hands now, finally, but Destiny do have side selection here. We'll see if they can cook a response to what's just happened to them in this game 3. They've got a bit of time to adapt here, and we'll see whether we can go the distance to that game 5 this series. I definitely want to see it tonight here, but you know, Destiny had some really dominant performances. They've got some tricks in the bag. We'll see now whether they can respond in a big way and what their strategy is after losing to that Caitlyn, because I can imagine Charybdis is not going to get that pick again, just like we're not giving the Jax over to Satanic Badger anymore. I imagine they don't want to give him any more winning lanes. They're going to cut down his champion pool, and he's really going to be tested on what he can do again on a different pick here.
Yeah, it just really comes down to the ADC drafting. We saw Jinx got locked in game 1 into the Varus, and it was an absolute disaster. But because Jinx, you know, she's sort of the Sona of AD carries in a lot of way, where oftentimes the way that you'll see Jinx get locked in team compositions is if the enemy ADC locks in a bit of a scaler themselves that doesn't have much in the way of lane pressure, something like a Sivir that we saw in game 2. You can respond by locking in the Jinx, and then the Jinx just gets to scale for free and be an absolute menace in those mid to late game team fights. If you lock in Jinx in response to Varus, you are just going to get bullied all lane. You're not going to be able to come online. You're going to have a really difficult time getting to that sort of 2-item power spike that we are so familiar with. And then Sivir into Ashe, a similar story. You're just going to get absolutely dumped on all lane. But finally, game 3, we see Charybdis playing the Caitlyn, playing something that can go toe-to-toe with Ardmona, show him why he's the higher elo AD carry, and it really absolutely paid dividends. And I would love to see Charybdis on something with a little bit more agency again. But if you are going to ban out that Caitlyn, you have to wonder, what are they going to ban in retaliation? Because in that first phase, they had to ban out the Lilia for C4J, his main champion in that jungle role. And then they had to ban out the Xayah. You know, they only really have one flex ban slot to play with. If you put it towards the Caitlyn, it's going to open something else up. If you ban something else and the Caitlyn, that opens up Charybdis' Xayah. So it all depends on what you're willing to give Fishing, and if Fishing are able to take that and run with it.
Yeah, we'll see how deep the champion pool is here for Charybdis, because he's been sort of picking the losing lanes, definitely giving counterpick away to his other players here, but he can certainly save counterpick for himself and try and get the most favorable matchup. He might not get a winning matchup if the opponent locks in Varus Nico in a very strong lane. However, you know, you can pick something like the Corki, like the Draven, and then pick something more aggressive there. Really try and bring the fight to Destiny's bot lane. You know, you not go out silently into the night, surely, because he's looked the strongest there when he's had that winning lane, and I think Fishing need to keep that formula here, or they need to just execute better than they did in that game 1, because certainly, you know, they had a chance in that game 1. It wasn't all doomed from the draft, but it certainly made the game plan so much more difficult. And I think looking at that game 3, just level of confidence there. Yeah, you did mention it's not the biggest problem, and I don't think it is either. Certainly, picking it early on into the draft is probably going to sell that it's going to go towards that top lane too. I doubt they're going to be able to flex it around like Fishing were. So we'll see whether Destiny are going to pick that up, or maybe they go towards some other priority champions like Skarner's left up here, which is banned off.
Skarner is up as well, yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
no,
Pike
no,
first
no,
pick.
no. Oh, why are you picking Pike first?
Destiny, they want silver scrapes.
Oh my god.
Jax getting locked in, no surprises there. Jaxamumu taken away. It is the Pike. Looks like Destiny have said, you know what? The only reason we didn't win that game 3 is because we gave you a little bit of lane prior. So we're just going to lock in the Pike, and we're going to absolutely play to either go 15 kills spot or 15 death spot. And I love it.
Oh my goodness. I completely disagree with the Pike first pick. With the Skarner up, with the Jax up. Oh, it looks so bad here, but maybe Fishing fall over their keyboards, kind of just like get really sick, kind of just like lay down, close their eyes. Maybe Pike gets some crazy plays in this early game, gets them completely ahead and shuts down Fishing. But
Kate
man,
also open. I mean,
Caitlyn
that's another thing, right? Like, Caitlyn is a champ that you can just lock Jinx into and scale. So we'll see if he ends up doing that. Varus is locked in, though. I'm pretty sure Fishing... Oh, I think you should just lock Caitlyn here. It's going to get banned away if you don't. I think you can just handshake the Caitlyn into Varus matchup again. But no, they're going to lock in Ornn for whatever reason. I'm not sure why that was a priority pick there instead of just counterpicking ADC. I guess they want to save R5 for Charybdis to give him full counterpick on the enemy comp. But you already see the support ADC matchup, so I'm not really sure what extra info you really need. And all you've done now is given 2 bans away, and there we see Caitlyn getting taken off the board.
Yeah, I expect a Jinx ban as well. And yeah, I don't understand the Ornn pick either. I think that the Caitlyn into the Pyke Varus is probably very good. I can see if you want to chuck like an AD into the jungle instead of the Mumu and then chuck a Mumu into the bot lane, that would be a pretty good option. I think we're just limited by the champ pools of the players on fishing to enable that kind of rotation. Potentially,
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a
Natica.
second ADC ban, though. Yeah, Lucian getting taken off the board here.
Lucian.
You know,
Interesting.
so many ADC bans, and now Charybdis, unfortunately, doesn't have a lot to go off of, but he certainly has Corki. I mean,
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, if they really wanted to, they could be evil and pick Corki mid.
The only thing that makes sense to me for the first 3 picks for fishing is one thing in particular. I'm not gonna try and sell it before things are thing. And just to give a little hint, I don't think it'll be revealed until probably about 2 minutes into the game. But that's all you're gonna get from me, and I think that's a strategy they could employ. But right now, we're getting a pretty stock standard Destiny draft here. It's gonna be so hard dealing with this Maokai jungle roaming around with the Pyke, absolutely just dominating these lanes from Fog of War. If they drop the Twisted Advance from the side of that lane, it's all but going to guarantee that Pyke hook if he's anywhere in the vicinity. The CC is so strong and really enabling this Pyke to pop off in this game. If they manage to get to the 2v2, I don't know what ADC pick fixes this for the side of Fishing Esports, and they look like they're going to go to front to back.
Don't do it.
Go towards that Jinx.
No, Jinx is good here. I just don't want to see opportunity second. That's all I'll say about the Jinx pick. The Jinx pick, I like the Jinx pick. I think it makes sense. It does put a little bit of weight onto your team's shoulders to try and do a little bit more work than they need to. But Jinx, I mean, resets, and then you just kill everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard though, right? Because like you're playing against Pyke, so you're going to be under a lot of pressure early in the laning phase. You're playing with a Seraphine who already is a very weak champion in lane. She does basically nothing until she scales up. And then you're playing into, again, Lissandra, Maokai Na, like such hard engage tools, plus the Varus Chains of Corruption. When you're playing this immobile ADC that's so weak early game like Jinx, this is a really hard game to kind of get your footing in, get your sort of foot in the door and make things happen compared to, you know, if you're able to actually pick something that has a little bit of priority like the Corki, you might be able to punch back. But again, then you run into the issue of playing a low range AD carry like Corki into something like the Varus. I just think, again, all of these issues kind of did come about from not picking the AD carry here on R3.
Yeah,
I think, yep.
Nash, you want to go through the sponsors and go through that right now?
Oh, I was gonna do it a bit later, but I'll hold on.
No, it's okay.
All right, I'll just drop it in now then. All right.
Everyone, I hope you're enjoying the games. My name is Dylan Bennett and I'm CEO of The Array, and I want to welcome you to the space. Esports is an important element to a growing athletic community, and we're really proud to sponsor this year's NTEC and foster the next wave of esports talent here in the territory. For more information, head to our website at www.thearray.gg.
Okay, they can hear us now.
Hey guys that can't hear Nash, be sure to tune in to the finals on the 23rd.
At the Array.
Yep, guys. All thanks to the Array. You saw the ad just then, guys. It's going to be an absolutely epic event. Hopefully, we see a big series like we're seeing here tonight. I'm hoping Fishing can deliver here. It's, you know, looking like Destiny have gotten themselves a pretty comfortable draft yet again, but we know Fishing are not going to go down without a fight. The game 1 draft certainly was close when they did lock in that Jinx the first time, but Prodigium first picking that Pyke, you know, shows a level of confidence. He knew he was not going to get counter-picked that hard, and now he's got the world, you know, the ball is in his court. He has to deliver, but we'll see whether they come out with any crazy tactics on Fishing to throw a wrench in that works there, because C4J was definitely turning up on that Amumu. I'm hoping, you know, the rest of the squad can come together and we can really challenge Destiny in this early game and not have a repeat of that game 2.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the thing about
I like the idea that
Blitzcrank,
Kadius was talking about with the Varus Pike matchup into the Jinx Seraphine, that really weak early game on the side of fishing, and being able to punish that will be the test for Destiny's early advantage. We'll see whether that pans out the way it does. But if they're unsuccessful with getting this lead, I mean, it looks pretty hard for Destiny to play this mid to late game with a Pike. I mean, Carrier was crazy with it, but I don't know about I don't know about Prodigium's Pike.
yeah, the thing about I don't know, just the thing about Pike as a champ is you pretty much have to drop like 15 kills, 15 assists out of lane to really like transition into the win. Um, and unfortunately, game one, Blitzcrank, the champ scales incredibly well. Those hooks, you can hook someone over a wall from like a full screen away and pull them into your team, knock them up, CC them, silence them. It's really oppressive. And just in team fights outside of the hook, you've got your low cooldown knock up. You're building like a tank, so you're actually able to frontline quite a lot of damage with the mana shield. He's like a very good scaling threat. Pike scales quite poorly into the mid to late game. He's very squishy. He can't build tank stats, so you have to play the outskirts of fights. And unless you're able to get an angle to get multiple ult resets, you don't offer nearly as much. So he certainly is like a laning pick, and you have to snowball. And if you don't, Seraphine is just going to be more useful than you in those mid to late game fights when she gets a couple of items on board. So hopefully Prodigium is able to really get the ball rolling here. My eyes are going to be on him.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Agree completely.
We've got that 3-minute delay, but the strategy I wanted to talk about that we'd see at the 2-minute mark is actually the lane swap. I think this is a perfect opportunity to try and avoid that Pike Varus lane. That's probably going to get a lead no matter what you do in the 2v2 here, but you could just guarantee that the Jinx is able to scale up very well, get past those really difficult early levels by sending her into the top lane versus this Gnar. Ornn's certainly a champion that can farm under tower and survive dives, and if you catch Destiny completely off guard, they're probably not even going to be able to execute that dive. This is really probably the moment to bring out all the tricks in the bag, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen here today. Just interesting food for thought. I wonder if, things could be different if we're lane swapping here, but we'll all be seen whether Prodigium's able to make a big advantage happen, because he's looking for it with that Ignite Halo Blades Pike here. He's out for blood.
Yeah, certainly it will be. I actually do completely agree. I think if there was ever a game for a lane swap here, sending the Seraphine up into the top side around that 2-minute mark once they get a nice little three-way crash here would be absolutely beautiful. Which they should be able to get priority as long as both players are playing the game. It is double range against ranged melee, so Jinx Seraphine should be able to get cryo on the wave. If they don't, it's a little bit of a walk time. As Prodigium though, super amazing hook, pops the Ignite straight away. That's going to be Charybdis' cleanse.
And they're trading back as much damage as they can, but unfortunately it's not out in their favor. Prodigium goes in for another hook, but he's losing a bit of health. They're dropping really low on both sides. There's so much blows being traded back and forth, but I feel like it's ultimately going to be a very big test whether they can survive the level 2 of this Pike. If they get another hook, it's going to be a guaranteed kill. Pike can go in for a skill check with the flash E. It's a scary situation. They have the lane priority, but once it bounces here, I'm going to be fearing for them whether they can survive the level 2 Pike.
Here we go. We might see a play next here. There's no cleanse on the side of Jinx. I want to see the E flash. It's a guaranteed kill, basically.
Here we go. Yeah,
gets caught, but unfortunately it's just not enough here. Jared is trying to trade the kill back. He does find the kill back, and that's the best he can hope for, but that's still 2 for 1 for the side of this bot lane, and that's exactly what we were worried about. Charybdis was on point, but Yasin's caught lacking for that stun. Otherwise, maybe they could have turned it around onto Prodigium in a big way with no flash E there.
I think that you could have predicted that flash coming from a mile away. Unfortunately, Jason is lacking a bit. Yeah, like you said, not flashing like following suit with Charybdis' Jinx, and unfortunately losing out on that 2v2.
It's honestly just game knowledge. Charybdis is the higher elo player out of the two of them. It wasn't just an E flash that came through from Prodigium, it was an E and then started channeling the Q and then flashed. Some players just don't know that Pike can do that. Still hit you with the E and then hook you. And it looks like, I guess, yeah, Yasin was not expecting that one, but Charybdis He's used to seeing that one. That's the tried and true, the Pike classic, a little knowledge check, and he's not going to get caught back by that one. Unfortunately, we don't see the lane swap here, but it is going to be Pike actually going topside anyway for this grub spawn. So that is going to give Charybdis a little bit of breathing room down on the bot side to scale up, hopefully.
Jay's hovering in this mid lane. It looks like he fancies his chances with the knockout coming through for Kelthal. They CC chain him beautifully, even proccing the brittle, but Prodigium is here, finds the two-man stun, flashed into by Jay, and now he's in a terrible position with Asuko on top of him, Pike on top of him. He's going back to the fountain, an absolute disaster. Prodigium unlocked on this Pike is turning up in a big way already. 4 minutes into the game, 4 kills to his name. He's absolutely popping off on this Pike.
Beautiful counter.
Yeah, rushing the boots.
And for the gym holding hands to counter gank that C4J gank there. And it pays dividends for Destiny there, and it's very, very nice to see this Prodigium's Pike popping off in the early game, like we said.
Absolutely real clutch. But yeah, I mean, certainly, I mean, my eyes are just going to be on Prodigium. As we said, he has to really open up the map on this Pike. If he dawdles and allows Seraphine to scale up, he is just not going to be as useful. So he really has to get the ball rolling, and right now he's doing that amazingly, rushing the boots. I can only imagine those are going to head straight into the synchronized souls, and he is just going to be trying to run around and put on an absolute clinic left, right, and center.
Yeah, it looks like Kelthal's going in for another play onto Byron, but Lysandra just too slippery. C4J tried to find a sneaky one in there, but we already see Prodigium hovering around this mid lane, looking for his next victim on the map here. He's absolutely unlocked and unleashed on this champion with the movement speed, already purchasing those boots, as you guys have brought up there. He's just going to be an absolute menace for these other laners to deal with. So if we were talking about just the 2v2, it might not even be the 2v2 that we have to worry about for the side of Fishing as he roams around this map, looking to push the advantages everywhere else. And I think, you know, even though he's on a timer, he's already done an excellent job this early on into the game, securing almost a 2k lead for Destiny already. They're definitely looking strong coming into this game right now.
Yeah, the slower pace by Asuko and Destiny going for these grubs instead of the early dragon. We see gank potential in the mid lane though.
To dodge out on the call of the Forge Guard, but unfortunately he's still got nothing left there. Left into the middle of these two tanky champions is going to be picked up, and I don't think Byron's expecting anywhere near the level amount of ganks that he's receiving from C4J. You know, you might think that Jinx is the win condition. You know, Lysandra's pretty safe in lane. I've got my ult. They're not going to really send it on to me, surely. But C4J is challenging and skill checking him at every moment, and he's picking up some kills off the back of it. It did cost him in the early game, but it's not going to deter him. And now it might even convert out to some grubs, which I think is pretty important in this game. Obviously, all this priority is going to mean a lot, but they're finding a pick onto Charybdis here with the Varus ultimate. Unfortunately, they just don't have the damage with Prodigium missing out on those skill shots. And it's just going to be a trade of summoners at the end of the day. But lots of damage dealt to Charybdis. He's going to be dodging those piercing arrows for his life, and C4J with no flash is caught in a terrible position, absolutely converged on by the side of Destiny, and just trying to get those grubs back for his team. He knows what will happen if he gives up those grubs, but unfortunately giving up a kill isn't any better, and it's Destiny looking super powerful coming into this early game.
Yeah, I think C4J actually didn't think they were on grubs. I think he made the assumption call that they were probably on the Infernal Dragon, and he was just going to try and trade back those grubs in his favor, and ends up face-checking 3 people, and goes down as a result. So just really unfortunate there. I mean, it is logical that the enemy with such heavy bot priority would be trying to make a move on the Drake, but in the end he ends up being wrong, and as a result, now Amumu is actually going to be heading down to the bot side here, and we'll see if they're able to set up maybe a bit of a Drake play of their own, as Byron Bernstein looking to maybe get caught in the river here. Banner's toss does find its mark, but little Amumu by himself on his lonesome, not going to be much of a kill threat for the Lysandra. We do see 4 members heading down to this bot side river here to set up the Drake play. Prodigium posturing up a little bit far forward. Charybdis, he is playing with fire, but nothing of consequence going to happen. I mean, this is fine for Fishing, right? Like, nothing's happening on the map, but we did say this is kind of the scaling comp on their side, getting the Jinx to that 1 item power spike, and much to my splendor, I do see a Scout Slingshot in his inventory, so we're not going to be seeing Lethality Jinx this game, which is absolutely wonderful to see. So Jinx is certainly going to be a menace come 1 item. Hopefully it is Kraken Slayer and not Static Shiv, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's a shame that he's dropped the gun build. What is that? That item's called? Executioners?
Collector, but yeah, Prodigium going even for more blood. He's going to drop the Ignite on Tibias and then get her flash as a result. Almost takes him down with the piercing arrow there. Beautifully done from Mona, but unfortunately just doesn't have the damage to deliver through on that final kill. Might even be baiting in Prodigium. He had no Curse of the Sad Mummy though, so he's going to be able to find his way out before the chain CC comes through, and that's just going to be surely Dragon converting with all this bot lane pressure coming from the side of Destiny. Grub secured is going to be giving Byron a lot more damage onto this tower as well. This is why Jake did not want to give that up, but now they found Prodigium, but the piercing arrow comes through and they trade one right back. Mona almost caught by the tower, would have been a disaster, but unfortunately the twisting advantage is going to catch Charybdis. Flashing out, Mona caught in no man's land on the tower now. He's just going to drop the kill over to that Amumu, and Izuko now has to drop his flash, getting out of harm's way from the bandage toss. Lissandra posturing for a collapse here, but doesn't find it suitable with the Jax TP being dropped. Now's going to get a bit of a alone time with that tower and trade some gold back, so all in all, I think Destiny are pretty happy with the result, but certainly could have been a bit more of a disaster for the side of fishing there.
Yeah, I know about that. I don't understand why we didn't just do the Dragon. Prodigium going in for whatever that was and dying for it. It seems like they're posturing for this bot lane though. Jax looks like he's caught here.
Yeah, no TPs available here, unfortunately, for the side of Fishing. Tries to get the tower execute, but no one is there to save you, my friend. There should be some plates on Charybdis in the mid lane, and I just realized that the Scout Slingshot actually builds into the new Yun Tower, which I do think is a really excellent Jinx item. Gives you that opening burst of attack speed to do some seriously considerable DPS, try and get a reset, and then after you get excited, you know, you can just follow up and absolutely melt down the rest of the team. So that's going to be wonderful. I would assume it's going to be Yun Tower into Infinity Edge and then looking towards a LDR. That is going to be a very scary 3-item Jinx, so certainly it's going to be something that Fishing can look to play for here and not feel too uncomfortable giving away that first Dragon, because they know they have such a strong scaling threat to their advantage.
Yeah, I really like the idea of synergizing well with the lethal tempo, synergizing well with the Jinx passive. We see a fight in the top lane. I don't think this is going to result in anything. See the ult there, that is like 40-second cooldown, it's not really a big deal. We see Kilthos losing a lot of HP, maybe threatening a dive on Satanic Badger.
To be a bit scared, but C4J's off in the wings, but right behind him in hot pursuit is Prodigium and Azuko, the dynamic duo, but maybe they found him here. They don't drop the Curse of the Sad Mummy, finally do when time is right, and they try and find the Pyke, but it's not going to finish him off. Prodigium almost dies out there, and I don't think Maokai wins this duel versus the Liandry's. He's got a Liandry's of his own, almost, but no, he actually hasn't got it completed yet, and that's a shutdown going over to the side of C4J. Really popping off on this Amumu again in the early game to get these early game kills, keep them afloat, and Mona left by himself in the bot side is surely going to be bleeding some resources. C4J again finds a blind bandage toss onto Prodigium, stalling his recall, but Prodigium is pretty lucky to get out with his life. Big ultimate drop from Mona because the TP plays coming in from Satanic Badger, but they respond very well with Calthals in their own right, and they're trying to find gaps in the arm on both sides, but both teams holding super well. That piercing arrow coming really close for comfort, but they space it well, and Fishing Esports live. It's just a teleport trade at the end of the day, but now Destiny are converging on the grubs at the end of it all.
Yeah, it is going to be Destiny who once again come out on top in terms of the neutral objectives, but I mean, that's a lot of summoner spells used on the side of Destiny for not much in the way of results, and as we said, they really have to be choosy about how they make these early game tempo plays, as they do get outscaled by this Jinx, but big fight happening around the grubs.
Mumu's gone in, but he doesn't have the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and he doesn't have any teammates here, so he's just going to surely drop down Snowball. Surely he's poking his feet off, and he bandage trusts the minions. He might get out, but I think the team has just enough movement speed to ignite for good measure, but he's just dodging everything. Okay. Surely they can trade something back. Unfortunately, Samurai Kimchi didn't believe. He wasn't there to pull on with the stun, and now it might cost him his entire life. Prodigium has the ult almost available to him, but they're not going to deal enough damage to take him down, but he's absolutely tasting that blood, shark in the water, looking for it. Finds the hook, but there's still not enough damage, and he's going to be able to lead strike out to safety there, but we see Destiny now just completely winning out in these skirmishes. That's going to be even more plates over to Lissandra. That's going to be even more grubs secured, and this team is just taking all the plates on the map. Kelthal is doing his best to try and stop Satanic Badger, but he's just ignoring him, hitting these plates with that 5 grubs, absolutely picking up so much gold. The Yasin's now in a terrible position. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get Chain CC, twisting advance. Chain of corruption, the whole kitchen sink, and that's going to take her down. They're just really coming apart at the seams here for Fishing, looking to take one back for Prodigium, and he's trying to duke out on the bandage toss, but C4J has his number. Finally trades one back. Zuko isn't able to dodge anything in the lethal tempo. The Yuntal really coming in clutch for this Jinx, and finally Charybdis gets on the board here to bring himself up in this chaotic game 4 between these two teams.
Charybdis finds himself up in CS and up in kills over Ardmona for, you know, the first time on this Jinx. We saw him get absolutely clapped in game 1, and now we're seeing what happens when Jinx is really able to come online, and he's just getting excited, and there are kills dropping left, right, and center.
Yeah, very, very scrappy fights coming out from both sides. I don't agree with the idea from Fishing. I think we just need to let the Jinx scale with this Yuntal and get 3 items and just become a powerhouse. I'm not sure whether this is a good idea for the win condition of the game. We see some scrap in the middle lane. I think Prodigium should be able to get out here. He doesn't have his
he's got no cooldowns.
He's dead.
Bandage toss going over, and that's another kill going over to Charybdis. You have to start to get a little bit worried. There's a 3-in-1 Jinx onto the side. This Varus had a big lead over her the whole game, but now getting some kills in the pocket is going to be good. And now they find Byron Burnside. Is he able to find any gap in the CC? Finally is able to find that frozen tomb, and unfortunately the encore doesn't quite connect. The cooldowns are just not up for these champions because of the Sad Mummy, the Super Mega Death Rocket. Nothing is up because they're just constantly fighting. Chain of Corruption goes wide. Finally the ult comes back, but there's no one low enough to take down. Scrapping left, right, and center between these two teams, and I guess you wouldn't have it any other way between these two powerhouses in NT. Really trying to skill check each other in the final hour, pushing each other to their absolute limits, but it's Destiny coming slightly ahead, but we haven't seen that gold graph move very much. It's just been that 3k lead that was pretty much secured from that early game, and you know, Fishing are at least swinging back evenly, keeping the gold not too far apart.
Yeah, C4J and Charybdis showing why they're the two highest elo players in this game of 10. Absolute monsters here in this game. Amumu, you know, not typically a champion you would associate with being a bit of a 1v9 carry potential sort of pick, but you know, C4J 2 games in a row now, he's absolutely crushing the early game, not being just a tank to set up his team. He's finding like 1v2 plays, 1v3 plays, constantly being a threat in these early skirmishes. Absolutely love to see it. Prodigium being a little bit of a cheeky fellow here, harassing
a little bit of a rat right there, just hooking Kelthalis in. Oh my goodness, Kelthalis being into the wall. Just hates that wall. Doing his best Faker impression right there. Absolutely headbutting that wall. And yeah, we see the dragon getting taken away from by Fishing, right? That was Fishing. Yeah, Fishing's got the no Destiny. Sorry, Destiny's securing that dragon. Second dragon for Destiny. Looking quite good for the win con of Dragon's Soul, and we see the Ripper being picked up by Fishing in response. We see
nice dodge.
Yeah, Kelthalis dropped a flash to end up surviving there. It's very, very annoying for him to constantly be dealing with this pike, but that's exactly what we expected out of Prodigium. They give over the Rift Herald as a result though, so maybe they're able to get some significant gold into the pocket of this Jinx. They're not waiting at all. They're going to drop it straight onto this outer mid tower, and they're looking to see if they can take it down, but they got to be careful of the class. But Ardmona gets pulled through the Super Mega Death Rocket. Might come through. Beautiful snipe has the angle, but they're not able to win out of this fight. The twisting advance was absolutely massive, and Byron has found a huge collapse onto the backline, having a silent carry game himself onto Lysandra. 5-in-1 finds the angle with a beautiful setup from this Orc, and they absolutely punish Fishing for that early aggression onto the tower. Satanic Badger in a bad spot here. He's gonna get picked up by Samurai Kimchi. The flash lead strike gonna pick that one up now, so Destiny could have taken the tower themselves, but ending up slipping and giving another kill over. They probably shouldn't have, but all in all, we're still 3k apart after all is said and done.
Yeah, it was a crazy engage from the side of Fishing. They were able to find Ardmona absolutely beautifully by C4J, popping this curse of the Sad Mummy, but unfortunately he goes down, and then Charybdis just gets collapsed on by Byron Bernstein tanking tower, so he doesn't even have to pop the frozen tomb, and then he's able to use it onto Vyacinth to follow up and find 2, and then that's just 3 picks for Destiny for a little bit of an overextension. So unfortunately, you know, Destiny is a team, you give them an inch, they will take a mile, and we're seeing it in this mid-tier 1 fight.
They're really hungry for this out of mid-tier, but Destiny are not having it at all, matching the ARAM to keep this tower alive, but it's only going to be a matter of time, surely, before that one goes down. They can't keep all their plays there constantly, but one thing that is guaranteed is that bot tier tower. Not long for this world. Samurai Kimchi trying to turn it back onto Satanic Badger, but he's just too strong on this now. He's got a huge lead for himself in the top lane, and it's going to be a kill surely going over. Samurai Kimchi trying to counter-strike to get himself out, but that's just going to be a solo bolo over for Satanic Badger.
I think he misclicked the minion a few times there.
Really good for the side of Fishing Esports with Ardmona hand-delivering Sifa into his backline of his team. Allowing Sifa to get at that huge ultimate, but it seemed like Travis was tanking the turret of some sort, or something was happening there that resulted in him dying straight away and not being able to get the damage down. As you see, Ornn ult is getting onto the Ardmona.
Trying to pick the on-call lands true onto him, and they find the kill. Now Asuka in a terrible spot. The reset on the Jinx is huge. The cleanse onto the Frozen Tomb. He's going absolute ballistic in this fight. The ult from Pike doesn't find its mark, and now he does. He had it. Didn't realize he found the reset onto the ult, and he delivers a big double kill to turn around the back end of that fight. But it's still probably a win in Fishing Esports books. That's more kills going over to that Jinx, and the tower going down. So they're just scrapping, still back and forth. And if you look at the gold, it's still 3k apart, despite these teams constantly exchanging blows. This gold graph is not moving, just slightly moving up and down 500 gold, but neither team has had broken away with a huge clean lead. This early game composition with the Pike is surely going to fall off. The 3k lead is not going to be a huge deal later on if they're not able to extend it and get this win condition online. That said, the Dragon is coming up soon. They're looking well to set up for that, and if they can pick this one up, they put the game on a big timer for the side of Fishing Esports and really force their hand for fighting for that soul point. We'll see how they respond to this Dragon that's about to spawn.
Yeah, big power spikes here for Fishing Esports as well. Infinity Edge finally just completed for Charybdis. Hopefully we see them move down towards this Dragon. It looks like they're posturing up towards the top side where Baron is, but I really hope they understand that giving away Soul Point here is not good. They are the stronger 5v5 team right now on this big Infinity Edge power spike on the Jinx. If they're able to take the fight, they're able to take this third Dragon and deny Soul Point away from the enemies, but it looks like they're actually just going to give it and go for Baron, which
I really like this play. I really like it. I think doing Soul Point is fine if you're going to get a Baron out of it, and this allows Fishing Esports to make more macro plays around the map, but it all depends on whether they can finish it fast enough. It looks like they're on the way. Whether they're going to catch them out or not, I don't think so. I think this is a serious Baron. Nice trade by Fishing, I think. I think this is pretty good. Soul Point is not as scary as Soul, and Baron is more important than Soul Point.
Oh, Destiny is still out for blood. Iron Birdside though is going to get caught out. Beautiful Frozen Tomb to dodge out on the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but Charybdis dodging out on the Maokai himself, trying to get that reset, and there it is, getting excited. Satanic Badger going in before Mega connects. It's a terrible engage for Satanic, and now Iron Birdside left with nothing to do, and that's a huge turnaround. Baron and 4 kills going over to the side of Fishing Esports, and finally, no longer 3k apart, but 300 in the lead as they look to use this Baron to knock over even more of Destiny's base. They've made a big blunder, and with Pike on their composition here, they got to be scared. Certainly, they got to really pick their fights now. They really forced that one, trying to get something, but they had the mid priority. They could have gone for mid towers there, but they go for the chase. It doesn't work out, and now Fishing Esports in the driving seat to really take home this game 4.
Yeah, you talked about the Pike there, and I think that's absolutely a beautiful point to bring up. That team fight was a complete 4 versus 5. Prodigium starts off the fight getting tagged by the Encore from the side of Seraphine, gets CC'd up, has to blow the dash to get over the wall to try and buy himself a little bit of time, and then Samurai Kimchi standing with Counter-Strike between Prodigium and the rest of the fight while he beats down on Aceco and Satanic Badger. So Prodigium just not able to do a single thing and enter the fight. Meanwhile, Vyasant pumping out those heals and shields. We talked about this Pike pick in the Champ Select. If he's not able to get the ball rolling, he is just so difficult to add a value to your team as the game gets further and further along, and we're seeing that come into full effect for Fishing Esports right now, not to mention that 2-item Jinx powered spike coming up huge, and C4J just healing these Lysandra engages with Curse of the Sad Mummy like an absolute beast. And I'm not gonna lie, Fishing Esports poised right now to take this to Silver Scrapes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We had some a little bit of entertainment there by Kelthalis, walking around aimlessly, getting hooked, getting his flash burnt for no reason at all. While we have that Baron up, I mean, it's just a little bit funny to watch. But yeah, it's looking pretty good on the side of Fishing Esports. They just need to stop this Dragon Soul threat, and if they can control that with their lead, with their scaling, I think that Fishing have this in the bag.
They're really collapsing onto Satanic Badger here in the top side. Are they fast enough to catch out this Nah? He's going to be very fast with the Hyper coming up, but they're looking to catch him out. Charybdis, Yasin, and C4J have the flank, but the mid lane's wide open. They really got to wrap this up soon, because if they don't, it's going to cost them their base here. Samurai Kimchi's going to try his best to hold it down, but eventually Satanic Badger's going to get picked up, but we see the cost in the mid lane. The teleports come through, they don't get anything, and it's a nice execution play from Fishing Esports, picking up the kill on the map, but you'd certainly hope they'd be picking up a bit more with their Baron. It seems they've just gotten that one pick. They haven't been able to knock over any towers. So the gold lead hasn't really ballooned tremendously, and it's definitely still playable for the side of Destiny. Pyke, if he's able to make the magic happen like he did on the Blitzcrank, hit the Miracle Hook with the follow-up, who knows, the game could turn on its head. But with Charybdis, with this composition, amazing front to back, with the Seraphine, with the Mikhails, the cleanse, it's going to be so hard to lock him down. And if he gets that reset, we've seen history already of what he's able to do on this Jinx.
Absolutely, he's certainly going to be a threat to be reckoned with. But Mikhail's Crucible finished up here on Yasin. That's going to make it really difficult. You know, you talk about Charybdis, he is going to be the target of Engage. The only real thing that is able to touch him here in the backline is a flank from the Lissandra. If you're able to pop the Mikhail's Crucible on something like the Frozen Tomb or on the Chains of Corruption, it suddenly makes it extremely difficult to deal with Charybdis, because he does have that cleanse of his own. So really, you know, if you're Destiny in this spot, how do you get onto the Jinx? I don't even know myself.
Absolutely hook him, bro. Charybdis has already shown that he will not. So I mean, the hook is like the only way to get in on this Jinx pick here. We need to not let it get any resets, which is really hard with those 3 items now being completed. Very, very scary threat on the side of Fishing, but we are seeing the Dragon being set up by Destiny. Very, very good vision line by Pretty Jim. And let's have a look at see how this turns out as the Destiny bush is getting played out.
Oh, Prodigium cutting out there, he might die off the bat, but a huge stun on Baron Burnside's going to take him down. They're really trying to get through.
Excited.
He's cutting out. The Mega's almost on top of him, but Satanic Magic just can't get on top. It's going to be lights out for him soonly, with Charybdis getting him down, Ardmona dying in the backline, and it's complete disaster. We're seeing the Pyke composition fall off. Destiny are paying for it. The dividends now, and it's just going to be no Mountain Soul for them, and the tower soon to follow, because 4 champions are dead on the side of Destiny. It's an absolute disaster here from them, and now they've got to find a miracle play to get back into this game, which is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, we saw Nah basically zoning 3 champions off by himself. He was able to keep Charybdis, Yasin, and Kelthalis off all by himself. Meanwhile, Samurai Kimchi and C4J were taking a 2 versus 3 in the back of the fight and won. And I mean, if you're not able to win that team fight, what team fight are you really able to win at this stage as Destiny? And so much time was bought because, as we said, Charybdis, he's going for this Rune's Hurricane third. He doesn't have any armor penetration, so he's actually having a really difficult time dealing with the Mega Nah frontline. It takes him a long time to bring it down in that sort of 3 versus 1 scenario, but he has the Crit Cloak purchased. He's moving towards that LDR 4. Once he gets it, they're not going to be able to buy that sort of time for the side of Destiny. He's just going to melt through the Nah, so certainly things are going from bad to worse if you are Destiny, but Chains of Corruption finds its marker to C4J and they're pulling the trigger.
Yeah, but the team is there. Charybdis is so far away. They got to peel back. Satanic Badger is sending it, but his team isn't there to follow him up. They really got to play the cooldowns, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out. They go into 3, but it's not enough. Charybdis getting the reset. Byron juking for his life, trying to turn around some damage, but it's just not enough. He almost nukes them down. That would have been a game-saving play, but unfortunately, it is not to be. Destiny running from the heels. Hazuko looking to see if he can make a miracle happen, but it might just be him that gets caught out, with Samurai Kimchi and the rest of the team collapsing, dropping the flash over the wall. Charybdis playing with fire around that Prodigium, but he must know that the ult's not available, and this Pyke is just struggling to find any sort of angle to follow up the team. If he had something else to follow up on this Lissandra, who knows? But right now, Pyke is definitely really difficult to pilot. Keltalis caught in the middle of the three, but he's so tanky. He finds a beautiful knock-up onto Artmoon, and that's just going to set up the rest of the team to absolutely take it home for him. Samurai Kimchi zoning off out Asuko and Prodigium by himself. He has nothing to worry about here, and he is going to turn them off, not get any kills, but a TP drop now. They're dropping a TP to try and contest this. Satanic Badger is back, but he's in mini. Does he have the damage to finish him off? C4J peeling super well with the bandage toss, and C4J is finally going to go down. Charybdis looking to pick up kills with the Keltalis back online here, but the Mega has come online. Misses out on the Gnar on Keltalis. Charybdis has fallen the Fall God back. Samurai Kimchi has returned to finish off the team fight. It's absolutely chaotic, but again, Fishing Esports at the very end of it all, coming out on top, and they're looking for another twisted advance, but it's not going to find anyone. Chaos.
Good. That was looking so good for the side of Destiny there. Denying the Baron call and zoning them off, but unfortunately Satanic Badger getting caught out and dying for his troubles there, missing out on the ult, missing out on the W stun, but oh my goodness, it looked really good as well for Prodigium's Pyke there, getting the ulti, but just he's so squishy. I mean, it's a Pyke champion. I mean, Jinx just autos him once and he dies. Oh man, and it's just so chaotic. That entire play-by-play was like, what, 2 minutes worth of just absolute chaos and action right there. We'd love to see it in the game 4.
But it's just still, Destiny are doing their best to keep this game alive here, but we see when it's a very nice structured fight, there's no way they can take this team on 5v5. I'm surprised they're doing as well as they are, honestly, at this point, but we see Fishing Esports grouping up as 5 now, posturing for that Baron. With a huge lead like this, it's hard to see them slipping away for this game.
Yeah, it's just so hard. As we said, you know, Prodigium, he's doing his darndest, but a couple of fights in a row, the death from below goes wide. He doesn't have that ult to find the resets. You know, your hook, it's not really a CC spell. It just kind of displaces someone at this point in the game. And that E, you know, you can't exactly dash in to land the stun in the mid to late game. You sort of have to kite around the edges of the fight. It's just so hard to add value. Meanwhile, Yasin smashing her head against the W key to get as many shields as possible, adding thousands of HP and stats to the side of Fishing Esports. The support matchup this late in the game, it's just not fair. We see 22 assists on the side of Yasin. It's just so, I don't know. How it feels. Pyke, arguably like one of my favorite champions in the game. I've got so many games played on this guy, and it's just the case. You play against enchanters, they will just do way more than you with way less effort once it gets to this 30-minute mark. You really have to be on point in the early game, snowballing things out of control. Otherwise, it's just so hard to come back. And we're seeing that with Destiny right now. But Destiny, we've seen them do it time and time again. They're thousands of gold down, and then, you know, the Destiny bush, it's an intel meme for a reason. They just find ways to cheese these picks and connive their way back into the driver's seat of seemingly lost games, and it looks like they're trying to do just that right now.
I think they should just flip the dragon here. They're fighting for mid priority, but I think Destiny need to make that rainbow play, really send it, use the twisting advance, buy them space, but it looks like C4J is pulling the trigger first, trying to pick up Satanic Badger. They're sending the whole kitchen sink, and Byron Burnside finds a big engage in the backline. He's playing so much time for the team, but the Jinx has landed the Super Mega Death Rocket, and now he's getting excited. 2 down, can he get 3? Walking down the rest of the team, Samurai Kimchi doing so much. Triple kill for the side of Charybdis, looking for number 4. Asuko has nowhere to run, going quadra, but not going to be given by Samurai Kimchi. He wants some credit this game, and he bloody hell deserves it after zoning off so many people in that last fight. They're looking to pick up this dragon, but the base should be wide open for another 30 seconds. Fishing might be looking for the end angle here.
Yeah, it is again. Charybdis just popping off. He's left a free hit. We see Satanic Badger with a little bit of angry Jinx Alive pings in the chat. They know it. They can't get on top of this Jinx, and as soon as she gets excited, it is just all over, I'm afraid. Brian Bernstein doing an amazing job of finding such a huge flank. It's a 4-man CC lock. He bought so much time, but I can't even remember who the side of Fishing was getting, Destiny was getting zoned off by, but the rest of the team just was not able to follow up, and it's going to be Fishing taking things to game 5.
A summoner has disconnected.
I think it just came down to a wallet difference. Artmoon not being able to cut through that front line, that tanky front line of Kelthalis and Samurai Kimchi there. I think Jay would have gotten out after that first initial engage and then tried to peel his Jinx. But yeah, I think that fight looked really good. It was really, really nicely played by Byron. It was almost another hero play like we saw earlier, but unfortunately, it's just not enough with the wallet difference and the gold difference.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I gotta say, I'm just really, really. I mean, first of all, I have to acknowledge the elephant in the room. The Jinx build this game so much better, and it really showed tens of thousands of damage ahead of anyone else on his team. Just popping off when he's actually able to hit those 3-item power spikes and really hyper carry in the team fights. Super beautiful to see. But of course, you know, he had a team built around him. Kelthalis on the Ornn, picking up the Knight's Vow third and just popping it on top of the Jinx, so she is just that much harder to take down. Vyacinth with the Mikhail's Crucible, such a crucial item in those team fights, as we saw. Just really wonderful to see overall, like everyone playing for the Jinx win condition so well. And Charybdis, you know, he's certainly a player that when you put your faith in him, he's really able to perform once he's able to be given that little bit of space. But I mean, if we want to move over to SVP and MVP, for SVP, I really can't see there being anyone else other than Byron Bernstein. Phenomenal performance on the Lissandra here, but unfortunately, you know, just a little bit too short, just not enough, I'm afraid. But certainly every good play that Destiny had was off the back of those Lissandra engages, I feel.
Yeah, he's certainly put out the numbers to back it up. His scoreline looks a bit tragic at the end here, but I believe at some point he was even 5-1. He was really running away, making some excellent early game plays, but Lissandra just doesn't have the damage to, you know, get these kills, secure them by himself. Destiny really needed to coordinate their pieces. Pyke needed to be landing these crucial ults, but again, it's just on a knife's edge. They really have to perform on their hands different. They had this such a more difficult comp than their opposition. Again, Seraphine just pressing the W key. Charybdis has cleanse, has flash, so hard to lock down with the CC they had available. They really had to catch them off guard, and unfortunately it's not meant to be in this game 4. And I think Byron, you know, really kept them afloat in the early game, but once Fishing started running away with it, it was just curtains. There was nothing much that Byron could have done, or the rest of Destiny, unless they really caught them slacking. But yeah, Byron certainly put up a good fight, did some crazy damage. He was into a tank, so a little bit inflated from slapping an Ornn most of the game, but certainly had some really amazing ults in those fights. And yeah, there was the fight at top lane that they managed to lose, but he dodged out on the Curse of the Sad Mummy. I believe he dodged out on Encore as well. He baited out so many ultimates, but it's just not meant to be with the team comp. They got outscaled.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I was very impressed with Byron's Lissandra. I've been saying this for a while now. I think Lissandra is a very strong champion. We saw it do a ton of damage, and there was so many opportunities there that potentially could have pushed Destiny over the line to make a comeback in that game. That river fight outside of Baron was so close to going so well for Destiny. Again, at that another Baron fight when he TP'd in with Gnar, and the passive nearly killed Charybdis, which is kind of crazy as well. But yeah, his team is just too heavy for Byron's shoulders, and he was not able to pull off the carry, which is unfortunate, but that's how it is. And yeah, SVP to Byron, I 100% agree. Moving on to MVPs, though, I think it's again down to Charybdis or Jay. I think Jay's early game was very sketchy. It was 5-4 at some point. I don't think that we should be going full deaths. I think his early game ideas with the macro, going around those objectives, not playing around the Jinx and getting him ahead, is a pretty big flaw in the Fishing macro decisions early. I want to see Charybdis being camped. I want to be seeing him C4J path towards this bot lane. We haven't seen it a single time, I don't think. I think Jay has been pathing top this entire series, and I think it's a really big blunder on his part. We do see him trading objectives in this game particularly, but I think it's hard to give it to him because of that early game performance. I'm leaning more towards Charybdis, sorry.
Yeah, I think Charybdis playing absolutely phenomenally, but I think one person not to be slept on here is Vyacinth. I think the previous Seraphine performances definitely leaving a little bit to be desired, in my opinion. Like missing the ults, missing the E's, but this game, a lot was on point. I feel like the whole game, the Seraphine CC was just hitting exactly who it needed to be. A lot of the time, that was actually Ardmona in the backside. You talk about how, there's a wallet difference of like Ardmona not being able to perform compared to Charybdis, but a lot of that is because Ardmona would start team fights CC'd by the Seraphine ultimate, and he had to, pop off and try and peel back, etc., etc. So I certainly think Yasith, maybe not necessarily MVP, but certainly worth mentioning the performance here on the Seraphine, probably the best out of any game in the series. So super impressive there. Really, really happy to see that sort of level of improvement. But if we're feeling Charybdis, I'm certainly happy to give that one away. The Jinx performance was phenomenal.
Yeah, I think we won't discuss it too much. We've got more games to get into, but another great game coming out of Charybdis there, surviving the brutal laning phase, weathering the storm, and then waiting for his opportunity to get excited and absolutely run away with that game. And what a game it was there. It was definitely looking a bit sketchy when they dropped down that gold lead 4 minutes into the game, 2k already, but they kept it together. They scrapped with Destiny the whole way, and they brought it all the way home for the game 5 now. And Destiny have a problem to deal with here. This is a very interesting situation where Fishing are just drafting Ornn, Mumu, and Jax for the first 3 picks, and it's worked for them twice in a row now. Do you go back to the drawing board and take one of these champions away? What is causing this to be so successful for them? Because these 3 champions are the constant between the 2 games they've won. Are Destiny going to adapt at all? Maybe even swap sides here. We'll see what their plan is coming into the final game, because this is the last chance they're going to get.
Oh, last game, Silver Scrapes. Are we going to see a sweep? I'm not sure. This is going to be an interesting last game. It's very late. A lot of people have work tomorrow, and not sure how we're going to perform on the hands. But it's been a very good series. I'm very happy with the way it's turned out. I was looking forward to the 3-2. I didn't think it would play out like this. I didn't think it would be 2-0 into 2-2 into a Silver Scrape situation where it's a potential sweep. But I'm very, very excited and very, very looking forward to what will happen in this final game.
Yeah, you got to be feeling the pressure as Destiny. This team, you had 2-0 lead over them. You absolutely stomped them game 2, have now clawed their way all the way to game 5, and you've got some tough decisions to make in draft again. They've basically hit you with the same strategy twice. 4 champions were the same. I believe they left the Seraphine up too in both games, so there was just really exchanging the Caitlyn for the Jinx there, and they've run away with the game twice in a row now. How are you going to throw something into the works here to take away this draft? Are you going to have to drop away one of your other bands here? What is the strategy in the final hour? Because they got to make a change here. If it ends up going the way it was these previous 2 games, once Fishing get that lead, they look super comfortable. It's just so hard to break them out from that 5v5 prowess that they seem to be dominating with. But Destiny definitely have something going on in the early game there. Are they going to double down on that strategy and try really win out in this early game? Or are they going to try and match the 5v5s and draft more for their team fight? We'll see what their strategy is coming in for the final game tonight.
Yeah, I really, really do not like that they've chosen blue side. I really pray that this guy does not friggin' lock in Pyke first again, because that was really, really silly by him, I think. Giving away 2 priority picks. No one is picking Skarner. Skarner is OP at the moment. I'm not sure if it got completely nerfed with this badge. I haven't read it. But I'm sure it's still really, really good. I'm really surprised no one is picking it up. Why Ash being priority banned? We've seen that in the last 2 games. Last 2 games, I think. Yes. Fishing are very scared of this lockdown pick that Destiny have been running with, but it does leave up the Mundo, which is a very big threat on Satanic Badger. I don't understand why we first picked Pyke when Jax is up. I mean, Badger looked really good on it. I really want to see this first pick be a very strong pick by Destiny here. Yes, so we see the Jax, which is awesome. I'd really love to see that.
Yep, Jax has, I believe, 100% win rate in this series so far, so it's definitely been a key pick, but you are going to be trading over another champion onto the side of Fishing Esports, picking up on towards that Maokai here, which is a good matchup. We saw into the Jax. People in Worlds actually quite like this matchup, and it's just recently been buffed. People were playing this specifically into the Jax as well as a counter pick, but it also offers some flexibility. We saw Jay can take that into the jungle, but no, we see the move towards Ari. Tried and true. He didn't look terrible on it in the first game, but certainly did leave a lot to be desired in the damage department, which might lean Destiny towards that same draft they ran in that first game, because they could go towards a lot of the same champions other than that Vi. They still have that Galio, they still have other tools. We'll see where they go with the draft as the Maokai does get taken away.
Yeah, well, I really want to see the Ari pick be present. The question on everyone's mind: where is Samurai Kimchi? We need to see Samurai Kimchi in these fights on this Ari pick. This Ari pick is so strong at level 6 and beyond. We need to see it pop off, but we see a Jarvan pick when there are two semi-mobile people, especially Ari, very mobile champion. Maokai able to kind of dodge out the damage with the W, kind of get out with the W as well. We see the Byron Fizz pick, which is a very comfort pick by Byron, and curious to see what they pick in response. We see no ADCs being picked. We need to see a jungler here. Yes, we see a jungler Wukong here, and we're seeing the bot side being left to last picks for both sides, which is very interesting.
This is giving me vibes of anyone who follows Dota. The last game in, I believe it was TI7. It was either TI7 or TI8. OG were game 5 against the team that was sort of favored to win. And if you listen to their draft comms, they literally just drafted full comfort. Every player, they didn't really care about the comp. They didn't care about the opponent's comp. Every player just picked their favorite character in the game, and they just said, we're just going to play what we enjoy, and we're going to go out swinging. And that is literally what Destiny is doing right now. Byron Bernstein on his, like, pretty much his OTP and solo queue, Fizz, what he's known for. Aisco locking in the Jarvan 4. This is a Finn Clark champion, if I've ever seen one. He absolutely adores Jarvan 4. You know, the Jarvan and the Echo back in the day, pretty much his main two junglers. We've seen him whip this one out in NTEC for years. And it's such a tried and true champion. And here we go, Ardmona locking in the Tristana as well. This is just full Destiny signature team composition. They're just locking in the Destiny classics. I love to see it. And then Prodigium on the rail, his tried and true, engage. This is what we like to see. This is a Destiny comp playing what Destiny does best. And I am so excited for it. It looks like Charybdis hovering and teasing a potential outside Draven.
Jeez.
You're
risky.
facing a Fizz, you're facing a Jax, you're facing a Jarvan, and Tristan and Rel certainly going to be jumping on your head too, but he faces it all with a Draven on his Jaw Die pick here. He could have gone to the safer Lucian pick, there's nothing wrong with that. But he's going towards Draven here, and this is a dual die scenario. We're seeing Comfort come across the board. I'm surprised we're not seeing Prodigium on the thresh, you know, because that's kind of what it's doing.
Would have been the cherry on top.
That would have been, yeah, that would have been really good.
Nevertheless, here we're seeing some interesting drafts coming out in the final hour. Charybdis is really going to take the fight towards Tristana here in this lane. I think he saw the angle and he's like, I can completely blow these guys up in lane. But if anything we've seen from Destiny, it's never going to be a 3v3 in this bot lane here. Azuko is going to, I mean, it's going to be a 3v3. I'm sure we're going to see sparks fly with this Draven locked in. Tristana wants to engage himself. It's going to be such an entertaining battle, I think, in the bot lane. And it's going to determine it all. And you know, they've still got really good tools at dealing with this Draven. I'm not too sure. Fishing now are going to take the Destiny strategy of trying to win the game super early on and snowball the lead from there and seeing if they can close out. They've done it before on scaling compositions, but I think, you know, if we go late game with this Draven, he's going to have issues going into this Jarvan and Fizz, certainly in this Jax. So we'll see and how it ends up going. But what do you think overall for the draft on each side? Who do you think won?
I don't like the Draven pick. I really wanted to see Lucian. I think it's very good into the comp of Destiny. A dash champion would have been really good into Jarvan.
You've got Nami too.
Yeah, like Lucian Nami. I'm not sure why we went for the Draven over Lucian here. I think the playmaking opportunity on Lucian is a lot more versatile, very fluid. Draven is very locked into moving along with his axes, right? I just don't really like the Draven pick at all. It kind of throws the fishing comp astray. I think it doesn't do much service there, and it's got, like Liam said, like Bladex has said, it's going to suffer in the late game where Draven really needs a huge lead to be able to push the damage profile of that champion. On the side of Destiny, it's a very easy comp. Ardmona's Tristana is a bit scary. We've seen it W into 5 people before and die instantly. Well, I hope that he controls himself put some self-control, self-restraint on that W, uses it sparingly, uses it for defensive more than offensive, and lets his team do more of the heavy lifting for him. And all he has to do in these team fights is stay alive and pump out damage with that massive attack range on the Tristana champion. I would lean towards Destiny for this comp just because of the Draven pick.
I mean, you say that, but like Draven, if he cashes in, he's kind of him. So I won't lie. I do think if you look at across the board, I like the Jax. I think that Maokai is going to have maybe a bit of a difficult time once Jax gets some items, especially. I don't think Jax or I don't think Maokai or Ari is going to be able to really match Jax once he starts getting past that 2-item power spike come the mid to late game. But certainly, I do really like the Wukong pick here. I feel like there's a lot of engage on the side of Jax, J4, Tristana, Rel. Wukong Cyclone, we've seen how C4J likes to use this. It's certainly a really good counter initiation tool, and I think that is going to be a really big clutch factor here in allowing Charybdis to have the space to throw out those Draven axes. And if he's allowed to throw out those Draven axes with Anami buffing him, it's a lot of damage, especially if he's able to get those passive procs going. So, I mean, only time will tell, but I certainly think Charybdis here, walking on a wire. It is do or die. If he's able to get the ball rolling and snowball ahead in gold like Draven can, he's going to be a menace. But if he falls behind, I think you're right here. I think the Tristana scaling is going to be a bit much to deal with.
Well, I hope there's no early game shenanigans as we toss it over to Nash for the sponsors.
Yeah, Nash.
Okay, Nash.
Okay. I don't think he's ready for it.
I try to warn him, but whatever. We'll just keep going with the game. We're seeing a 5-man group by Destiny for this game 5 shenanigans. C4J might be caught out here. Nothing is being committed though.
Luckily, C4J not caught stacking there, otherwise that could have been a disaster very early on into the series. But they're fanning out, they're saving off the invade very well. They got some vision off of the back of it, but no kills dropped, and that's what you want to see here. I'm hoping to see that Charybdis knows something that we don't with this Draven pick. I'm sure he's locked it in for a particular reason. I know he probably feels super confident into this matchup. It's just whether he can deliver on the day is what matters here. But he's gone for a super interesting choice for me, is the choice of Lethal Tempo over anything like PTA or even Halo Blade, something a bit more burst oriented, which you'd normally see. Because I don't think this is the sort of composition you're going to be getting Lethal Tempo value out of, you know? It's not like a super heavy tank lineup. There's not a real true frontline of the side of Destiny. You know, they've got a lot of champions that like to dash in and out, but no super tanks by any means. So wonder if he's got the Lethal Tempo technology here in lane or something to really abuse that keystone as well. But I don't know how I feel about Graspari, especially after the nerfs.
Oh no, I just I absolutely loathe this pick by Samurai Kimchi. I really do not like Grasp on Ari. It goes I hate Grasp Ari, I hate Smolder. I just think it just surrenders so much early pressure, so much early damage that Ari is able to deliver with that electrocute. And I really do not like it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, I guess. I mean, my gripe with Electrocute is that, like, the rest of the red tree kind of sucks. Like, I don't think there's any other rune, really, that Ari gets, like, a lot of value out of, aside from the Keystone. But, I mean, I've got my own preferences. Like, I think Sorcery is pretty good. Like, Comet is a little bit, like, underrated in general. Like, your pokes with the W and the Q can actually do quite a bit of damage in lane with the Comet, and then also scales a little bit well, but I don't know, I think he is comfortable on the graph. I can kind of see why you do get a lot of value out of the Resolve Tree into Fizz. Things like the bone plating are really good in the trades, but let's see if it ends up being enough to win him the game. I mean, this is sort of one of the picks that he's been known for throughout the season, so Samurai Kimchi will have to see as Byron Bernstein going aggressive. This is a diamond to Fizz, man.
We're finally seeing C4J part towards this bot lane, but somehow Asuko is got a faster clear than him. I don't think Wukong suffers that much with his clear speed. I'm surprised to see Jay is falling behind in tempo in the jungle.
No, Jay's clear is actually quite fast.
Yeah, but I don't think Wukong's clear is that much slower. That's the thing.
Yeah, true.
I think Jay might have messed up one of his camps or something rather there. As we see the tempo advantage for Asuko, as we will see some early game shenanigans maybe.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it could just be a level of comfortability. As we said, Aceco super comfortable on this J4. He's played him for so long.
Oh, he cancelled the rocket jump there, and there's a fight in the river. We're seeing a bit of a trade in the bot side here, but it's going out into the favor of the side of Fishing Esports. It looks like we have to remember that now we can heal this, but Jarvan has made it down to the bot lane. There is a Wukong short follow, but it's going terribly. Darren just got knocked out. The barrier's there for Artmona, and they're going to pick up first blood. Where did Jay go? I thought he was coming.
Where is Jay?
Where's the monkey?
Where is Jay? Where is he going? He took the robbery in the bot lane and he just ran away, letting Asuko walk towards that bot lane for the freest gank of his life. Meanwhile, Jay is going top, maybe getting a pick on Satanic Badger, getting to the flash, maybe?
He's got flash.
He's got E, he's got
Q, he's got... Oh my goodness, this was a terrible mistake on the side of fishing by Jay. Letting his bot lane just die for nothing. Oh, well, double scuttle, I guess, is the play by Jay, but I don't think double scuttle is worth your bot lane dying there.
Yeah, it's crazy that they haven't communicated that Jarvan was there. They had to know. They opted in for that all-in. I just assumed there was going to be a Wukong right behind that Jarvan, but it was the complete opposite. He's on the other side of the map, and it's a complete blunder that's going to throw any chance of early game lead for the side of Fishing Esports now. Tristana going for that serrated It's a different Tristana here, but I think it makes sense. You really just want to put this Draven behind. What do they have if not this Draven? There's a lot more squishies to exploit for the side of this Tristana, but still Charitas is going to be swinging in this lane, but it's not the start you'd like to see for your Draven. This is a bit of a feast or famine pick, and he's really going to struggle into picks like Jarvan and Fizz if they get any sorts of lead. If he's not ahead himself, your defensive stats on Draven is your offensive stats. You want to pick up that Bloodthirster, really be dealing a lot of damage to be threatening. But if you're behind, you're just easy pickings for just Chum the Waters or a Jarvan ult to come through and just get picked off. And this is why I like the Lucian so much more, because you have that flexibility, you have that counterplay. But if he slips up once on this Draven, whether he's ahead or behind, he's going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's really bad. I really didn't like it. And I don't completely disagree with the Collector on Tristana this game specifically. I think into a Galio as a mid lane Tristana, I think you need the... Oh, we see potential pick on mid lane, but it doesn't look like it's going to result in anything. But we do see another fight on the grubs by Jay without his team there.
Satanic Badger is going in for the 1v2, but his team is slowly but surely rotating up for those grubs. It looks like he's able to get one, which is the best of a bad scenario, but yeah, Satanic Badger really doing his best to get these grubs for his team. They picked up the Dragon 2, and Destiny are running away with another early game for themselves. And this is the one game you thought that maybe Fishing are going to fight them certainly on it with the Draven in the pocket, but it's gone bad. Double kill over towards this Jarvan, and Destiny picking up the objectives. It's looking pretty good for them, and this time Fishing don't really outscale, so we'll see whether they can do anything to claw this lead back here off the back of a J gank or something of the sort here. Really want to see them continue to keep punching like we saw in game 4. Otherwise, I think Destiny are just in their comfort zone here.
Yeah, Charybdis doesn't have cleanse this game, and this is sort of an issue that Draven falls into, where he just wants to, like, basically battle to the death, right? He wants to run in, he wants to throw those autos, and either his HP is going to reach 0 or your HP is going to hit 0. And Exhaust is really, really good at making that hard to do. So a lot of Dravens opt to take the cleanse, not even if there's a lot of CC in the matchup, which, you know, in this case, obviously there is well CC, quite scary, bit of trades happening on the top side, but oh, he's just gonna flash out, it's all good. But yeah, as I was saying with Draven, a big reason that they take that cleanse is because if they get exhausted, they just like usually lose because they just don't have the damage to battle to the death like that.
In the bot side. We have Cyclone on to this Wukong and a big double knockup. Charm lands, all the CC comes through and a big cash in for Draven. Shut down Murder, and that is a beautiful executed dive. Byron caught lacking down the mid lane, pushes in the mid wave, but now he's going to rotate, trying to find some kills. Jay is very low. He might have the damage to finish him off, but he doesn't have the ignite. He's going to look to finish him off, and the heal comes through. Last second, now is he going to get chased down by the whole squad? They're looking to finish him off, and that's certainly going to be Fizz going down there. Fishing responded in a huge way in the bottom side, but Kel'Thas might be dropping a kill on the top side. Flash auto there from Satanic Badger, finishing him off. Solar Baller again from Satanic Badger. Hydra in this series. But now Asuko looking to trade back. It doesn't even have the Cataclysm. Bit of a panic flash there, but I think Samurai Kimchi was Bing chilling. The whole team was there, but no risks being taken at all in this series. And they're just going to trade Flash there. And after all is said and done, Fishing coming out pretty far ahead in that bot side exchange. If only Kel'Thas held it down in the top side, I think we'd be seeing a decent gold lead for them. But alas, here we are. Gold is even all of a sudden. 3 kills to 3, and I wouldn't have it any other way in game 5.
That was a beautifully executed dive there. Viacent tanking the tower initially, tanks about 3 shots I think, and then Wukong transferring tower aggro there. It would have been perfect if Viacent tanked the entire time while Jay was doing the damage underneath the tower, but nonetheless, it was very nicely played by Fishing and very well executed. It was looking very scary for Jay as Byron was about to kill him, but Viacent absolutely popping off with the last second rather, heal to save Jay's life there. As we see mid lane.
Yeah, no ultimate on the Ahri. There is a small window where you can exploit that, and they will do so, picking up the kill. Byron Bernstein getting more kills in his pocket is going to be a worrying trend for the side of Fishing Esports, because he's just going to guarantee one of these carries is going to go down if that ult lands. He's going to be such a problem to deal with, because they don't have amazing point and click CC to lock down this Fizz. He might be a bit of a problem. Byron's shown he's very proficient on the pick, but yeah, we'll see whether they can staunch the bleeding here as they're looking to dive on the bot side, but a nice ultimate from Draven is going to keep them safe. RETP as well is certainly going to keep them safe, and they will live to see another day. But yeah, the scary situation to be in for Fishing, as Destiny have pulled themselves now a bit of a lead, 1k ahead this early on into the game. Certainly is nothing to scoff at. We'll see what they do to extend it even further. That's an ult.
We see mid lane pick potential happening here. Jay having Byron having to just get out there, and Ahri having to burn the ultimate to get out safely there. EQ out and Nami ult whipping on everybody. You see Jay essentially
playing with fire. He's playing with fire. They're looking to exchange these trades here to really win out on this grub trade, but now Charabdis is getting TP'd behind. This might be terrible for him. It's got to be a bit of a situation to try and escape from this Jax here. He does have flash barrier away. Is he able to outplay this at all? Admona coming in with the flash ultimate himself. Can he outplay? No. Yeah, that's a flash, but no. Take the wins where available. We're getting plates in the mid. We're getting a grub here, but looks like Asuko is going to show up with the rest of his team to secure the rest of that off. You know Jay doesn't want to let these go, but I think you might have to. It's a bit of a risky scenario. He's 1 HP and he gets dunked now. He just dies for absolutely nothing. And now Kel'Thas isn't going to have anything to do without the backup of his jungler. Is just going to sack that one. And Satanic and Ardmona picking up a huge plates in the bot side as well as the first tower. It's absolute disaster now for the side of Fishing, as Destiny has pulled away a 3k lead here.
Yeah, I mean, Jay again making the mistake of not playing around his ADC. He's just trying to play by himself. But you have a master challenger tier ADC in your game. Why are you not playing around him? Why are we playing for the greedy grubs play on game 5 out of all the games to play it? We've been playing very greedy the entire series, and he hasn't broken out of that mentality of playing by himself, of that solo queue mentality of I need to get this, I need to do this, I need to carry the game. While you have a very strong win condition in the bot lane, Draven getting ahead is very, very scary to deal with, but we're seeing time and time again where Jay has ditched his bot lane over and over with Satanic Magic punishing the overextension by Charabdis, and we're seeing Destiny get away with another dragon for free. Absolutely nothing done on the side of Fishing to contest this. It's a very big
they
shame.
might be looking for the scuttle fight, yeah, and Prodigium finds a big engagement. They're looking to turn right back. Samurai Kimchi cutting out on the backside, and Prodigium sure to go down to C4J. They trade right back with Ardmona finding the rocket jump and the damage back. Azuko, big flag is back to 3 champions. He's going to look to turn it, but Samurai Kimchi somehow surviving with Yasin's heal. They're looking to turn back, but Byron is looking to finish that one off. Ardmona now left in a terrible spot, isn't going to find the reset for the jump, and that's going to be another kill to 2 for 3 going over for the side of Fishing. A little bit of gold back, but it's not enough to really turn this game on its head yet, and that's more kills going over to the side of the likes of Byron Burnside, which is going to be scaling up to be a bit of a monster on this Fizz. He hasn't got the biggest gold lead yet, but now coming into those big items like the Lich Bane, this is where Fizz really starts to come online, and he's probably going to have Charybdis in his sights later on in this game. I don't know what's going on here. Satanic Badger is going for a proxy, and it looks like it's going to be heavily punished. They've rotated up, but he just throws strong onto this Jaxi. He already has the Triforce completed. The whole team rotating to try and take him down. Will they be able to finish it? He's cutting out with the Blast Cone, but he might be playing right into the hands of the Draven. I hope he gives it away to someone that isn't the Draven here. They really want to give it to him. He even is he going to get away with murder here? Absolutely right under the nose of Fishing. They try to turn it into Draven, but disaster strikes, and they find nothing. Now Charybdis overcommitting into the Fizz. Byron finds a big on the Beyonce, and then the rest of Destiny comes down onto the head of Charybdis. Cataclysm to finish him off, and now the rest of Fishing running for the hills here. Absolute disaster strikes. Murder in the middle of Fishing Esports jungle, and they are just left wondering where it all went wrong.
Satanic Badger is a wizard. What was that? How did he live? Makes absolutely no sense how he got away with that, but he's coming up with an absolute steal, and it is going to be Destiny coming up huge as Byron Bernstein looking to find a cheeky solo bolo onto Kel'Thuzad, but with a flash he might be able to get away. Playful Tricks are coming up in a few seconds.
Just gonna get the kill. No one there to trade the kill back, unfortunately, and he's just gonna get another kill on the board. This Fizz is now huge. 4 kills and 1, and Byron completely comfortable with the game state. So many squishy champions to pick off here onto this Fizz, and now they've got a huge problem on their hands. How are Fishing gonna respond? They're now down, backs against the wall, 4k gold down, and you've really got to make something happen. Game 5 to keep your tournament lives alive here. I don't know where they start here, guys. Do you have any ideas what they can do to bring this game back?
Yeah, put some more kills on Draven. He is absolutely supporting his team with his 5 assists. That is not what you want to see on Draven. With the passive, he wants to get as many kills as possible. And I mean, we tried to gift Satanic Badger to him, and it just ended up tilting the entire team into dying. As we see some potential play in the mid lane, it doesn't look like anything's going to happen, but we are dropping a Rift Herald.
Prodigium?
Jim does get caught out, but he's respecting this Fizz so much. Charybdis can't walk off. He knows Byron is eyeing him there. Potentially thinks the ultimate is available, but here we might see an engagement to Azuko. Does find the knockup, unfortunately, to cancel the flag and drag, and now they're just taking that and running. They've got the tower, they've got that what they wanted, and Destiny playing very intelligently, not risking anything, playing around their side lanes, playing around the wave, and they're dismantling Fishing Esports' base slowly but surely. It's just a matter of time here. We'll see whether they can find anything, but we see they're trying to force things. It's just not working.
Yeah, Charybdis actually very, very tanky. We saw Ardmona drop pretty much a full stack of the bomb onto his head. Did a really negligible amount of damage. He's purchased the Ninja Tabi, or the Steel Caps, I should say. Kel'Thuzad getting literally just solo killed by Byron very unceremoniously once again.
Yeah.
I gotta say, a bit, you're kind of inting at this point.
Yeah, a little bit, eh? Not good.
Yeah, but it's at that point in the game where the Fizz is just dismantling your tank top laner. It shouldn't be how that matchup goes. Assassin should not be tanked this early on into the game, but alas, this is where we find ourselves. Magi's Soul Sealer built for the side of Byron Burnside. He's looking to build the yellow pages up, and I think he's got the Fishing Esports players' names already dialed in here. It's just such a difficult game to call back. They've got to make some magic happen.
This Fizz looks very scary with so much armor being prioritized on the side of Fishing. This Fizz is going to have a field day. Medjai's at 10 stacks. And Lich Bane looks like he's going for Zonya's second. I mean, this Fizz is just going to be so hard to deal with this game, especially with this immobile Draven without flash and without cleanse.
Yeah, at this point of the game, as Maokai, you just acknowledge that you're poor, you're broke, you're a vegan. You just gotta lock in and like buy Knight's Vow and just be a slave for this Draven, because he really is your only hope. Ari also building Malignance here, so you've got, you know, another person building like a vegan, so... I don't know, man, like your only damage source is Draven. You really have to hope he's like doing well, and at the moment he's not doing too bad. He's actually up in CS over Ardmona, but... You know, no real sort of big damage threat items completed on the side of Draven. He's just got the BT.
God,
not moving to it.
Oh, Gilbert, stop!
He's just feeding him Magi stacks.
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
it's too bad.
Even if he doesn't give much gold over, you guys are completely right. He can still worth 288 gold after all is said and done. I don't know what they've done to the bounty system, but it's completely cooked here. It is pretty disgusting that your 0-4 top lane is still giving over 280 gold, as well as 4 Magi stacks here. This Fizz is getting completely out of control here. And we've talked about there's not much counterplay when it comes to Draven. He doesn't have any fancy dashes to dodge out on the damage. He's just gonna eat it like a champ, and he can't really afford to be building magic resist in a game like this. No one else is dealing the magic damage. He's got so much other things he needs to be dealing, and it just looks like it's falling apart from fishing. The gold lead has completely run away from them, 6k ahead now. And it's all about Destiny, about mopping up. They've got the soul win condition in their back pocket. They've got complete map control. They've got great pick characters. It's just how they close out here.
Yeah, I'm sensing the mental is declining on the side of fishing. We just saw C4J try to fight for any priority on this dragon, but Destiny were already there, ready to match it. And I mean, Jay's by himself again. He needs his team. He needs to work around. The team play on fishing is absolutely falling apart, and it's such a shame to see after those 2 games and that sweep being threatened as we see Samurai Kimchi absolutely get exploded by the Fizz.
Yeah, he's so strong in this part of the game. We see Eclipse, Sundered Sky locked in for 8-go, core items completed. Byron, he's going to be going for probably the Zhonya's second, as you usually do on Fizz, 20 stacks on the Magi's. He's just so fed. I don't know, you have to wonder if you're at this point of the game, like, how do you even make it back to rip this? You know, he needs Infinity Edge. He also probably needs a Moor at some point. He probably needs LDR. Like, I need so many items to actually, like, play the game. I don't know if you can get to any of them.
Yeah, it looks very rough on the side of fishing.
Yeah, I don't even know what break point you be. You basically need to be ahead of the Fizz and gold, and now you're playing catch up. They're going for the all-in engage. They're trying to find Prodigium. Looks like they will get it. Will they find the cash in for the side of the Draven? Doesn't look like he's able to pick that one up unless he got the Whirling Draft. That's a good amount of money going over to the side of Draven, which is sorely needed for them, but it's just the beginning. They need so much more. Jackson's hitting away at that second tier top lane. Looks like Isuko and Satanic Badger are caught in a bad spot, but maybe they're looking to turn it around. Samurai Kimchi look for the charm, goes a bit wide here, and they're looking to finish off Isuko, but Satanic Badger peeling him off. They're just going to get out with the high scale. Dallas not able to find the route, and they've got issues to solve in the bot side of the map as well. Byron Bernstein is going to be smacking away at that tower. 4 grubs plus Lichbane. Not long for this world. It's not immediately answered by a teleport of sorts, which doesn't look like it's going to be coming through. So Fizz picking up another second tier tower for himself. If he wasn't a problem before, he's an absolute nightmare now.
Asuko absolutely getting away with murder there. Samurai Kimchi falling asleep while Asuko just walks out of that red buff, completely whipping the ult E onto the Jarvan. It's so sad to see Asuko go unpunished for that play and see Jay watch his red buff get attacked and then walked away by Jarvan there. It's very sad to see as we see Kel'Thas potentially dying again.
He sniffs him, man. Fool him once, fool him maybe 4 times, but not the 5th.
I will say, Kel'Thas has been on a tank all 5 games. He has had Summon Aerie all 5 games. I have no idea what this tech is.
Yeah,
That's a good point. Oh,
He's had it on Ornn, he's had it on Maokai. It doesn't matter what champ he's playing, he has Summon Aerie. I genuinely, I would love a post-game interview where he explains it.
yeah. We haven't even touched on this Jack. He's a bit silent in this game, but this Jax has 10,000 gold. He's actually the richest player in this game right now, and we've seen what happens when the Jax gets gold. He's going towards that Zhonya's, but Jay now just getting engaged on. Not much to do. Normally Wukong's engaging, but they can't deal anything. The peel is coming through, but Charangers, what does he have to survive? Absolutely nothing, as the whole of Destiny comes crashing down on him. Samurai Kimchi, no resets to be found for the poor Ahri, and they're just mopping the house here. It's an early ace for the side of Destiny, and Baron soon to follow. They're doing a victory lap right here, ladies and gentlemen, in this game 5, and they're absolutely crushing the hopes and dreams of Fishing Esports tonight.
Yeah, Baron, I think he pressed WQR and did all of Yasin's health. She just died. So, I don't know, it's looking a little bit worryful. I want to say that there's an angle back into this game, but I really don't know what it is.
I mean, we're just seeing the Draven pick get completely demolished by this dive comp. Like, what is Draven supposed to do? He has 0 tools in his arsenal to avoid this dive. He just stands there and tries to do as much damage as he can, but his team is so far behind. The grasp Ari is not something that you can lean on to make to do any damage whatsoever. And the Maokai is just dying on repeat, completely useless. And the Wukong is just something that's behind. Like, the 2-item job, and it's just way more valuable than that. And we see someone can see ult being burnt there, but Fishing's game is not long for this series, unfortunately.
The series is no longer for the faint of heart. They picked up the Hextech Soul of all things to get here in this series, and now C4J is just trying anything, just trying to get his team, dropping the ult to stay alive. But Byron Burnside has something to say about that, as what do they do now? Twisting Advance coming through onto the side, but he's scared to go, and he knows what will happen. There's a bit of miscommunication there, but they find a kill onto Prodigium. Probably more than they expected, as Samurai Kimchi eats Chum the Waters, sidesteps the Chum, and is he gonna target? He's gonna one-shot Character's Knife, and it is all but over for them. Hardpoint dropping the emotes in front of Fishing Esports Nexus. This is another year where unfortunately Charybdis is gonna find itself falling short at the hands of Destiny. And Guantanamo Gladiator squad, you know, many of them are here. They made it further than last time, but unfortunately the plot armor for Destiny holds true, and they will be your grand finalists facing Jupies on the 23rd.
A summoner has disconnected.
Oh man, what a game 5. This was looking pretty doomed for Fishing with the 2-0, but I think Destiny in true Destiny fashion just decided to spice it up, make it more entertaining. Picking the first pick Pike, which was completely troll. And yeah, we see the results of the semifinalists, and yeah, I predicted for 3-2, and I'm just gonna say it. I was pretty on point. I'm happy with that result.
I mean, this is very, I forget what series it was, but I feel like there was a